So it is Wednesday, August 14th, approximately.
Are you good? Okay.
8:27 a.m. and I'd like to call the Concord Middle School Building Committee meeting to order. The OPM Subcommittee, the OPM Subcommittee meeting to order. We are here to discuss the OPM interview process and then have a series of interviews approximately every hour, 8:30, 9:30, 10:30, 11:30, and then 1:15 this afternoon. All right.
Great. So I think this morning, before we invite any candidates in, we just need to get organized in terms of the process and who's asking what questions. We have draft questions in front of us that Jared provided. So do you want to talk us through that, and then we'll
So what I'm thinking is every single firm is going to be presenting probably about a 30-minute presentation. They're going to highlight all 11 points that were in the bid. So what I'm thinking, for interest of time and I think redundancy, and this is just a suggestion, anything that we don't think that they hit on enough, or if you want some more information, you can ask follow-up on these 9 questions. This is two-sided. And then maybe we're trying to keep to this script, but if something is a little bit outside but kind of pertains to this, I think that's perfectly acceptable.
So you're assuming they're going to answer most of these because they're coming in to present to us, and then we'll see what gets left unanswered, or we want follow-up information.
And correct me if I'm wrong, the gist of these came out of our RFP. So
Yes.
for the most part, this is all information that they already have.
Correct.
And we're just in a couple places diving a little bit deeper into the details.
Yeah.
And if they address it in the interview, great. And if not, then we can follow up.
Exactly.
Q&A.
And are we trying to keep it to 45 minutes so there's a little bit of a buffer time?
Yeah, so we'll tell them, keep presentation around 30 minutes and then leave the last 10 to 15 minutes for Q&A. And then, do we want to discuss or leave the discussion though at the end in case there's?
Probably at the end.
I would tend to say the end.
Yeah.
That way it might give them close to the full hour. Should we say 50 minutes for everybody, 55?
Yeah, give us 10 minutes to kind of reset.
Yep.
Yeah.
Sounds
Totally
good.
got to take time to get in and out.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah. You
Yeah.
don't want to
Yeah.
plug in and
Yeah.
Correct.
I told them all either to email me the presentation or bring a thumb drive, and I'll help them out. So far, one has emailed me with the presentation. Yeah.
Great.
So,
Okay.
Yeah. Saw them in the parking lot, so they're here.
Yeah, big discussions. But they did say good morning.
You just go get them.
Yeah.
It's interesting how many kids are coming in over from,
Yeah.
because I live right there.
Oh, yeah.
Live close.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Competition is here. Yes.
Great, I'll set you up. So
Where would you like it?
I think right here, and what we're thinking is, a 30-minute presentation, and then 10, 15 minutes Q&A.
Sure. Okay.
Great, and I'll set this right up for you.
I move these materials.
Sure. Well, see, it's right.
Is over here?
Sure. Yes.
Did you enjoy our parking lot?
Sure, Ash. How are you?
Thank you.
Come anytime you can.
It really doesn't want to stay on there today.
No, I gotta move it a little farther because I'm way too spread out this morning.
Sure. Did you get one, Jared? Yeah. How do you You're welcome.
Quick introductions, maybe?
Do we have is there a controller, or do you want us just to advance the click, or?
It's actually,
There's one in my office, but that's not helpful right this minute, probably.
Okay,
So you'll have to manually do it,
we'll
sorry
manually
about
do
that.
No, we'll handle that, that's
Yeah.
all right.
Just the up and down key.
Yeah.
yeah. First test.
I think we should introduce ourselves first, and then we'll ask you to do the same. I'm Lori Hunter, Superintendent of Schools. Welcome.
Thank you.
I'm Kate Hanley, I'm the Director of Sustainability for the town.
Jared Stanton, Director of Finance and Operations.
Frank Cannon, and I'm on the committee.
Dawn Guariello, I'm a resident in town and also one of the co-chairs of the school building committee.
Fabulous, thank you. So even before I use names, I want to say this is our technical team. There's no marketing folks here. This is the folks who will be dedicated to the project from the beginning to the grand opening and when you invite us in for the celebration at start school. So I'm Frank Kennedy, I'm Vice President with MB5, and our folks will introduce themselves, but quickly, this is Marcus to my left and Tom next and Jen on the end. And of course, in our handout, we have an org chart which will help understand the structure and how we organize ourselves around a project like this. My job is to tell you that we're extremely excited to be here, to have your consideration. We need the work. It's coming at a time when other work is finishing and completing. We'll talk about some of those projects now that are about to open and in that exciting period. We want to work. It is the core to what we do. You'll see we have a vast amount of experience in K-12 in Massachusetts and public law. It's also unique and very exciting in that you have goals for a net zero energy project. That's very, very exciting. And in our time together, even in the Q&A, we hope we can tell you about some of our past net zero energy projects. We've performed 3. And so this would be the first in a K-12 school building project. It's very, very exciting to us.
So I think we'll just introduce ourselves a little bit from top down on the org chart there. I'm Tom Murphy. I'm the project executive on the project. My role on our projects is I kind of do the QA, QC, and kind of oversee our K-12 projects in the office. Mostly MSBA. I'm more front-loaded on my time, but I think I've done a few non-MSBA projects, and I think we'll talk a little about the MSBA process and your process here. I think there's some good parts and bad parts, and we'll kind of cherry pick those. But my experience is I'm an architect, about practicing in about 30 years in the Commonwealth here. And I've been on the OPM side of things for about 10 years now with JLA and now MB5. I've done multiple MSBA projects. Long Meadow High School I did. Just now finishing our 3rd school in Newton, Cabot Elementary School. Our site rep, we generally like to bring our site reps to the interview. He was closing out some issues right now, walking through with the fire department, so I didn't want to pull away from that for this interview. But Bill Shaw, so I'll leave my 3rd job with Bill. And I'm working with Jen at an elementary school that's just starting construction in Harvard, Mass. So.
Great.
Marcus?
Sure. Marcus Hazelwood. I work and lead our energy and sustainability group within our office. And my experience, I've been with MB5 for about 1.5 years now. Previously, I worked on Harvard's campus working the same thing with energy and sustainability with their new construction projects, maintaining a lot of their lead, did some net zero and implementing a lot of their sustainability, whether it was habits with the students or construction and new construction, the energy piece. I focus a little bit more on energy modeling, which is what I'm doing now with NV5 a lot with, is looking at a lot of energy models and also evaluating the sustainability side of projects, the design, conceptual design, and really understanding that and how it can move towards that net zero goal. There's a lot there and there's a lot of excitement around it, and I really love jumping into that, whether it's materials, the energy piece, the structure. A lot of that takes a lot of stakeholders' involvement, and I'm excited to be a part of that and help support that. And when it's done on the OPM side, I think it's very, very valuable because it adds and it kind of understands where these architects or different designers or sustainable consultants are coming from, and being able to really smoothly implement that and also have the experience of understanding what didn't work in other projects. So.
And I'm Jen Carlson. I will be working with the document control and tracking the project. I I studied architecture, so I've got an architecture background. I've worked for a construction management company for 4 years, and I've been on the OPM side for 6 years. It's very, very comfortable with all of the budget tracking, documentation, and I will be handling more of the behind-the-scenes paperwork for the project.
So I should say also that Tim Dorman is probably going to be our primary day-to-day person, and unfortunately he couldn't make it here. He had a prior commitment. Again, Tim's, this is suited for him as well. He's closing out a project at UMass Boston, and they had a final meeting that was scheduled over 2 months ago, I think. So we didn't want to pull him from that for this, but I'll be channeling Tim and speaking to kind of his role today. So for you, so. And I think if we could go back to the org chart 1 second. Another thing I want to mention. So all of our staff is in-house except for our cost estimator. We use PM&C as the cost estimator. I think we have cost estimators in-house in one of our offices, but we often use PM&C because they have the most current data for schools in Massachusetts. Now, if the designer selected uses PM&C, then we'll revert to another cost estimator. But I think critical on that org chart is the bottom bar. I think we have, being an engineering firm as well, we have in-house capabilities. We have in-house talent in our Boston or Andover offices, and we can bring them on as need be. We do a very thorough drawing review at all phases of the project, and each of them will have engineers from each of those departments review the drawings and give comments to the design team. And we can bring them in at important times of the design to get it, to kind of push the designers, ask questions of them for make sure that you're looking at the same things. That often comes into play when you're looking at HVAC systems sometimes. There's a lot of different mechanical and HVAC systems. You can choose benefits to both of them, all of the different types, and a lot of owners can kind of really have trouble making that decision. So we can bring in our talent as well to kind of make sure that we're asking the right questions and you're getting the right answers from the design team. So we rely on them quite a bit, and they're they're a great part of our team. So I think we can probably go to the next slide then. We're familiar, I guess, with your process. I think you should also be commended on your process. You submitted to the MSBA and didn't get in. That's not unusual. But I think what I think you should be commended for is I think you made the decision to move forward. I saw some of the data that you had, and it sounded like the town fully supported your analysis as well. It's very smart. I think some communities just keep waiting for the MSBA, and that can really cost you. So it's not really sometimes not financially sound, especially when you've got to repair some things that you need to make. So. But I think being familiar with the MSBA process, we can pick and choose the good parts of that process and probably work with you in streamlining that process a little bit better. The MSBA process, we can get into this a little bit later too, but it's very iterative and reiterative. Multiple submissions, multiple packages, multiple reviews, and that's a good thing and a bad thing. It takes time, so it can lead to a longer design time. But what we often tell our clients in the MSBA process is, when they're complaining about the time, is that multiple review can benefit you. It's a proof to the public that you have a lot of eyes looking at this project, and it's also, you're looking at things multiple times. And again, I think that's where our robust team reviewing all the documents being submitted can really benefit you there. And I should also commend you. I think what you've done to date, the Feingold team, I think has served you well. What you've done to date is you're already partially through the feasibility stage of what we do in an MSBA project. And I think the analysis you've done is very similar to the type of things that we would lead on. So you have a good belt underneath you right now. So, so I think, as I mentioned, we lead communities through this process in making selections, and there's various tools that we use. What you've done to date is very similar to what we use, but I think we often use a graphic that will show the options, and then we just say like it's almost like a consumer reports type thing, where it's favorable, unfavorable, or neutral. And that can serve two purposes. Sometimes it can help you make decisions, but it can also communicate to the public the decisions you made. And we find that is often more important than actually making decisions. Sometimes the decisions are self-evident as you start to look at the data, but for the community who hasn't sat in all those meetings and hasn't reviewed stuff like you have, you need to have a document that speaks to your decisions during that process. And that's where we can cater these documents to make sure that the salient things that were, the decision-making things are shown obvious, so that when these get posted to the public, they see why you made those decisions, because the public can sometimes go astray with things that they don't understand. So making them understand your process is a critical part.
You really have to anticipate all the questions that you want to be asked, right? Be
Yes.
well-informed, you've done your homework, you've done your study, you've got your background, here are the reasons, and be able, all of you are that. So I've been on several committees in Belmont. You know, the rule of thumb is we need to be ahead of every possible question.
Yep.
And the way to do that is a very systematic way, and also to focus on building consensus in every, like Tom's saying, every decision. It's worth breaking down every possible disagreement so that when we all leave, we know and heard all sides. It's like a democracy won't work. It really has to be a consensus-based decision process.
And we often would encourage you to have more public sessions as well. I don't know if you've had a lot of those, but
We did getting to town meeting, we're going to need to do more as we get into this process, so
Yeah.
you're spot on, yes.
working sessions with the public, inviting them in, inviting them to make their comments, to hear their comments are often a
Correct.
very, very important part of the process. But you also have a strategy where sometimes the people that come to those working sessions aren't the naysayers, it's the people supporting the project. So you have to find out ways to reach out to the people who may be against the project as well. So I think we've talked a little bit about some of our experience in general, but and we're going to get a QA, we can talk about more if you have specific questions. But I think having over 30 plus K-12 school projects in Massachusetts, we work with multiple architects and engineers and construction managers. A lot of them we've worked with on multiple projects, so we see them on multiple projects. We've worked with multiple CMs and GCs as well, construction managers, on multiple projects as well. So I think our staff has worked with a lot of the players who'll probably be interested in this project as we move forward in that. And I think one thing I should also mention is that when we structure our team, we have multiple disciplines. I'm an architect, Jen has an architecture background. Tim, who's our day-to-day person, is an engineer. Bill Shaw is a construction person. So we like to make sure that our teams are comprised of people who are familiar with all different aspects of construction. So we kind of speak the language of the various people as we bring them on board. If you don't speak the language of an architect and understand what he needs, then there can be a communication breakdown there between you and the architect. So we serve to kind of bridge that gap, make sure that you're hearing the architect and the architect is hearing you. So. And I think one thing also on the previous slide, I think the last point on that was a visioning session. I think I saw you had some very important data and very precise data on financials and all those things about the school. But one thing that I think is an important step is to start out the project with just a blue sky vision about what you want the school to be. And we often do that on our MSBA projects. We have a visioning session with educators and teachers and administrators and everybody, and just without any constraints, what would you want the school to be and how would you want to teach your students? And in the MSBA program, they call that putting in the ED program.
Right.
And I think that's an important step in the process because you don't want to lose sight of your ultimate goals, which is the school for the children. And I think along with those goals are sustainability, which Mark is going to speak to a little bit as well.
Yeah, and to that point, just sustainability, the value of the education piece, it was really, so we had a meeting with a school that was a small school that was being developed in Rhode Island we were helping them with code compliance for the stretch code. And it's new to the state, and we're actually, this is the first project they are going to push through the stretch code. And the director of the school was there, and as we were walking through the different features, sustainability pieces, she was getting excited about, okay, we can do that, we can implement that into our education process, we can do this. So it's really, we were going to help them support guidance for code, but she was pulling out of it different ways they can pull that criteria into their lessons and do all these things. So really the educational piece is excellent because it's informing the public and helping them understand what this is. What is net zero? There's a lot of definitions. There's a political piece to it. There's a lot of different things. So helping understand that is what we will aim to help with this process, and work with the sustainability director. Although you understand how complicated it can be, it's a kind of a lifestyle change, and understanding that is a challenge. So we've done projects, of course, K through 12 projects with LEED certifications. Of course, there's the certifications that help you check the boxes, but there's also the educational piece of each box that you've checked, helping understand that throughout the process, how it fits into design, making it practical. And then, so our group internally, we work with projects. We do LEED certifications. We work on projects that are focused on sustainability, and we try to educate people that we're working with, whether it's the contractors, well, why are we doing this, the materials piece, why is this important? We try to educate them on why it's important, in addition to making sure it happens. So I think that's a valuable piece and an opportunity to really move the project more smoothly as it's introduced to the public and with contractors. So that's the sustainability piece, really. And we have plenty of projects that we worked on, so things that we can pull from experiences. So,
Desire.
right.
On to project management tools. I will be tracking and using these documents to track budget and schedule all the way through the project. At the beginning of the project, we'll set up cash flow that matches the budget that's laid out, so we can track the budget to the schedule to make sure that we're always tracking correctly throughout the project. So I'll be working with getting invoices in, putting packets together, and making sure that everything is matching the budget and everything's on track there. I'll also, on a monthly basis, we put together a monthly report that kind of just, it's got a lot of the backup of what happened during the month, what's going to happen in the month ahead, and then to cap that off, we can put together a dashboard view that kind of, it has the hot ticket items, things that are coming up, big milestones, just sort of the 30,000 foot view, just so that you don't have to read the big packet every month, but we do have it available. And I think that also tracks back into, did you?
No.
The next slide, sorry.
I think the only thing, while we're switching, the only thing I would add to that is we generally can cater what that project looks like to communities. I know, I don't have an example here, but when we were doing Newton, we did 3 successive schools with them. Each was procured separately. So we did the first one, and they procured the second. But at one point, at any point in time, we had 2 schools, either in design or construction. And I think at one time we were even starting the 3rd school. So what we did for a lot of the community was some of those cross of the building committee. Some of the building committees were the same, some of the building committees were different. But we did a whole matrix of the meetings, of your meeting on this day for this project, your meeting on this day for this project. And that's something we catered for them. And we can put that together on our admin side just to keep track of things, because that's really an important thing that the OPM will do for you, just to help everybody with their schedules and just keeping track of the data. So, and that's something Jen will help out with.
And as to community outreach, the documentation that we spoke about in the last slide is important, because you need to document the whole process to make sure that you're transparent with your community. It's very important to make sure that the community is updated in what's going on and involved in what's going on, and that they have access to all of the documents that are important. So a few ways that we can help get some of this information out to your community through websites. We can help update those, create them if you need them. But like we said earlier, I mean, obviously you've done a great job so far with community outreach, getting that vote, that initial vote. That's huge. But we can help you in whatever ways you need us. Great.
We could share some of the links to the Cabot School, for example,
that'd be great.
Which is opening in a few days.
So that kind of brings us to our close. I think we'll open it up for questions, but I think just some of the primary things about NV5 that we think are important is our the breadth of our experience in K-12 projects throughout Massachusetts. Our core team, the multidisciplines of our core team, plus our, what we call our deep bench sometimes, which is all those engineers that are available at any time to help us with the specific part of a project. And then I think our sustainability team as well is a really a good asset for Concord to use. So with that, I think we can open up to questions.
Okay, thank you.
I can start.
Sure.
Frank, looks like you're fairly new to NV5. Can you speak about your experience and what brought you there?
Sure. I held the same role from the mid-90s in 3 different firms. Here International, and I did about $1.5 billion in K-12 schools. Close by would be Westboro, did 2 schools, Linfield, but 40 others.
Yeah, I saw the substantial list of schools, but didn't know what your...
I grew a team there of 25 professionals, mostly K-12 school programs around the Commonwealth. Then went to RF Walsh in the hopes of being a partner in the firm, but it got sold, and so business is business. And I'm really excited by NV5 because I'm an engineer as well, even though I've led teams and programs and organizations. It's exciting to be one that's technically focused while professionally in the cutting edge of the field.
Okay, great. Tom, it looks like you have quite a few current work assignments. It looks like your availability appears to be about 10% based on your proposal. Can you speak to your specific roles on some of those? Cabot, Hildreth, Coburn, Amesbury?
Sure. So again, as I started out, I'm kind of the QA/QC on all our especially our MSBA projects. So the Cabot project, I'm more of a lead role on, but that, as I said, is wrapping up like this week. Some students or teachers are moving in next week. Hildreth is in construction. I have more of a lead role on that too, along with Jen. But those are my main 2 projects that I have a lead role on. The Amesbury, Coburn, I have the project executive title is what we call that. And I basically, I'll attend a building committee meeting as my schedule allows, but we have lead people on that team taking the day-to-day tasks and managing it on the project. So again, what I do on those projects is really the MSBA side of stuff. It's making sure that the designers understand the submittal. I'll question our team about do you have everything done in the submittal? We have a checklist for every submittal. I'll go through that with our team and say, is this done? Is this done? Does the district have this part of it? Do we have this part of it? Does the designer have this part of it? And I'll just sit down with our teams internally and review that stuff. So that's generally more my role on a project is kind of a QA/QC. And again, I'm more front-loaded in the feasibility and schematic phase. When we get into the DD, CDs, my percentage really drops off. So I might be a higher percentage at the beginning phase than at the later phases of it.
Okay. On the Cabot project you referenced, my understanding is it was supposed to be completed in April. Can you speak to what?
Yeah, there was some delays. I mean, we have it wasn't supposed to be completed. It was supposed to be completed July 1. So I'm not sure the April date. What happened on the Cabot project? There was some underground culvert work that started out before our project. And the city wanted the same contractor to do both parts of that. And there were some issues with that getting us started early. And then we had some window delivery issues. I think we have to stay in front of all deliveries with CMs, but the window contractor had some delays in windows. So again, we're moving in, no hiccups in the time that we're moving in. The substantial completion date was supposed to be July 1, and we just got the substantial completion last week. So it's about a month off of that expected substantial completion date. But again, that's just what we have to do at that point as the OPM is just make sure that we're pushing the contractor to finish, and that the owner then has FF&E delivery and has move-in, and we have to just make sure that happens seamlessly in those 2. Ideally, contractor would be done, turn over the building in July 1, and then we do the FF&E and everything. In this case, we had to integrate the 2 of those, which is really not uncommon. But we just have to, as the OPM, we just have to make sure that that's coordinated and things happen seamlessly, and we haven't had any issues with that. So.
I just want to add, Don, when Tom mentioned a culvert, we're talking about a 6-foot diameter structure that is actually underneath the building. So
Wasn't there one of those on Service too?
No, there was
Right under the corner of the gym? I worked on that project.
there
so-
was there was the corner of that was a small one though. Yeah, this was on the Cabot project. It was the Launderbrook culvert, which was as Frank said, it was a huge culvert. There was a right of way. We did at Service. There was a small culvert that just clipped the edge of that, but it wasn't. We had to avoid that with our wraps. We did wraps at Service, but we didn't replace that at Launderbrook at Cabot. We replaced the city replaced the whole culverts.
Okay, great. One other question. Bill Cuniff? You didn't speak to his role. He was listed in your proposal?
yes,
And was supposed to be the senior project manager?
who's on vacation. He is
Okay.
also more or less our pre-construction reviewer. So all of our projects we try to have. And Bill's background is more in construction. He was with Bond Brothers for a number of years, and before that other CMs. So he brings a depth of construction into the early planning stages of any project, even site selection.
Okay. Tim, who unfortunately isn't here today, it doesn't look like he has a lot of schools on his resume. Can you speak to his school experience specifically?
Yeah, Tim did Southbridge Middle High School.
Yeah, that's the one I see on here, yeah.
And he's helped out on some, but Tim's lately, the project he's finishing up now is the UMass Boston culvert project. And that's been taking a lot of his time. He's also done some municipal projects for us more recently. But I think, again, that's why we have multiple eyes, multiple people on these projects. I think Tim's one of our best managers, very thorough, and I don't see any problem with him having this gap in his school experience from this first project a while ago to this project. But I think with myself and Jen and us on board, making sure that we're hitting all the milestones, I don't see a problem with that.
Okay, I just worry with the lack of MSBA experience that this isn't an MSBA project, and I understand that, but I think our intent is to somewhat follow the process so that it's transparent and visible and, as you said, thoroughly reviewed. So I just want to be sure that he's up to speed on the process because there is a lot involved.
Right, and again, you'll see a lot more of me at the beginning stages than you would than I would be on a municipal project or something like that, given the specific speciality of the school project.
Okay.
Does the conversation in the town continue with a possible MSBA contribution? Or, I mean, at some point we diverge paths, but
no,
it's a ways
we
off.
We submitted again, so our SOI went in April. It was prior to town meeting, so that was a given that we needed to do that. We heard from them last week. We've made it to the second round, which is the same pattern as the last 2 years. They're coming out to update their documents for a site visit in September. We're very aware of the issue of what happens here gets negated if we get invited in, so the town is aware of that as well. I think, to your point, being denied twice, we're in it, but we're skeptical as to the outcome, so hence why we're here. But so we are still talking with them, certainly. Yeah.
And again, I think the critical thing there is starting over. I mean,
Clearly, yes.
Yeah, so.
We knew there was a calculated risk there, but.
And I think you did a good analysis of what every year of delay costs you.
Yeah, that
in terms
became
of
pretty
just
telling as we
dollars
got
and
into the
cents.
numbers.
So I think that would be something we would help you with, but it might be kind of a self-evident.
Yeah, thank you. Any other questions?
I'm good for right now. I don't know if you want how you want to go around.
So, quick question for you, Jennifer. So the MSBA has the coding, a bunch of codes and everything, and I'm glad not to be doing that and reporting that. How is it different from a project that does not have MSBA in like the coding of the bills and the invoices and tracking? And would you recommend mirroring the MSBA structure, or?
I would, just to keep everything a little more, a little easier to track, I guess,
Sure.
and a little clearer.
Yeah.
So I would
Okay.
suggest that.
Good. That I would too.
That's
But good.
On the same page.
And then another question that I had, and I don't think you touched on it. Can you please share your thoughts, anyone can answer, about the pros and cons of both CM at risk and design bid build as it relates to current construction trends? And how would you help us decide which procurement delivery method would be the best?
Well, we always do that at the appropriate time. We'll sit down in a building committee meeting or whatever and go over the pros and cons of each. It's kind of a complex decision to make there. You really, I think you need to understand what the building you're building is first, what the site is, and the schedule and those kind of things, because that has a big factor on the CM versus design bid build. What we're finding, I think, to varying degrees, the CM costs a little bit more. It's more open book, so there are monies that come back to the town, but I think just the general cost for the work is a little bit more. The MSBA has data on costs, and I think the contractors, the AGC, came out with their own data, which doesn't necessarily parallel the MSBA's data, as you could imagine. But I think there is a little bit of a premium in cost there. But what it gives you is more control. It gives you more control over making decisions, and it gives you control over risk assessment. With design bid build, the designer puts the documents together, and once it's out the door, you don't have that control anymore. Change orders can come in depending on how good that set of documents is. And again, that's where you need a thorough review of the documents before they go out, but things can always happen. With the CM at risk, you have a little more control. There will still be changes, but you have more control over making the decisions on that process, because the CM is on board with you early. And I think the other major factor is the CM at risk is a quality-based decision. You sit down with them and you interview the CMs, you get them on board early, they become part of the team. So they have a vested interest in the project more than just once they get their bid, once they're just a low bidder. So they will help you with pre-construction services, they will help you make decisions about site analysis and logistics and those kind of things. I think another big advantage of CM at risk is a schedule, and that you can get early packages out. You can get your site, your foundations, your structure, and your steel out early while the design team is still finishing the drawings, and just getting ahead of, with the cost escalation these days, just getting ahead by 4 to 6 months ahead of that can save you some serious money there. So, but until you know, if it's an ad reno, I would say CM is definitely the way to go, just because of the complexities of it. If it's a whole new building on a shared site, it's maybe if you had a whole new building on a brand new site, then you might go design bid build, but you really need to understand the project a little bit more before you can kind of make that decision.
Can I ask a follow-up? Do you have any design bid build projects right now?
We have like 3 that are going design bid build, but they haven't gone out yet. So we had design bid build. We did more design bid build earlier. Lately, more of our projects are CM. I think a lot of the clients that we've worked with preferred the CM at risk. I think so. Amesbury, West Springfield are going design bid build right now.
New construction?
New construction on both of them, and similar. I mean, when we made the decision in some of those communities, they were kind of toss-ups, because they were. I think West Springfield was design bid build all the way, but I think Amesbury was kind of back and forth. They saw the advantages and disadvantages of each. Early construction there could have helped us a bit, but I think the overall cost was something that they looked at as a varying factor too. A lot of it depends on your design team too. I think the design team is part of that decision when you go CM at risk. It depends on how comfortable they are with early packages getting. That can be a different animal for a design team, is getting an early package out, stopping the design process, getting an early package out, and then resuming it. So some designers are more comfortable with that process than others.
Can you talk a little bit more about your net zero experience? That you said you had 3 buildings, looks like 2 of them were more office or manufacturing, and looks like maybe the North Shore Community College is probably the most closest to a K-12, but just curious to hear a little bit more about your involvement with those projects and how they were successful in the end.
Sure, I think maybe Marcus or Frank can talk to the specifics of those projects, because I've been focusing more on schools. I guess I will say on all our projects, we tend to do a very thorough analysis of, if not net zero, it's the highest efficiency we can get to, and do a cost payback analysis of that. We've looked at I think on a couple of our Newton projects, maybe even was even service, we looked at a ground thermal system, and the payback for it was just not there. It was over 100 years, I think. So I think what we're seeing is there's kind of a sweet spot in getting the most bang for your buck and the most payback on sustainability. But to go to a net zero, sometimes you have to take that extra step you have to want to the net zero, because sometimes the dollars and cents just aren't there to look at that. And a lot of our school projects, we haven't made that step. We've gone all the way doing analysis, doing the cost payback analysis, but they haven't made that decision to go to net zero. But on the ones we have, I guess Marcus and Frank, we can talk a little bit more about that process.
I'm prepared to talk about North Shore, which was the first public building in the Commonwealth to go net zero energy. And I have to say that a confluence of decisions. The president of the college, interested for a science building to be an example, to lead by example. But also at the time, Governor Deval Patrick was looking for a project that could be a capstone. And so additional monies were funneled, about $2 million were funneled on top of the $22 million that was planned for the project. So it was a total of $24 million. It's 60,000 square feet, which is about $400 a square foot. And this is several years ago, so it was pretty costly. There are 1,100 solar panels on the roof. There's more panel surface area than roof area, and they accomplished that by cantilevering, because they're inclined to be optimized by the sun rays. They cantilever over the ends of the northernmost portion of the building. But all aspects have to be, reviewed and decided to achieve the goal of a net zero building. So for example, this is a long, narrow building, and it's east-west orientation, so that the majority of its facade faces south. There's a light well that runs in the center of the building from east to west, so that interior lighting can be provided deep within the building, all trying to reduce the lighting load. Those are decisions that have to be made very, very early. And for its main heat and air conditioning, there are 50 500-foot geothermal wells. And that took about a year to kind of figure out how to tweak. And so I've done 5 geothermal systems, 2 in my town, Belmont. And it is a science, it's a developing science, let's just put it that way. So what's the report card for the system? Well, it has a goal of net zero. But because the university decided that, hey, we're not just going to use this building during the day, we want to extend hours into the evening. It's the build that they will come, right? It's the most beautiful building on the campus. It's got this gorgeous invitation and excitement to it. Once they started using weekends and evening classes, it wasn't designed for that, so the efficiency has proportionally fallen off of the goal.
Do you know the EUI on that?
Sorry?
Do you know the EUI
I don't.
on that building? No?
No, again, and Marcus could speak to this in more detail, but when we do, EUI analysis can be depending a lot on your usage. You have to have common, like in the city of Newton, we want to compare Ainger to Zervis to Cabot to make sure we were tracking the same thing. And you get different numbers for EUI depending on the hours of operation. And then you can get different numbers depending on what the real operation is. So I think you have to be careful with the EUIs and use it as other metrics. So.
Yeah, and I think that the biggest thing to start out with this is being able to look at these charrettes where we're looking at all the different stakeholders, getting them involved, understanding, are these systems practical? Are they maintainable over long term? Who when we look at the schedule, are we going to stick to a schedule? Are these good assumptions? And then the other piece is energy modeling. We work a lot with energy modeling to give us that kind of projection of what might happen, get close to a target EUI, and then as we go through the process, maneuvering that model, making the adjustments that need to happen. And this is the knowledge that we look at all projects with. If it's net zero, of course, that's a very strong target. But if we have kind of the reviews, analysis that are performed along the way, whether it's in early stages or it's critical in early stages, but getting the input from different stakeholders I think is very important. And when that is kind of groomed throughout the process, I think there's a higher chance of meeting these goals. Even if it's it sounds impractical in the beginning, there's different ideas that can look how we could do this or we could do this. And if all those options are kind of brought on the table, I think there's a better chance of reaching these goals.
And I think
that's what it looks like.
The variables are there too. I think when we were looking at EUI, and I can't remember which project it was, but the plug loads played a big, what you assume the plug loads are going to be played a big factor in that. And so we had a long discussion with the building committee about plug loads and should we control the plug loads? Can we monitor the plug loads? And we determined that, yeah, we could set up a panel so that we could put breakers in there that would monitor the plug loads. And a person who was really out in front of energy said, great, can we monitor them and show each student, each classroom, how much energy they're using? And we said, yeah, we can probably do that. And the school said, oh, wait a minute, I don't think we want to do that. We don't want to pit classroom against classroom. So it's a decision to be made by the community as a whole, not just the sustainability people, but the individual school. But I guess the point is meeting the EUI or meeting your goals can depend on a lot of variables that you're just making assumptions on. So.
Can I ask a question? On the three, you said there were 3 net zero buildings. Did anyone on the team you're proposing work on any of those?
So it's our design side, it's the MEP, FP engineering side that we're the engineers of record on.
Okay, so you weren't the owner's project manager on those, you were the engineers?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
What assurance do we have the team we start with is the
Yeah.
team we end up with? And you won't be changing people along the way?
Well, all of our assignments are qualification-based selection, and that's in part based on our reputation. So a bait and switch is never a model that proves to be an effective, sustainable thing. All of the experience that you've heard us talk about have been from origination and obligation and in an interview just like this. The exception might be, Tom wins the lottery tomorrow and wants to move on to better, bigger things,
Gotta
but
buy a ticket first, so.
you gotta buy tickets already.
So like me, you won't.
But no, our reputation is way ahead of us, and we maintain our staff. And the business is a relational business. The decisions are emotional, and they're encrusted in trust, and that's something we have to do by working together.
Okay. Well, so we'll have some assurance. Okay.
So how do you see the role of the OPM and the folks on your staff facilitating and connecting with my office, with a building committee? There's a lot of parties involved. I'm gonna want relief, so it's not just me, obviously. I maybe ask for personal reasons. But how does that role plan out? What's it look like on other projects? What do you see your role as versus my role versus the chair of the committee? Mm-hmm. Just defining those.
What we like to do, and we didn't bring an example, but what we like to do is we have a fairly complex matrix that we go through, and it's based on the MSBA contract and the submissions to the MSBA, mm-hmm. and we go through what each role is for each person. For the owner, we don't generally break the owner down into various factions, but we can do that. The architect, the contractor, so that everybody knows at every point who's taking the lead on certain aspects and who's we support. And in some communities, we find that what we submit, they say, yeah, it looks great. In other communities, and I know in my experience at Longmeadow, I think it took us probably 4 building committee meetings, a very thorough analysis of.
I assure you, thorough analysis in Concord.
That's something.
It's a promise.
That's something that I would expect, and actually, in my experience in Longmeadow, it was a great project with them. They often said, "We must be the most difficult client you have," and I said, "Sometimes, but you're the best too," because the building committee meetings went very smoothly. Everybody knew their role, and they were prepared for them. And they were managed well, and when you do that and you don't go back and look at decisions that you made in the past, you're sure about the decisions you made. It makes it a great benefit. So.
Great, thank you.
So we'll sit down with you and go over those in detail. And then again, with individual owners, as everybody's different in terms of who takes the lead on certain aspects of it, but we'll sit down with the main stakeholders for each of those organizations and say, how do you want us to work with you? So.
Great.
We should feel like an extension of the building.
Yeah, good, glad to hear. Great. Any other questions? Did you have any questions of us?
Well, we threw a few in on you.
Yeah.
No, you mentioned building committee, so I imagine you have a building committee that's roughly formatted on the.
More than
MSBA.
roughly, a very tightly formed building committee that's met 4-5 times since June. We hit the ground running pretty quickly after our ballot vote in June. We were meeting 2.5 weeks later. A very effective committee, I would say, right away. We seem to be syncing up really quickly. A lot of professionals from the community on there, as well as the educators and the town officials.
And you have a fresh project. How long?
The high school's been open since the spring of 15.
And you did an elementary before that?
Willard is 10 years old now,
It's 10.
so this is the
same.
rounding out. The other
Yeah.
facilities are in really great shape, and the middle school's been the 40-year dangling piece.
Well maintained.
Well maintained.
Beautifully maintained.
2 schools that just hit their prime and 50-year life, and we're there. So
But it
yes,
sounds
the
like
building committee is highly active and functioning. We're ready for this next piece to happen, but we've had a nice 6 weeks of getting organized and starting to sync up.
And it
It's
seems like
large.
And it's large. It's
Large.
17.
Okay,
Well,
yeah.
Yeah.
That's not atypical, and it seems well represented with.
It's very well represented.
School, finance, designers,
Nice
that's
balance.
important,
Yeah.
to have that balance too,
Yeah.
so it's great.
Good.
Great.
Well, we'll just say thank you, and we're very
Great.
interested. Hope that energy and
Thank you.
enthusiasm comes through, and if we're
We
selected.
are on a pretty quick timeline here, just to give you that
You're
piece.
doing all of it right now.
This is our day today. The goal is that we make a recommendation to the building committee tomorrow morning.
Nice. Nice.
We won't leave you dangling long, we don't expect.
We're already working on a designer RFP,
Yeah.
so we're ready.
All right.
Yeah.
Move.
Yeah,
Good.
we're enjoying the pace without MSBA. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming.
Jared, I need help to
Yeah.
do that.
So why don't we take a couple minute break? Yeah. All right.
Great.
We're gonna take a break, so.
Yeah. Sometimes it's unavoidable, but.
Morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
I'm setting up off of this.
Yeah.
computer.
Yeah, Jared will help you.
Yeah.
Great.
We're gonna have you go there and we can pull all their chairs up from the front row or the other side of the table. How many of you are there? 6. So why don't we just pull 2 chairs from there?
Is this, is this a,
It's a PowerPoint.
Yeah.
so we have original plan.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, Mike, where do you want to start? You running the show?
Yeah.
You know what, let's come and sit with that.
Let's get the action.
There's enough room
Oh,
with this mic.
Just
Gonna
got
squeeze in.
piles of stuff.
Good? Welcome.
Thank you.
You want to start? Me too?
Sure, or Jared said it last time, so I'll.
Welcome. So we're going to introduce ourselves and what we're thinking sort of format-wise, like a 30-minute presentation, and then about 10 to 15 minutes Q&A on both sides. And I'm Jared Stanton, the Director of Finance and Operations.
I'm Dawn Guariello, one of the school building committee co-chairs.
I'm Frank Cannon, and I'm on the committee, building committee.
Lori Hunter, Superintendent of Schools.
Kate Hanley, Sustainability Director for the town.
guess we'll go in order, we'll pretty much in order, right? Joe Naughton, I'm a principal in charge for the project with Hill International.
Mike Carroll, Project Director for Hill International.
Andy Bowe with Hill International Project Manager.
Julie Leduc with Hill International, the Assistant Project Manager.
Susanna Young with Hill International, Sustainability Coordinator.
My name is Vincent Miller, I'll be the site representative for this presentation.
Thank you. We're ready to roll
Ready to rock
if
and
you're
roll,
ready,
okay.
yeah.
All right, so as I said, I'm principal in charge of the project. We'll go to the next slide. And what I want to do today is simply introduce the team and tell you what the topics that we want to cover. And we know you had 11 points in your RFS that we hope we covered pretty well with our response. And we hope to be able to show you that we have the credentials and the capability and the interest. We're available. We worked together before, and we're very interested in working with you on your project. We've done a number of projects that are MSBA, and you see a few of them. You probably saw some of them in our materials. And we've done quite a few that are not, but with a lot of communities that still use the MSBA's procedures and base contract just for consistency purposes. So what we wanted to do is just walk through, which way are we looking? Why don't we look over here? Do we need to go over there for the?
No, you're good if they go
Doesn't
there,
matter?
yeah.
Because we're live, aren't we?
Recorded, we're not streaming you live, but you'll be up later.
So well, I just want to talk about the team, and the thing I'm most proud of today is the team we were able to put together for you today, knowing what we think we see as your interests and your needs, and the alignment of the talent that I happen to have available to me to deploy on your job. And then we want to hit three big concepts, and they're budget, sustainability, and how we communicate all this stuff internally, and then how do we communicate it externally, because it's all really important. So let me introduce the team and then turn it over to the real talent in the room so that they can talk to you about each of these topics that are so important to us. So I'm at the top of the organizational chart. What's that mean? That means if there's ever any question you have or need that you have, you pick up the phone and you call me, and we make sure that we've got it covered. I don't anticipate that, but if it ever happens, if you feel like we're doing a really good job, call me. If you feel like we can do a better job, call me. So I'm the person that you call for that. I want to know what the big strategy is, and I think I kind of understand it, and that's why we put this team together. I've been in the business for about 25 years, architect, contractor, and owner's project manager, and have served on a committee like you have. I worked on a couple of high school committee and middle school committee in my town. So the lead day-to-day for the project is Mike Carroll. He also has been in the business, I don't know, Mike, about 20-ish years, and he brings to the table a real keen sense for cost estimating is one thing, so alignment of what you need with what you have to spend and making sure you get the greatest return on investment possible. That's one of the things that Mike brings to the table. So if there's ever a question that you have about a concept, Mike's the perfect fit for that. Mike's also he's running a project in his very own town, in the town of Braintree, which some of you may realize sometimes it's very hard to work in the town in which you reside. Mike is doing that right now. He can talk to you.
You're a brave man.
2 middle schools. So that was another thing that was in alignment, and he's also very much available for your project. So we asked him to be part of the team. So Mike will be relying heavily on Andy Bowe. Andy Bowe is in the business about 15 years. Very experienced with MSBA projects. We know this is not an MSBA, but if you were curious about our familiarity with the contract, he's probably worked on 10. Some larger projects, like in Lexington, we did a couple of middle schools there. Those were non-MSBA's, but he's also done accelerated repair type projects where we're using the same contract. So he's very experienced with that type of work. And Andy will be leading the team day to day. Working with Andy is going to be relying heavily on Julie Ledoux, and she's our assistant project manager, very good with controls, but the thing she's going to talk to you about today is the communication and the outreach and how she handles that. How she spread the word about what we're doing and get information and then respond to it. We want a lot of participation. We want a lot of people excited about this project, and one of the things Julie's tasked with is to help that happen. Okay? Well, we did it. Let's go counterclockwise here. Sustainability. We know we did enough homework to know that when you earmarked $1.5 million for this study, one of the amendments, I believe it was made on the floor, was that this project needed to conform with certain sustainability requirements, not the least of which is the building needs to be net zero ready. So as the town continues to evolve, I think you're doing 80% reduction by 2050. Is that the rest of the town continues to evolve that way, this building needs to be able to fold very, very seamlessly into your bigger plans. Okay, this is one piece of the infrastructure. We asked Susanna Young to help us with the sustainability component of the process and to give us a little bit more energy and a little bit more hope and have somebody who's really focused on that piece of the job so that we don't miss anything. So Susanna will talk just a little bit about that. Then finally, we know that we're only doing a feasibility study and schematic design phase, but we also wanted to show you the type of talent that we have at the table who's ready to be deployed when we get to the design and construction phase, and that's Vinnie Millen. And that's why we asked him to come today and talk to you a little bit about what he does once we get beyond the design phase and we've gotten to the bidding and we get into construction. So Vinnie will talk a little bit about that. Go ahead, Mike. This is just the impact slide, just to remind you that Hill International's done a bunch of middle schools. This is one that's going into construction now. I'm sorry, final design. Wait a minute, it's about $160 million. Braintree East, Mike is leading right now, about $83 million. Like a couple of projects at Lexington recently. South is in the design phase, also about $80 million. And then Revere was a project we're really proud of because it was a great configuration at the time that was new. And it was a community that had immediate needs for enrollment, an ability to handle the enrollment that they were experiencing, even though it didn't show up on the standard enrollment projections. So this is something we're very proud of in another middle school. So these are some of the middle schools we've done. With that, I'd like to turn it over to Mike.
Thanks, Joe. So one of the things we'd like to highlight, you've seen our project list, you've seen our response to the RFP, but what may not come across there is our repeat clients. You know, we're not here to get one job for you. We're here to get in on one job, have you like us so much that you want us to do all your jobs. And to that point, we did a green repair with the town of Braintree a few years back. We're now doing the East Middle School. That's in construction, like Joe said. South is in design. We've actually worked with the town of Braintree on a maintenance program. They didn't really have a system in place to do work order tickets and long-term planning for changing out capital assets and stuff like that. So we've been working with them, and they're in the process of actually rolling out a system called School Dude. You may be familiar with it. So they're working on that. And we again assisted them with that. And then finally, the Braintree High School is a project that isn't happening yet, but we're already working with them kind of behind the scenes, getting some ideas. You know, is the existing building worth trying to renovate? Is it worth looking at a new building? They're still trying to go down the MSBA path. And with 2 projects in the system already, they've submitted, but they probably don't expect to be getting approval anytime soon. And I think that's something, again, that we may be familiar with something like that line. So, but we've got a lot of other towns. Lexington and Revere, we've done 5 different schools for them. So we really are proud of that. So when you get Hill here, we're not going to be finishing the project and out the door and you never see us again. We're hoping to get that next project and the next project. We want your reference to go to another district, but we also want your reference for your district. So it's really important for us, and we have a lot of MSBA projects in Massport and other areas here, but we pride ourselves on, once you get us in there, you're gonna like us so much that you're not gonna wanna lose us. So that's what this slide is here, just really representing that. Talking a little bit about your project, we know you've done some feasibility already and some reviews. There was options of, do we renovate both of the existing buildings? Do we do an addition on one building or both buildings? Do we tear down the buildings? And there was a lot of different options. So we looked at it. We saw that you had option 2, which was a major add reno, which was one of the 2 preferred options. We also saw that you had option 3B, which is just take down everything, gives you a little bit less unknowns. You can kind of get in there, maybe the construction duration is a little bit quicker, a little less impact on the students and the staff because it's a quicker project. So we understand that, and you'll see the slide again a little bit later when Vinnie starts talking. So I just want to talk about that. So once you get the OPM on board, what are the next steps that you need to do? One of the first things we would like to do is help you with the designer selection. You may already have some information, you may be starting to pull together an RFP. You may want us to help you with that. You may want us to take the whole thing. We're here to be an extension of your team. So that's what we're looking to be, the OPM, and whatever you need, we can provide the resources for it. We've got a good team here, a solid team here, but if you're getting into a situation where we get a lot of responses to a designer RFP or a lot of responses to a contractor RFQ, we can bring on additional staffing. We have the deep bench that can assist us with that. But, really, this team here is what you're gonna be having. We can supplement it as needed, pull it out. If we're doing design review, we have a gentleman who's an MEP expert. He looks at our MEP stuff. We have many architects, such as Joe, David Billings, other people, Simon Tempest, that are registered architects on our team that can look at it from an architectural point of view. People like Vinny and myself and Andy can look at it from a constructability point of view. So we really can take a look at that whole concept and try and make sure that there's no loopholes, no gaps in the design. So in the design selection though, what we're really trying to do, number one, first and foremost, is you need a building that is going to meet your educational program. And in order to do that, what we need to do is first have a discussion, I'll say a higher level discussion maybe with your group or the building committee, and then it's getting with the superintendent and the principals, and then it's getting with the department heads and the teachers themselves. And you need to really incorporate everybody's thoughts in that. And what we try and do is tell all the teachers when we meet with them, we need your wish list, but we also need your need list. I need to know what you absolutely need, but also give me your wishes. And I can't guarantee you we're gonna get everything, but I can guarantee you that Hill will bring that information back to the people that are gonna make the decision. So that's one of the other things I'm gonna stress, is that we're not here to make any decisions for you. We're here to inform you so that you can make the decision. We'll make recommendations, that this is the way we might go, or this is the way we might not go, but ultimately it's your decision, it's your program, and we have to make sure that this building is customized to fit your needs, not somebody else's needs, not my thoughts, not the designer's thoughts. So that's really a key component to getting a designer on board, is somebody that's going to be willing to listen to the stakeholders. And that's a really important part of that. We need to review the other items here, such as enrollment, looking at alternative sites. It seems like Sanborn is probably the logical site, but if you want to look at other sites, again, we can do that. And just looking down the line here, obviously we have the LEED component and the net zero component, and we'll be talking a little bit about that, but we know that's a very important part of it. So whether the lead designer has that expertise, or they're bringing in a sub-consultant as part of their team, that's going to, again, be an important part of that criteria to review that. And then finally, their experience with 149 versus 149A, and you're not going to be necessarily making that decision before the designer comes on board, but it's something that you want to kind of keep in the back of your head as you're going forward. So kind of talking about that 149 versus 149A, we mentioned a couple times Braintree right now, we're doing two different projects. They're about a year and a half apart as far as the timing on them. When East Middle School went forward, it was a 149A, CM at risk, it was an addition, renovation, and when the South Middle School RFP for the OPM came out, it said for the additions and renovations to the South Middle School. It was already assumed by everybody in the town and everybody in the district that we did an addition renovation, 149 at East, and we're gonna do an addition renovation, 149 at South, 149A at South. So we gave them all the information, we reviewed several different options on it, several different design options for additions and renovations, we reviewed the new option. It's an MSBA requirement to do that, but it's also prudent for us to do that. And through that review process, it started to become apparent that not only is the new option maybe easier from dealing with the day-to-day work of the school, it might be a cleaner option, and it gives them the ability to have that existing South Middle School as a future asset. It might sound a little familiar with what you're talking about with Peabody. So they're now currently moving forward with a new design. It's going out in the back of the lot, so you can actually see in this drawing here, in this rendering, this is the existing building here, and this is the proposed new building. And they're actually looking to move the kindergarten and the pre-K into the existing building, and that frees up one building that they might be able to sell. It also gives them space in the existing high school, which is greatly needed. So again, we worked through that with them, we made some recommendations, but ultimately they were the ones that make the decision, and that decision was basically the opposite of what everybody thought at the beginning of the process. We will work with your team on developing schedules, so the schedule will be a detailed, I'll say a higher level schedule than you might get from a contractor. When the contractor comes on board, they give us a very detailed schedule of thousands of items across the entire construction process. Our schedule, the construction is one part of it. The design before the construction, the closeout after it, the FF&E, the technology reviews, all of that is part of our schedule, and we'll be working with you on that to develop a schedule. And part of that schedule process is obviously identifying the risks. That's one of our big things here, is we need to identify that risk. And with that, I'll turn it over to Andy. He's going to talk about some of our processes and include risk.
I'm the day-to-day person, so one of the project management tool that we'll be using throughout the project is the risk management, the risk register. And this is an example from a similar project that we identified the risk. As you can see in here, a couple different color, like the green are the lower risk, the orange are medium risk, red are the high risk. So the way we mitigate the risk is try to avoid it as we can or reduce it. But if it's, once it's reduced, we can make recommendation if we can accept it or not. But it's, again, like Mike said, we make the recommendation to the owner, work with you, and if you're willing to accept it or not, and then we'll find a way. So this risk register, we use them from the beginning of the project throughout the construction, to design, throughout the construction, and to the end of the project. This is one tool that we use. Another tool that we use when we have the designer on board is we work with the designer and the commissioning agent, facility, your group, to do the life cycle cost during analysis during the design phase. And here's an example from a similar project that we have 4 different options on the mechanical unit. One is the VRF, which is the variable flow refrigerant VAV. On the option 1 has a low capital cost on the project, but as you can see, the maintenance and the operational costs on that, this is they're high. And also option 2 has a little bit higher on the capital cost, which is the VAV system. But the operation and maintenance cost, the operation cost is a little bit higher than the VRF system. Option 3 here is a 4-pipe vent coil unit, and they have a little bit higher than the other option 1 and 2 with the capital cost. But as you can see, the operating and maintenance cost is a little bit lower. Option 4 is the best option out of the 4, which is a geothermal, geothermal heat pump system. And this system, it has the lower maintenance cost and operating cost over a period of 5 years. So this will get the most cost efficient and pay for itself. Not only that, but on this case, we work together with the design team and make a recommendation to the district if they want to go with this, and especially with facility, to make sure this is the system that will work into your BMS system. And also this option on this specific project on the geothermal, it just can achieve up to a 10 lead point out of the 38 energy and atmosphere lead point. So this is something that we will work with you during the design phase with facility, especially to do the study. What is the the best life cycle cost? And this is an example. Right, Mike? So another step here is another tool that we use during the design is at every step, like schematic, at the end of the schematic design, design development, and construction document. At every phase, we review the drawing, we do an analysis of it, we write out any kind of, if the design is complete or is missing anything. So the idea of this is provide feedback to the designer. We work together and point it out to them, hey, you may miss a door, so we can avoid any change order when we bid this out. So this is one tool that we use. Another reporting tool to the owner is this dashboard. So we can report this on a weekly or monthly basis. This have the budget on it, the cash flow, major milestone that are achieved, and also any challenges that we may have, and also like an update of, like, we have a graphic update. And the project budget. Project budget is really important. We'll create this on day 1. We'll sit with you, create the charter and the project budget. We make sure that all the projects being on budget at every phase, and we'll track this from the beginning to the end of the project. Another tool that we'd be using to make sure the budget is always on budget is the value engineering. So at every phase, if if the designer go above, over budget, then we use this tool to make sure that we identify any value management tool to make sure that we PEL to get the project back on budget. So this tool is going to be used from design and also into construction. And anything that, when we get into construction, most of this value management will be tracked on the risk register. Sustainability, we know that this is very important to your project. So I just want to highlight some of the projects that we're currently working that and also completed. For example, Watertown, we're doing 3 school and it's a net zero project. UMass Design Building, Susanna will be talking a little bit about that. That is the net zero design project. South College LEED Gold, Webster LEED Gold, LEED Silver, Estabrook Lexington project. Estabrook is also another LEED Silver. Natick, LEED Silver, Northeastern, that's a science lab, and it's also Chief LEED Gold. I myself is a LEED AP professional, so as part of having us on the team, you automatically get a 1 point LEED point automatically. And also, we understand that sustainability is very important to your project, so we work with the design team to make sure that this is, being tracked. And a lot more project will lead. But I'll pass it over to Susanna to talk about sustainability.
So what you see up here is a LEED scorecard for new construction and large renovations. So the 6 of the categories that you saw in the previous slide matches up to these, and in between are the items that you can get points from. And you can hit all of them or you can hit some of them, but in the end we tally up all the points, and there are 4 levels that you can achieve in LEED. So if you score anywhere between 40 to 49, that would get you LEED certified. 50 to 59, that is LEED Silver. 60 to 79, that's gold, and 80 and above gets you platinum.
Oops.
So we saw it here.
It's because the drive is behind the screen there. That's why you're hurt.
So we saw in the RFS that the school building committee is very interested in an all-electric and zero net energy ready design. And we will, do everything in our power to support you in that.
Go back, thanks.
So out of the 4 categories, it is clear that net zero energy is the one to go for. And we can do that with this very simple equation. The source energy balance to reach net zero energy should be 0 or a negative number. And that is obtained by the total energy consumed in 1 year minus the energy produced on or off site. So to simplify that, you want to be producing as much energy as you're using. And it's very important to note that, we can only produce so much, with solar farms and, all the reduction of the HVAC or even geothermal. But a practice, individual practices is what really makes it in the energy consumption. So here we have an example of a project that we worked on that is net zero energy ready out at UMass Amherst. The baseline for the net zero is 60 EUIs, which is energy use intensity. After all the design evaluations, we came up with a 23% reduction in energy, which gave us about a 45 EUI annually. And Mike can speak a little bit to that.
So we're currently working with the town of Watertown on 3 elementary schools, and they're actually in the midst of the design development process, and currently they're working towards a design EUI of 35. So typical K to 12 school building might be in the 70 to 80 range. So they're looking to be, more than 50% less than that. And they believe with that 35 EUI that they can then create enough on-site power to be net zero. And right now, all the design modeling they've done to date shows that they are on target. Watertown isn't 100% committed to that it has to be net zero, but they want the option, and we're continuing with that option. I think that sounds similar to what I've been hearing here, is that you definitely want to review it. If it's at all achievable, you want to be able to do that, but you also understand that there is a cost associated with that. One of the things that Andy mentioned in the life cycle analysis is that you have a higher upfront cost, but long-term benefit, and if you can look at that, that's really the key there, is the long-term benefit on that, so. Julie? Yeah. Just a little arrow.
Oh, a little arrow, okay. So, as Mike said, and Joe told, Mike is doing two projects in his hometown. I do not do any projects in my hometown, but I am participating as a member of our committee. So my hometown is creating a new elementary school, K through 5. So one of the things that we do at Hill is we do some charrettes. Now this is clearly listed as sustainability. This was a sustainability charrette that we did. So we got a group of people together. It could be from the building committee, it could be parents, it could be teachers, it could be just members of the community. Brought them all together and sat down with them and had a conversation. What's the most important thing to you? And so after going through this whole sustainability, talking about HVAC systems, talking about solar panels, talking about water runoff, all of those things, we then write them all down. And at the end of the charrette, we give everyone a dot. And we say, go up and put the dots where it's most important to you. And at the end, we tally them all up and decide, what's the most important to this group. Just because it was the group that decided that doesn't mean that that's what's best for the entire project, but it does give you an indication of what everyone's looking for. So as part of our communications tools, we listed this as sustainability because we were talking about sustainability. What we do is we put out a list, and these are all of the things that the programs and the meetings that we'll attend. That charrette was during a visioning session. So we do lots of visioning sessions. We can do them for education. We can do them, what do you want your school to look like? We've done visioning sessions where we've had the kids come in and say what they want. One of the greatest things is the kids come in and they say, I want a slide. And someone says, they want a slide? And the designer was able to incorporate that into something in the library, and the child who was the one who said, I wanted a slide, was so proud of himself because he got a little slide, like a little reading nook. But these are all of the things, and we would put this out and give the dates ahead of time so that everyone's aware. You'll see further on down the line all of the groups that we do. We sit with you. We sit with you as a community. We sit with you as a committee, and we go through and we help you develop your charter. This is just an example. This is clearly not exactly what your charter would be, but this is an example of what we would do for you. Clearly everyone wants a 21st century school. Everyone wants the latest technology. Everybody wants the safest school. So again, it is what the priority is for you. You'd like a net zero ready school. So that would somewhere be on here as to, where your priorities lie. And when we get to the end of the project and we look back at this, we want to be able to have checked off 99% of these and say, look, we got exactly what you were looking for. We've also done surveys within the community. This is from the Weymouth Chapman Middle School. So in the beginning of the Chapman Middle School, which is my hometown, just so you know, they were trying to determine whether or not they wanted to keep two schools. So right now they have a 5th and 6th and a 7th and 8th, and they're combining them into one school. So the question was, is it important to have all the kids in one school, or could you separate them? Now, let's be honest, I'm a parent, I'm sure some of you are parents. Do you want your child to go to the school that was been there for 20 years, or do you want your child to go to the one with the new technology? So you put this survey out. They ask them, what's the most important thing? Do you want all-day kindergarten? And so we put these surveys out and, got their feedback on what they thought was important, which helps develop your program. Another thing that we can do, Hill as an OPM cannot we can help you facilitate these programs, but we can't run them. This would be run by subcommittees. I believe you guys already have a committee that's been formed, so we would come in and help. You know, your Facebook page. At this age, I mean, my kids are younger, so they like Snapchat and Instagram, but, you know, of our age group, we go on Facebook. So we would help you, you know, with your Facebook page to keep your community involved in it, so that they know. And we have the most up-to-date information. As soon as we have it and we've approved it, then you have it. Over here, this is for like your local media station in your town, so we're not being live streamed right now, but you can show all of your design development and, you know, once you're getting further along, the models and all of that, so that everyone in the community is aware. There are some elderly people that aren't able to get up to these meetings and they still want to be involved. So it's good to keep these things, you know, for all of the community, not just for the parents. Down here we have public forums. We do these, I'm on a project out in Western Mass where we do public forums quite frequently. Actually, we were notified the other day, we're gonna be doing some ice cream socials, you know, for all the elementary schools. Why not? Get the word out. It's really about getting your community involved and having them buy into your project so that you can, you know, move forward. This is what I was talking about before. So there's lots of meetings that can happen. You can have a sustainability meeting. You could have a meeting about, I don't know, there's so many I can't even throw together. But, and there are several people that are on different committees. So we put together a chart so you know, Bob, well, Bob's on this committee and he's on this committee and this committee. So now in color coordinating, he can determine, oh, okay, I have a meeting on Thursday, I have a meeting on Tuesday, so that it keeps everybody informed. We took this directly from your site. And this is exactly what we're talking about in charrettes. So we would throw ideas out there and you all overlap in certain areas. So, you know, the faculty, they want a media center with the administration as the heart. And the parents want safety. And you want a flexible cafeteria space, the support staff says. So we bring this all together. Eventually what's gonna happen is this is gonna get bigger and bigger and bigger, because you're not just gonna have faculty support and parents, you're gonna have the community. You're gonna have the building committee. So this just keeps getting bigger, and you wanna incorporate all the ideas from everyone as best that you can. So we do these charrettes, and that's how we kind of map it out. And from there, I'm gonna turn it over to Vinny. He's gonna talk to you about site. You're welcome. Yep.
My name is Vincent Miller. I am a licensed construction supervisor. I wear several hats. I have been a contractor. I've been an OPM. I've been a school building committee member for my school, Howell Manning School in Middleton. So I see through many sets of eyes, and I think that's a strength for me. And when we get to building a building, it's important to know what your stakeholders are concerned about. When I dealt in other schools, you find that whether it's the building committee or whether it's the ISD department, the Inspectional Services Department, they have different interests and different items that they need to care about. And being able to reach out and see through your eyes, or see through ISD's eyes, or the designer's eyes, and communicate that, make sure that all the stakeholders are talking together. That's something I find valuable that I'm able to do efficiently. My style management is firm, fair, and consistent. I'm more comfortable in a pair of boots and a hard hat than I am in a blazer. I'm extremely active on the job site. I also come with a wealth of experience, as everybody else in our team does. Dating back a good decade, I was with Groton Dunstable. I put on a roof over there with the project manager for that. So I wore the project manager's hat. I'm not just a site rep. I come with a little bit more than that. I worked with Michael for the past 7 years now on Drake High School. We're together in Braintree High School. Andy I've been together with in Peabody. We were also in Lexington together. Julie and I are working together on different things, and Susanna's now come to the group. We carry a wealth of experience here, and the benefit that I have as a site rep is that the communication here is transparent. And we are able to not just be one person there. So if I have a question, the question comes from somebody who has a budget question, and my strength might be constructability, it's a phone call away. It's a get down here and take a look, and we'll meet. Reaching out to the designer whenever the designer is on the site. That doesn't mean that the contractor and the designer see the way to build this is the same way. And sometimes you find a way to build more efficiently or cheaper or actually better in the field. So then you have a quick meeting and you come up with a different way to manage something. Curb cuts just came up just yesterday on a Braintree project. Called the designer met with the contractor, S&F Concrete, and we came up with a slight deviation from what was drawn, 12 months ago. And that communication is important on the job site. People build buildings, and you have to be able to get everybody on the same page, and that's what a lot of what I do. There are obligatory rules. I have to keep staff counts, and I have to follow other items, but we're into the monthly recs together. We work on them in a collaborative way. Everything we do at Hill is a collaborative communication. We run deep. One of the things that we take a lot of pride in is yesterday's client is our client today. People change jobs, we all know that, but you keep communication open. We don't go away because the contract's over. A decent example of that, I got called this past winter for a roof problem in Peabody, a job that we closed out in 2015, the roof section. Called them up, a strength of mine is building envelope. I went and met with them and ended up being a window leaking. That wasn't part of the contract, and that's what we do. We keep the door open, and I can tell you, I talked to the facilities manager over there still today. I think that pretty much covers it. I could go on and on, but I'm very comfortable in the field. I know that I can cover your needs, whether it's detailed or budgetary or just a simple question. Hey, there's water running down the street. Why is the water running down the street? Is it a project or is it because it's a really rainy day? That's something we're dealing with in Braintree right now. And there are going to be the neighbor who is upset no matter where the building gets built. Those are my strengths. A lot of what we do is education. Every day, if you're not learning, you should be teaching. So, and we get that across. But when it comes to building and quality assurance, I'm a little bit of a bull. I make sure we get what we bought. I make sure that the detail is exact, and when it's not, it's communicated firmly. Not unfairly, but with definition. Oh, I'm sorry, I got off track. So, a decent example of the experience that we talk about, we face a lot of the same things in a lot of same places because of our depth of experience. This is an outline of your school. This is your existing school, and we're going to be coming over here. If you take a look at past practice, where this is the Lexington Westwood. This was the existing, this is the new school. Everything that we're going to face, we faced. There was asbestos issues here. On a job in Braintree we're dealing with, there was a soils issue. So we're taking our soils, we're moving them to the other side of the site, and there's conversation and design about a dog park. And it was a great way to remove an issue of taking rid of some 8,000 yards of soil. The loam was too thick, and Sammy Otis, our consultant for the project, deemed that it wasn't suitable for foundational and suitable for soccer, and we had to find a spot for it. So here we are. Now we're talking about dog park, and we knew that because. You want to switch to the next one? I'm sorry. Yeah. We knew that because we've seen it. The experience that we face. Massachusetts is a small town, small state. You see everybody again and again. And the ideas that we faced or the issues we faced previously, we saw again, we came up with some good ideas because of our depth and our experience.
All right, so just kind of wrap it up and put a bow on it, the ribbon that they're cutting there. We're here to help you maintain the budget and the schedule and to define that schedule with you. We're here to make sure that we meet the educational program and the sustainability goals. And finally, we're here to make sure that the community is aware of it and everybody's made aware of all the steps and all the processes to get to that end, so that when we do meet that program and we do meet those goals, that everybody knows that we did it. So with that, I'm going to open it to the questions. We appreciate your time and look forward to any questions you may have.
Great, thank you.
You want me to start?
Sure.
Very thorough presentation, so thank you for that. A couple of quick questions. You have in your proposal, Michael, is it Mike or Michael?
Either way.
Okay, and Andy,
Yeah.
you have available at 50%. I just want to confirm that that is the case, given the projects that you've listed that you are currently working on. I think I was trying to follow along. Braintree East is under construction. Braintree South is in SD, and the 3 Watertown projects are in DD? Okay, and it looks like, Andy, you're working on all of those?
Yes, the Town Hospital is closed out, and also Diamond Middle School, as you can see, is closed out as well. I'm part-time on Brookline and Modern City Hall, but I'm looking for a full-time job on a project. This one, that would be great.
Okay, so you're only part-time on Brookline. That's,
Yep.
where is that, SD, DD?
We started the enabling project right now, and our contract there is a little bit different. It's not an MSBA project.
Right.
So we only manage to schedule our budget and also facilitate meetings. So they have their own site representative there.
From the town?
From the town.
I see.
So we assist.
Okay, so it's not as big as, I saw that and worried because I'm aware that's a large project. Okay, and, all right, so the 50%, I just wanted to check.
Yeah, I think the 50% is basically up to 50%. I think
Okay.
we talked about
It'll ebb
during the
and flow, of
pre-con, you
course.
got in the range of typically a project this size might be 1 full-time equivalent. So it might be me a day a week, Andy a couple days a week, Julie a day and a half a week, Susanna, and Vinny's probably not that involved early on, but there's ebbs and flows, and there's going to be times when we do design or pre-qualification where we're all in there, for several days in a week, and that's why we build up a work plan.
Okay, I'm not questioning it, I'm just confirming it.
No, absolutely.
And then Julie, it looks like you have, I don't know, maybe this is a typo, because it seems like you have more experience. 1 year with this firm and 1 year with another firm? Is that correct?
Yes, I've been with Hill a little over a year
Okay.
here. And then I worked previous to this, I worked for a subcontractor. Before that, I worked for a contractor.
Okay,
So,
so it is more experience than what's
Yes,
listed, just not
yes.
in the OPM realm?
Correct.
Got it, okay. Because when I saw you and heard you speak, it seemed like you had more than 2 years experience. And then, all right, I think that was most of, hold on, I had one other that I wrote in my notes here. Oh, as far as the life cycle, that's what it was. You're not modeling it yourself, you're analyzing what the designer is,
Yeah.
the consultant
So
is doing.
We usually work with the designer. Most the design is being designed by the design team. We
Of
don't
course.
do any design. We make recommendation, together with facility, with your group, and find what is the best solution for you. And we make the recommendation. Like Mike said, you guys will be making the decision.
Yeah. Okay, so it's analyzing their data and then recommending based on past experience and or forward thinking what might be best for this project. Okay, I just wanted to.
And also we have, a lot of people in our in-house have a mechanical system experience, so we will consult with them also and make what is best for your project.
Okay, and then I just realized I had one more I'm remembering because it was something I've never seen before. Your drawing review and qualitative analysis. When are you doing that and how often? At what point in the process?
At every phase of the project, for example, at the end of the schematic design deliverable, we'll be doing one. And then we also do one at design development, 60% CD and also 90% CD.
So basically all the MSBA deliverables. Are you doing it at the cost estimating set or at the MSBA deliverable set?
We're doing both. Okay,
because those are usually like a month or two apart, just
yes,
so.
Exactly. Just to make sure that, like I said, everything is being captured, or if we see a mistake, we want to work closely with the designer to address it right away. We don't
Yeah.
want to-
No, I think it's great, I just haven't seen it, and so I was curious about when you were doing it. Great, okay, that's all I have.
Okay. What assurance do we have the team is gonna go all the way through with this and you're not gonna change people?
What certainty do you have that the team that's presenting today,
Yeah.
that you love, already you love, will be the same team, 4 years from now, 5 years from now?
Okay, if none of them wanna go someplace else.
Well,
I can understand that too.
Well, the first assurance is that the core team here has been working together for a long time. And we like each other, we like working on projects, and we like getting fit with the client that we think we're gonna like too. I mean, we don't chase everything. We chase the things that we think will intrigue the individuals on the team to continue to work together. So that's one thing. And I think that's just sort of the organic side of the equation for us. This, again, I don't know if we should probably highlight it in our proposal, but again, Mike and I have been working together. We've been working together about 20 years. Andy, and we've been working probably 10. Vinny, gosh, we've been working at least 10.
Since we have black hair.
Julie's new to us. We're lucky to have her, so she's a newer member of the team, and so Susanna. But I think it's that the way we work together, the way we worked together in the past, and the way that we think we want to work together, if we pick the right projects, because we're picking a client too. You're picking a PM, but we're also picking a client. I mean, so we think we like you guys. We think we like what you're doing. We think it aligns with what we like to do. And so that's one of the things that's interesting about you to us. Beyond that, if you like contract language, I mean, Town of Lexington's very serious. They write into their contracts key person clauses. Those are not unfamiliar to us, and we'd have no problem signing one of those. We're pretty confident about our ability to keep this team on the field from the beginning to the end. So we're not afraid of that if you want to do something like that. University of Rhode Island has done that. I mean, I could go on and on.
But I've worked in a lot of construction, and right in the middle, when they start changing, it really does make a mess.
Yeah, it's a great topic. Right now, we're going through construction management selection on another project, and we're putting just that into their contract. We're saying key person clauses have got to be part of it. And if you rotate the certain team members out, there will be a ramification to it. And I will tell you, I'll go one step further. There's a dollar ramification to it. And if you're interested in something like that for us, talk to your friends in Lexington. They actually have a retainage clause in the contract. I shouldn't be saying that to you, but you asked me a question, and I'm just trying to be transparent. Benny said transparency. Well, here's an example.
Thank you.
Are those on non-MSBA projects? How are they amending the MSBA?
On the Lexington, that's a non-MSBA.
A non-MSBA,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, and
All right. I know how strict the MSBA is on their contracts. So.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, just curious.
I said 2 quick questions. Thanks for the presentation. I think you pretty much covered everything. I said 2 things that I picked out in the presentation. So you had student occupancy August 21st, 2021. Did I read that right? The font was very, very small.
So, you're talking in the schedule?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
That schedule was not a schedule for your project, that was a schedule we'd used on another project.
Oh, okay.
So, I think that was actually from the Brookline
I was going to
project.
say,
Yeah.
great.
Yeah. So that was just an example of a schedule that we would sit down with you and develop.
Okay.
We won't be far behind, Jared.
Yeah, right. Good. And then just the other question I had was just on your, where was it? The geothermal heat pump system. Did I hear you say, Andy, that it would pay for itself over 5 years?
Yes, usually that's we usually do an analysis with the design team and see what the maintenance cost and also operational cost. And typically, usually they, according to that project that we did, that was an example from East Bridgewater.
Yep.
And it does, according to that analysis, it does pay for itself over a period of 5 years. But those systems, that lasts a while.
Is that a school in East Bridgewater or a
Yes,
different
that's
type of project?
East Bridgewater High School.
High school?
Yeah.
Okay.
And the approximate cost between, say, option 1 for capital and option 4 was 500 to 750,000? Roughly?
Yeah, roughly. Between the cost, yeah.
It's not always the case, though. I mean,
Sure.
on an example where the geothermal wells work, often it's because you don't have to go so deep. We've had other instances where that idea got blown up because we had to go so deep to get down to something we could use and turn into energy that it became cost prohibitive. And the payback was a lot longer, maybe even triple.
And you gotta have some good weather with that one too. If you get a bad winter, you gotta have sweaters.
Yeah.
it sounds like, Mike, you're working on the Watertown net zero projects. Are others on this team that we would have involved in that net zero ready school projects?
So right now, Watertown, we've got a project manager on that and myself. We've got some assistant PM time, but we're not really doing a lot of that. But as we did that, we might bring on Julie or Susanna as part of that process. But right now, it's not scheduled specifically, but they're in a DD phase. We actually came on just over the summer here, and we're working with them on that. So.
And does this group have experience doing OPM work for any net zero schools?
We're doing that project, and it's moving forward. The project that Susanna highlighted was at UMass Amherst, and that was a net zero design. Ultimately, because the whole campus isn't at that point yet, they're working on shrinking their carbon footprint, and they're working on getting the whole campus down to a lower level. That was net zero design, but it's not a net zero building just yet because the fiscal plants are used across multiple buildings there. So we were the OPM on that team.
Okay.
I was the PM on that project.
Great. Thank you.
So how do you facilitate communication between all the members of your team, the members of my team, the building committee? How do you help us all stay on the same page, designate roles, who's doing what? How do you get in and structure that?
So we work collaboratively across, but in general, your contact is either going to be myself or Andy. And I would say for the most part, what we try to do is Andy will take on a lot of the roles and responsibilities when it's talking with the designer and the contractor, and I'll take a lot of the roles and responsibilities when it's talking with the school committee and the public and stuff like that. But we're all going to be part of all these meetings.
Yeah.
You know, if we're coming to a school building committee meeting or a school committee meeting, we're not going to bring all of us just to have 5 or 6 of us sitting at the table with you. But it might be Julie and I one week, and Susanna and I another week, depending on what you're doing, or Andy and Julie. So we try and work it to give you the biggest bang for your buck on that.
Great, thank you. Other questions? Do you have any questions for us while you're here?
No.
Yeah,
Well, I mean, sure.
Sure, yeah.
For us to talk about the charter and some of the things that Julie was talking about earlier, I sometimes find it helpful to go down the line and ask, I think we could probably figure it out from the way you introduce yourselves, but what the different, like what do you think is the most important part of the project, and where do you think our biggest snag is going to be, and where's the biggest hang up? We think we usually know the answers, but sometimes we don't. So I would probably ask you that, and if you're comfortable answering it.
Yeah, sure. Want me to answer?
Yeah, go.
Yeah, I can have that one. I think educationally, we know what, I think we've got a good idea. We need to firm it up and make sure we engage all the stakeholders. We did a little pre-visioning work last spring with a small representative group. And then obviously we want to make sure teachers are engaged and all of that. I don't see that being our issue. I think in the other work I've done on strategic planning and stuff, this community is fairly consistent in its feedback on educational direction. The piece I foresee being a challenge just in my worlds of budgets and interaction with the stakeholders and town leadership, I'm quite sure there's going to be a very challenging sustainability versus cost-controlled conversation coming. Just knowing there's a very conservative mindset in different pockets of our financial leadership, and there's a very strong sustainability mindset from other parts of the community, and those two haven't really had to interact up until now. They interact with me all the time, but not in the same project. So I think that's going to be a really hard discussion because everyone's very passionate about both parts of that discussion. So that would be my prediction. That's going to be our biggest challenge.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anyone else? I'm happy to answer from my perspective.
Sure.
I'm a parent of young children and a resident and also an architect. And from where I sit, I think what I want from the project is to have a forward-thinking designer brought on board that isn't just going to, stamp out a traditional middle school without sort of looking forward and pushing the limits of what might be, the future of education. As a parent, I think the biggest hurdle might be selling the project to folks who aren't parents. In my group of, parents from daycare, parents from elementary school, in talking around, the parents are all supportive. It's everyone else in town that I worry about, because, I think all the parents see the need. It's not so much at least from what I think, it's others in town who need to understand the need. So, I think our vote at town meeting and also at the ballot was telling, and I think I was happy with the outcome and the turnout, but I think moving forward on a larger project and the sheer cost of school construction right now will be eye-opening, and I hope that we're transparent enough to be able to share that with the community along the way.
And I think that's where the experience of Phil comes in. Earlier I said I was a school building committee member. In Middleton, we shut down the school. We voted against the school being built after it went through the entire process, because in our case, it was a site location. But we faced that dynamic, and then Hill came back and they set up the outreach, and we had public meetings, and it was realized with hindsight that we didn't communicate to what we thought was the vocal minority. It wasn't a vocal minority, it was the majority, and it didn't pass town because the first time it wasn't communicated in 2007. I was on the board, I was part of the group that said it's already done, we're good. So we learn and we have those experiences and we face those issues. So whether it's soil or it's reaching out to the community, we've seen a thing or two, so we know a thing or two.
We've seen the cost, of failure or of waiting, right? And I think that from a Concord standpoint, we don't want to increase the cost because of failure. So hopefully we can, get the community behind this project in a way that allows us to move forward, with our schedule and be successful.
Don, are you saying increase the cost because it doesn't do this?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, look at the construction cost trend.
Yes, it's
right?
amazing. It's
I
amazing.
mean, an expensive project a few years ago was $300 a square foot, and now it's up over $5, and no one's, blinking an eye. So it worries me.
Yeah.
Just that if this were to not move forward because we didn't all do our jobs to communicating to the community in a way that they get behind it and support it, it's only going to be more expensive.
Frank, were you going to say something?
Sustainability and maintenance is important to me. Those are things that happen. And you have to realize Concord has a lot of elderly people, myself included, but they're looking at, and the elderly people have big properties, and this is quite we've got a big sales job to do.
There's a fellow in our office. He's not in the room today, but he's a legend inside our company. And his when it comes to the outreach and making sure people know what's going on, David usually says when people go to the polls, if they have questions, they usually vote no.
Yeah.
Right? And that's so wise. I love that line. It's so true. Not that we will always expect people to come and eagerly vote yes to a capital project. But
just got to get them to make a mind up before they get to the polls.
Yeah, and make sure that there's been a forum where we can talk about, you just talked about the balance between capital and, return and sustainability. That's a great big topic, and you're right in the middle of it. And making sure that we have a robust discussion, conversation, and that it's very, very clear and transparent. So people know if they ask a question, well, we listened to it, we heard, and then we studied and we come back with information. When I vote no on something, it's usually because I feel like I haven't been heard or I wasn't taken seriously, and so I'll double down to vote, vote no and call. But if I was heard and people responded, it doesn't have to be the response I was hoping for, but it has to be a response that's measured and thoughtful. Then okay, I see the greater good. So that's something that I think we find is very, very important as part of our process, and we're really focused on trying to achieve that. And it's not easy. It's not a crystal ball that we're looking into, but it's something we know exists, and we got to work with it.
I think too, we're coming off of the high school project, which got very contentious here, and community members got very engaged to the point where MSBA stopped funding mid-project, and a lot of recuperation had to happen. So there's a trust factor here that we're trying to rebuild through this project. That's why all this is so transparent, because we feel very strongly the community just needs to be privy to everything that this building committee is doing. So trust is huge, and it's fragile coming into this project. We're thrilled with the support we've had, and we have pockets of community members supporting us, and we have others that are going to need a lot of information, no question. But just there is some history and past, fairly recent past experience that'll definitely be something this whoever comes in and works with us on this project, whether it's OPM, designer, builder, all are going to have to really believe that that's a really important part of this process, is that the community knows what's happening and feels they had that voice.
What I think is really important, I work with David, who Joe just mentioned, on another project. And what I think is important is that the community needs to understand that it's not just a school, it's a place for the entire community.
Which is very much what they want.
Right,
Yes.
so, it needs to be phrased in a manner such that they understand that it's not just the kids come in and at 4 o'clock the doors are closed and then the space is not used again until the next morning. They need to know that there will be communal spaces that will be available for them, to hold, meetings or concerts or Christmas.
Full-size gymnasiums.
Yeah,
That's high on the
gymnasiums.
list we're getting feedback on.
It's amazing, the boosters, everyone wants to be heard.
Yeah.
So again, with all of these things that we put on the charrettes and all of these public meetings, it's so that people can bring their voice to it.
Great.
And be heard. So, for the senior citizens, we've done outreach to senior citizens. We go to the Senior Citizen Center and we put on, an entire display for them and explain to them what we will be doing for them. It's not just a school. So.
Great. So just in terms of timeline, we are expecting to deliberate this afternoon and bring a finalist recommendation to the building committee meeting tomorrow morning at 7:30. So we shouldn't leave you in the middle for too long.
Yikes, you're gonna do all that today?
Yep, we are. That's the goal.
We're used to good.
Yeah.
Jeez.
We're maximizing our freedom from bureaucracy with MSBA to the exponential.
Leapfrogging. I have coworkers on the Swampscott and Watertown building committees, and we're gonna end up like leapfrogging. At least Swampscott. Yeah.
We like them too, that's a good client of ours.
So great, thank you so much.
Well, thanks so much.
Appreciate
Thanks
it.
for having me.
Appreciate it.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks. Nice to meet you. Thank you.
Thank you. You too.
Take care.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Frank.
Thanks so much.
Nice to meet you.
Jared, how are you? Not too bad.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah.
Great.
And you could give 10 plots.
Good morning. Good morning. Come on in.
Hello.
Sit here, and we can pull more chairs over if you need them. Jared will get you all set up.
Okay, I just want to be conscious of.
Okay.
Okay.
Remember you thought.
All right.
Wow.
But he was kind of.
Good morning.
Yeah.
Morocco's a hard place to travel, but we have.
Seems like it's a beautiful
Thank you.
place.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Here, can I put this in your location mode?
Please, I couldn't figure that out.
Spare for record.
Yeah.
Me too.
Everybody's on site.
Of course we are, yes. I'm still getting my head on, we're actually here. It wasn't that long ago, we weren't sure what we were gonna do, so.
I'm finishing up the school right now.
Oh my God.
We started with the MSBA process, thank you.
Wow,
And then it was.
Gonna open in 4 weeks.
that's exciting, oh, that's a long time for that.
Very excited.
They are thrilled.
The town is split though, a lot of people are so against it. It's kind of a farming community.
Yeah, it's a-
lot
yeah.
older.
Yeah.
I don't say backward thinking, they just not have the mindset of building technology.
Yeah,
So it's,
well, that's great for them, they finally got there.
it's a beautiful school.
As long as you can see.
One of the
Yes, yeah, and we have it all,
It's in the center of
all
town.
3 TVs.
So it's like being down in the center of a huge contemporary.
Oh.
No idea. So
So thanks for coming. So as I was saying, we're gonna do about 30-minute or so presentation, and then we'll leave the last 15 to 20 minutes for Q&A. I'm Jared Stanton, the Director of Finance and Operations.
Don Borriello, one of the co-chairs of the school building committee.
Frank Cannon, I'm on the building committee.
Lori Hunter, Superintendent of Schools.
Kate Hanley, Sustainability Director for the town.
I'm Matt Dunn, with Colliers Project Leaders.
I'm Tim Alex.
Alan Mankus, Colliers.
And I'm Mark Skolenka with Colliers Project Leaders. So if it's okay, Jared, then we can just jump right in. And again, you can see behind me.
We're good, we're
we do have a
used to this,
presentation,
yep, we're good.
And I just am conscious of being in the way. So we put together a presentation that hopefully we'll get through in 30 minutes or so. Again, thank you for bringing Colliers Project Leaders to the interview. We're excited to be in Concord to interview for this exciting project. The key personnel are here with us today. Myself, Managing Director, overseeing the project management for Colliers Project Leaders. Alan, serving as Project Director. Tim Alex, Senior Project Manager. And Matt Dunn as our construction representative. We are a team. We don't sell individuals. Alan and Tim and Matt will be on the job from day one through completion and closeout. They will obviously have support. We come with 140 to 150 professionals of architects, engineers of all disciplines, code specialists, you name it, we have within the confines of our offices. And they will be a resource to the team through, again, design, construction, and closeout. Phil Palumbo will act as a project manager supporting Tim throughout the course of the project, and then Tom Nguyen and Frank Baldino will also support the team on the MEP oversight, mechanical plumbing oversight, as well as financial monitoring. So that's, again, who we are and who you'll be hearing from today, represented on the screen today.
Oh, we do
that.
Oh,
go ahead.
Can we go back one?
Sure can.
We have a lot of educational experience, as you can see from the map, with over 300 educational projects that we've done, and 90 plus projects that are pre-K through 12. And you can see the order of magnitude of about $2 billion worth of construction in our past history. You can see from the illustration of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, all of the little yellow dots that you see there are projects that we've worked on, MSBA projects or non-MSBA projects. And they've been pre-K to 6, they've been middle school, elementary school, they've been consolidations, they've been redistricting, they've been high schools. We're doing we did Aspet Vote Tech, we're doing Bristol County Vote Ag. So just a lot of experience and knowledge of the mass procurement laws as well as the educational process to guide you through the project. You see on the left, it's kind of a list of the projects that we're currently working on, either in design, in construction, or that have just recently been completed. So, quite a bit of experience in the Commonwealth. We're geographically located in 2 offices in Massachusetts. We have one in Boston and one just outside of Springfield. Those are the blue dots you see there. You're the red star there in the middle. So we got you surrounded. So we got all the staff that Mark talked about that's from those offices that can be as assistants to the project.
Right.
Okay. We also have a great deal of lead experience. You guys are a green community, and you took on that initiative, and congratulations. I think that's really a strong point, and really are proud of you for doing that. We as well have been leaders in the sustainability movement since very early on. We actually got the first 2 LEED certified projects in 2002, 2003 in New England, which we're proud of. We're all LEED professionals here. We have probably 15 to 16 in the office altogether. I got my accreditation back in 2004 when it was an earlier movement. So I've been involved in it for a very long time. You can see that we've gotten over 200 LEED projects that we've worked on. And also what was Mass Chips that became Northeast Chips is now just Chips. Working on a number of those projects as well. We're seeing in school projects, some of the CHIPS projects, they're leaning toward LEED because the paperwork's a little bit easier. But one of the other things that's coming out strong is Living Building Challenge, and we're doing quite a number of those projects too. We have in Hampshire College, the Kern Center was a living building. We're also in Amherst, there's the Hitchcock Environmental Center that was a living building. We're up at Wellesley, we're doing a project called Global Floral, which is looking to try and achieve living building as well there. And up at Williams College, we're doing the CDE residence hall there. So we have a lot of experience in there. Some of them is with OPM, some of it is with our commissioning group, because we have those 2 bureaus within ourselves. But a lot of vast knowledge within the organization to work on those regards. So want to help you get there, because it's to be net zero is very achievable, and to be getting renewable energy on your site for more than you're using on your site is admirable, as well as net zero water and anything you can do net zero to fix it rather than just not do any more harm, which is the key words that you hear nowadays. I can't see.
Yeah, it's actually behind the screen,
Okay,
so if you aim that way, there
here
you
we
go.
go. A little bit of our previous experience we just want to highlight on that kind of lends itself to the projects that your project right now. The project in the upper left is East Hampton Pre-K through 8. It was a consolidation of 4 schools. There was 3 elementary schools in the city and a middle school. We just had the school building committee meeting last night to approve the 90% construction documents. We're going out to bid on this in October 1st. And it's a similar project that we're doing a consolidation on an existing site that has the middle school on it. So there's going to be that little bit of phasing that has to go on there. It's a LEED Silver project. It is MSBA project, so there's 2 extra incentive points, which I know is just not in the equation here, but still important. And it just it's a $109 million project. It's a big project. And what is also interesting is that there's a lot of communication that went on because there was a 25% tax increase in town to get this project approved. That was quite a stretch. And we did so many outreach programs with the town and with the community, and telling them, explaining to them what was going on, what it was costing, what we're doing to contain the budget and keep it as low as possible, but get them what they needed for their schools. And it passed handily. It was amazing. We were just all impressed that we did that. We held 6 public forums. We took all the feedback that we got in those public forums, and we listened, and we incorporated the things that we wanted to incorporate, and that's why we got the support behind us, because they knew why, and they knew how much, and they were all in approval for it. The building on just to the right of that is Bristol County Agricultural School in Dayton, Mass. Big project, and the reason we put this up, this is also just starting into construction. This is a CM at Risk project. The school's in operation, so there's a lot of moving parts, there's a lot of phases to it. We have to move the students around. The district decided it was beneficial to spend a little bit extra money to bring the CM at Risk on board, to make sure that we had a good construction plan for that phasing, put out a couple of early site enabling packages, and get a jump on construction and before the students come back to school in September. So we're doing the 90% reconciliation with the CM, which is Gilbane, this afternoon in Boston, and the project's moving along. But it's going to be 7 buildings in total, 4 of them new and 3 of them addition remodel. So a lot of moving parts. Also. Net zero. They're looking for net zero on this. A lot of sustainability issues. They have a dairy barn out on the backside with automated milking machines, which is interesting. I've never done an automated milking machine set up before, but the entire roof of the structure is PV. So they're making I think it was 36 kilowatts that they're generating there, if I have the numbers correct. But all good sustainable stuff that they're looking to do here. But let me turn to Tim on a couple of the other projects that we can highlight here.
Thanks, Alan. The lower left is the West Bridgewater Middle Senior School project. So that one was interesting because I think of it kind of as the Sanborn scenario, where you have an existing building where there's a potential to build on that same site. This project, what they did was they built the new building on the fields in the rear of the site. And then once completed, moved the students in, did the demolition of the building up front, recreated the fields. That one was completed in 2016. Total project cost was about $63 million. Very successful project and relatively close by. Actually, Matt was on that as the construction representative on that project. The project on the lower right is the Nantucket Intermediate School.
That was fun.
Yeah, so a little bit geography, we were able to get there. But what made that one interesting too, and similar to your experience or what you're traveling down this road of not working with the MSBA. So that was a non-MSBA project. It was about a 72,000 square foot grades 3 through 5 school, and then about an 8,000 square foot addition to their middle school, both on the same campus. And that was completed in 2017. So very similar, obviously on a lot of, all these projects share a lot of the same things that Alan talked a little bit about: sustainability, communication with the districts, with the population, to really guide them along. You don't want to just drop a project on their lap and have them vote on it. You want them to understand how you came to that, how you tell the story, how you got to where you eventually are. So we thought that all 4 of these were relevant experience. So thinking about your project, obviously your schools have treated you well. You've put a lot of maintenance and effort into keeping them up and running. But there's only so much you can do with populations and just the way the education is delivered nowadays versus how it was delivered 50 years ago is very different. Systems that just really are at the end of their lifespan, or just weren't even conceived of what you need now. So we need to, as I said, the communication with the community really develop throughout the process, not just in feasibility, but also through schematic and design development and construction documents all the way through construction. Keep the community involved, so let them know where we're at, what decisions are out there, what we need to be doing. Obviously, sustainability, as Alan mentioned, is very important. There's studies that document that people who are in green buildings have a better disposition of the building. The grade scores increase. It's a win-win. There's so many reasons to make sure that we continue down that road that you've already started and began. But we'll need to look at the various options, and that's where it's going to be tricky, where people, a lot of people don't like change. So understanding why we need to change and how we're going to change, whether that's looking at options of a new or a ad reno or some sort of combination, we'll get there, but we want to make sure that that's communicated to everybody. Site selection, all the way through how we procure the project with MSBA. We're all MCPPO certified, so we're mass procurement. Very familiar with the Chapter 149 versus Chapter 149A, the design bid build versus the CM at risk delivery methods. So those are some of the considerations and I'll say opportunities that we have going forward. Specifically, as we get into feasibility, we see ourselves as an extension of your staff. Our role is to guide you through the process. What we bring to the table is technical, analytical, and management experience, and experience on public education facilities in particular. So our role would be to work with you to develop a schedule. We've already actually started putting that together, and we'll talk about that in a little bit. But really define our schedule and our critical milestones. And then that first milestone is really getting the design team on board, finalizing the team of the owner, the architect, and the OPM to really start talking about how you see education in Concord for the next 50 years. What are your goals, and what are the ideas that Concord wants to push forward? And we do that with visioning sessions and outreach and really discussions with the community and various stakeholders in the community, and bringing all that together. And then what will happen is the design team will then put together various scenarios that we talked about, whether it's new or ad reno or what have you. And we'll kind of look to make sure that what meets your vision for education. We want the building to match the education, not have the other reverse, kind of what you're doing now, probably making the education fit the building. In doing that, we'll come up with developed budgets for the various scenarios. That's critical because once you start down the road, it's harder to change. So we want to make sure that those budgets up front are complete, that we have everything, we're not missing, that there's no gaps. But then we also want to make sure that we can test those as we go forward and do estimates, and then do an estimate analysis and comparative analysis, and I'll get to some of that in a little bit of what we do throughout the process. And just making sure we do our due diligence all the way through, that the scope of the project, the educational plan meets the budget. So Some of our management tools, design review. We do design reviews at each stage of the design, at schematic design, design development, construction documents. Really, the idea is to make sure that the designer is capturing your vision, capturing your requirements, and just looking at, are the details well laid out? Are there different items and suggestions? Another set of eyes to look at this. And we document this. This is an example from Foxborough that we're working on now. And we track items, make sure they're closed out. Sometimes they have to roll over to the next phase, but then we keep them open so that we can address them later on down the road. The idea is to get the best documents that we can and that they meet your program. The better the documents are, the better the numbers are going to be at bid day, and then hopefully the fewer change orders you have during construction. Reporting, obviously we're going to need to report to you throughout, whether it's meeting minutes of school building committee or OAC meetings, or really just making sure that anything that's going on is brought back to you, that you're aware of the critical milestones of what's coming up, what might do we need to get voted on, what are some of the issues or discussions of the day, so to speak. Estimating. Again, just like the design review, and actually we do this concurrently, when the architect will take basically a snapshot of where they are with the design, send his documents out to us for design review, but it'll also send out a set of documents to an estimator that we hire and bring on as part of our team, and then either one of their estimators, whether they do it in-house or they get an outside estimator, go through the whole process, and you can see all the various line items, and then we sit down in a room, and we just did this for another project on Monday. It's a long day to go through. You're not necessarily looking to make sure that the estimators come out with the same number at the bottom, but you want to make sure they're looking at the same project. So yeah, it's so many square feet of building, it's so much of square feet of roof. We're carrying masonry walls, not stud and sheetrock walls. So you want to make sure the scope is the same. They can differ on the numbers a little bit, but we can kind of reconcile that. And then we track that from phase to phase to make sure that we're staying on budget. We don't want to have budget creep as the design gets more developed, and sometimes things get mixed in. We want to make sure that it's a conscious decision if you want to change the budget that we've been developed early in the process. Schedule, I talked about schedule. We've already started to lay out roughly a schedule, and on the screen we put it up there, and it wasn't going to be legible. So we kind of put up a couple things, but the big picture schedule that's off to the right is really just kind of a reporting schedule. It's kind of overall where the project is. Again, it helps presenting that at meetings so that the community can see, a lot of people, when are my kids going to be in that building? How long is this going to take? They don't really care about the fact that you have to advertise on Tuesday for the following Wednesdays. They want to see big picture, but we work off of the macro schedule, of the micro schedule on the right, kind of our work plan of specifics, day to day, creating that, keeping us on track, and if we fall off track for one reason or another, looking ahead so that we can figure out how can we still make that the next milestone. As we come out of schematic design, we're going to be talking about contracting strategy. I mentioned it a little bit. There's two options really, the 149, which is your standard design bid build, or your construction manager approach, which is the 149A mass procurement. They both have pros and cons, and we work with you and talk to you about what those pros and cons are. Yeah, you could shorten up your project overall with going a CM route, but it might cost you more. Is the project of the complexity that you need to bring that in, a CM in, or is it maybe straightforward enough where you feel that you can go with a traditional general contractor? But that's something that is critical, and we start that thought process early, but right at the transition from schematic design to design development, we really kind of nail into that. Really, if we did go with a CM, this is a GMP review, guaranteed maximum price review from a construction manager. It's really just making sure that they're incorporating what's supposed to be incorporated, they're following the contract. Really, our role is to watch your pocketbook, make sure that you're getting what you're paying for, and that it's transparent and through the design and during construction. Option analysis. Once the designer comes up with a number of options, we plug in maybe your 10 critical items that you want to see, what you want to see in your building, what's important to the community. We'll look at it a couple different ways. We'll look at it with a kind of a visual, kind of stoplight, red, yellow, and green approach to really which one captures more of what we're looking for, and lay all that out so that you as the community can make a choice on which way you'd like to go. On the right is more of a traditional narrative of each approach. Once we get into the design phase, out of schematic design, a lot of these management tools and techniques that we talked about continue through. Really, it's the bid strategy development, the construction logistics, whether it's an occupied building that we're building around, like a lot of those examples that we showed on the same site, or it's a new site, different site, access to it, going through a neighborhood potentially. So a lot of those things we need to be working out and again, communicating to the community and developing and making sure that we're on track. The design reviews continue throughout the design development and construction document phase. The financial management, again, not just tracking what invoices have come in and taking a look at them and approving them, but really managing that and forecasting and looking ahead and making sure we're sticking to that budget that we developed way up front. And then schedule. We develop the schedule up front. We bring it up at every meeting. It's important that we are proactive and forward thinking, and by developing that schedule up front, it makes you think ahead. And then we use that tool. It's not just something we develop and sits. It's actual and ongoing, a tool that we use at every meeting. Now I'll turn it over to Matt, who can talk a little bit about what we're doing during our construction phase. Yes.
All right. Basically, in construction phase, we're now rolling from design phase, obviously, into construction, and starting to look at this job as more from a three-dimensional point of view than two-dimensional on a flat piece of paper. It's going to start coming out of the ground. It'll become more realistic. Excuse me. But what won't change is the fact that we will still look at quality, control, schedule, and cost. That's always a continuous thread through the entire project, right to the end. You can't have enough review like that. Personally, as a construction rep, I will look at this project, at any project. You've made a major purchase. You're entitled to get everything out of it that you expected to, nothing more, nothing less. And to that end, I make it a point that I spend more time out in the field than in the trailer or the office, because that's where the action is, and that's where the mistakes happen. It's my job to catch these mistakes prior to them being covered up. And when I do, I'll track them on what we call a construction issues log. We use it for a lot of different things. I'll mention it a little later as well. But in addition to that, I make sure when I'm walking through the project, making sure that materials and products are being installed per the specification requirements, the manufacturer's requirements. I also will check all of the material that's delivered to the site, whether I catch it at delivery or somewhere on site. I have a listing of all the approved materials that were submitted and approved. If it's not what was approved, it will go on this list. The contract is put on notice. So basically, in addition to that, we have going to the financial management. Tim alluded to during the design review process. One of the things we try to do is mitigate or minimize change orders. There will be change orders. That's why you have a contingency. It's going to happen. It's inevitable. But it's what we do with it and how we handle it that really counts. Once we get a proposed change order from the contractor, we'll initially review it, make sure that it's a legitimate one. Are they entitled to something for this change? If not, it's rejected. If so, we go to the next step. We'll analyze it, look at material quantities, dollar values. If necessary, we'll negotiate with them. Excuse me. We'll negotiate the price with them. What we don't do is beat them over the head to get every nickel and dime we can out of it. It's a bad practice. We believe in being firm but fair. There's nothing that will demoralize a good contractor on a project to think that he's getting beat up every time he has to turn around. And it kills the positive attitude of, the progress of the job. So, we don't encourage that. In addition, financially, one of the things I will do is I will be the person reviewing the monthly pay requisition that the contractor submits, making sure all their items are, what they're looking for percentage-wide is legitimate. And we go from there. I do this concurrently with the architect, and we kind of compare notes, and an email or something will go out to the contractor and tell them where we stand on the requisition. Schedule management. At Colliers, basically, we take the position that no matter what happens during the job, we still have to turn this job over on time. So everybody has to do whatever they have to do to get this thing back on track. That's why from senior project manager all the way down into the field, we're always looking at the schedule, the micro schedule, I always get too confused, the bigger milestone schedule. But we also review the 2-week look ahead that we get every week at the meetings from the contractor, just to make sure in a smaller vision we can see where we're going. We prefer to know sooner rather than later that we're either going to be missing a milestone, or if we have missed it already, then I guess it's a little late to know. But no matter what, we will then make sure the contractor provides a recovery schedule to us, which is in the contract, listing out how they plan on going about getting back on track. And whatever it takes, none of it is additional cost to you. It's all on their dime. And another thing that's not as obvious about the schedule is how we coordinate it with your school calendar. If it turns out to be a renovation project, they can set the schedule up in such a way that they take advantage of your winter breaks and spring breaks and, load the job up, get a whole lot more work done. And the reverse is things like when you're in a testing period for MCAS, that they can schedule work that's not as disturbing, chopping concrete outside the windows of classes, things like that. So the schedule is a tool to be used as we go along the way. FF&E, move management. FF&E, furnitures, fixtures, and equipment. The architect brings on a furniture consultant, FF&E consultant with their contract. And they will sit with you, and early during the project, they'll work on the budget, along with the regular budgeting that's going on. They'll sit with the client, planning all the equipment, the furniture, color samples, swatches, everything you need, pictures. You'll visit showrooms, you get to do a touchy-feely, sit on chairs, you can bring them to the school, all these sorts, whatever it takes to get you comfortable with the selection you've needed. The interior design consultant will work on that with you.
That's a project in and of itself, really.
Oh, it is. And they've done that, it sure is.
All the various components and just that move management seems like a long way away, but it's it'll be here before you know it.
So they'll put it all together, go out to bid. Then eventually we'll start coordinating all delivery of material and installation of it. And then we also have to get you moved out of your current space. So we'll hire a moving company, boxes, get you all packed up and moved over to the new school. Closeout services, closeout, contrary to popular belief, does not just happen at the end of the job. It starts on day one and ends pretty much with the final payment to the contractor. During this process, we will make sure that all the punch lists are done before the contractor leaves the job, where you can't get his attention anymore. We have to collect all of what they call deliverables. Operation maintenance manuals, the as-bills, the warranties, do the final commissioning. All the commissioning will be overseen during that process as well, and get the final commissioning report, and all the training and demonstration that the facilities people need to go further. And basically the key here to me to a successful project is close monitoring, coordination with everybody, and good communication between everybody. And I like to think that in the field, that's going to be one of my more important things, because I will be day-to-day interacting with everybody. So I have to facilitate this whole process. Thank you.
Well, community outreach. Without community support, there is no project. And without a positive vote, there's no project. So those are key. And what do? We want the community to know why the project's important and why we came back to the position we're at and how much it's going to cost. And the more we do that, the more they understand through the entire design process, the more on board they're going to be with the acceptance of what's coming down the pike. We get a lot of feedback from them. We try to incorporate that feedback to knit it into the project so we have even more support as we go to the vote date. And the way we do that is just giving you strategic talking points that can be utilized. We lead community meetings with you to get out there and present the project to the PTA and to all the organizations. But what we see is very important is the public forums where we invite the people, we sit there with the architects, we go through all the process and we get the feedback from them to get that support. So we use our prior experience and our successes to call upon with similar communities and similar districts. And we find we're very successful. I can't remember one that we haven't passed. I mean, and these are big projects, like I said, in East Hampton, 25% tax increase, a lot of debt override votes, but they've all been successful. And so we stress this, and it starts with the visioning session, with getting everybody involved in a visioning session, learning what as Tim said, the goals for 50 and 100 years from now for education for Concord are. And then we use social media also, so that when we go to these sessions, we log all the questions that are asked, and then we provide answers to those questions. We get them up on Facebook, and we get them up on the school Facebook page, and so they keep going back and seeing the answers to the questions, because they'll come back around and ask the same question over and over and over again. So you get the list, and the list grows, and then we are also very astute to the questions, and we can't dodge them at that point in time. We have to answer them, and answer them honestly. So we use this as a big tool to get the success of the project ahead.
Okay, I will close this out just briefly because I know we're sensitive to time. So we're excited that we have an in-house project management platform that we've developed in-house and that we're utilizing now for all of our projects. It's called Colliers 360. It's a web-based platform that allows us to manage the costs, the schedule, the issues, the risks, some of the high-level stuff throughout the course of the project. And you all will get access to our dashboard, which will allow you to see at any point, at any time, where the project stands financially, what are the major risks, where are we with schedule, what are some major issues. So at any point during the course of the project, you don't have to call Tim or Al or Phil or Matt to say, where do we stand financially, where are we with the schedule, it's going to be available to you. So you get access to the dashboard, you can fire it up, and then you're going to now see live what's happening with the overall project, which is really attractive for most of our clients that are using this right now. This is a sensitive guy. These are just some screenshots of some of the schedules and the financials. Another access that you'll have is to our document portal. So drawings, specifications, reports, meeting minutes, anything that you're going to want access to, instead of us emailing it to you, you're going to get access to a link that will allow you to go right into our portal, and you can, any meeting minute, any document, all the plans, anything that's for the project, you'll have access to. So you don't have to store it on your server or your hard drive. It's now right here for you all at any point. As we're getting it, as we're emailing minutes out, they're going to go here. So you can either download the minutes yourselves or just know that they're on this document portal. So it's a really interesting way to be interactive with our clients during the course of the project, so that, again, they know what's happening and they have access to the information that they're going to need when they're communicating the steps of the project to their constituents. There's a delay here. There you go. Yeah, just there's a report. So again, YS, to close it out, this is all we've been doing since 1996. We have been acting as owners project managers throughout southern New England. First couple of projects were in Massachusetts. We get it, we understand it, we live it. I would say 80 to 90% of our clients are education based throughout southern New England. We're not contractors that do this on the side. We're not architects that do this on the side. We are owners reps that do this as a primary business. Everybody comes from varying backgrounds. because there's no degree in owner's project manager, at least that I'm aware of anyways. So you go to school for something, you do practice architecture, you do construction, and they say, you know what, there's a better need for my services on the owner's side. And that's all we're here to do. We're not owners or architect reps, we're not contractor reps, we're owners reps. Our processes we know save money. Our clients save significant dollars. So Tim talked about design reviews as the map. Minimize change orders. The last thing we want to do is sit here at a building committee meeting and say, oh, here's another change order, $20,000. Here's another change order, $50,000. No, there are going to be change orders, that we know. But if you can minimize it, and at the end of the project you can say, congratulations, here are the keys, and you've got $700,000 to return back to the town, that's really important for us. That's a guiding principle for us. And having the multidisciplinary team, the engineers, structural engineers, these are all people that work for us. Structural engineers, mechanical engineer, electrical engineer, code officials, control specialists, architects, contractors that have been doing estimators. They've all worked in some niche within the construction industry. Now they work for us, and we draw upon them the entire life of the project. So that's what we do. Happy to field any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Want me to start? Sure. Thank you. Very thorough presentation. I appreciate that. One thing in the resumes on the in your presentation in your booklet here, there wasn't availability assigned as far as a percentage, and we're just trying to understand the other commitments you have related to other projects versus your commitment to our project, and recognizing that there are always multiple projects. I was just wondering if you either had something in mind, or I was trying to understand, like East Hampton, you said it says currently in schematic design. Is that, I thought they were...
They're going out to bid.
I was gonna say, I think you said it was going out to bid, so I just wanted to understand a little bit better. And then you have Foxborough, Alan?
That's going, well, Tim and I have that, and that's going out to bid also.
To bid also, so those will be
today.
deep into construction once our project's kind of moving. Yeah. And then Narragansett, it's in construction, and Gardner's in SD, so you basically have a couple in construction and then
Narragansett's opening up in September, next month.
Okay.
And Gardner is just finishing up schematic design to be approved by the MSBA board at their August 28th meeting.
Okay, all right, and so that would be the same for our both of you, that's East Hampton. Okay, so I just wanted to understand that and then related, so that seems reasonable from a amount of work standpoint. Great, thank you. Oh, one other thing.
Yeah.
Your Colliers 360, that seems great. How many projects do you have going on that right now?
We have about 10 to 15 projects right now that are working on the 360. It took about a year plus to develop, and we started introducing it probably 6 months ago.
It seemed like it could have been fairly new, which is why I want to understand how.
It's one of those things that honestly, Don, we've been struggling with how we can be more technologically sophisticated. I mean, a lot of the things that we've been using since 1996.
Right.
Access, Excel, Word, and those are fine, and they've really done a fine job for us of how we manage, our cost quality schedule. But we needed something that's more advanced, more client interactive, and being Colliers allowed us the opportunity to develop something in-house. So it took about a year to get it developed, and now we're introducing it to a smaller array of projects. But honestly, this is a project that we will use it for.
Okay, and it's from a client standpoint, seems great. Like if
It
you're
does.
having to field a question, you don't have to pick up the phone and call, you can just sort of log in. And
You can always
Search
call.
my own email.
Well, no, but I'm saying,
Right.
like, phone calls are sort of reserved for important things. If there's data out there and you just want to
That's
kind of
it.
see a
Yeah,
live
that's it.
version of where we are, that seems great. So, okay, I'm good, thank you. Frank?
Well, I think I'm all right now. We'll see.
No, that was very thorough. I actually just had do you know what East Hampton's average tax?
He's trying to figure that out still.
The average house assessment was about $240,000, which is pretty low, and they were paying about $1,000 under what, say, Northampton was.
Okay.
So they've been very beneficial. It's been beneficial to the homeowners for a long time. They should have raised the taxes up a long time. They should have improved their schools a long time ago. They kicked the can down the road for quite a bit of time. They kind of got it. they kind of got that, hey, you know, we skipped a generation here where we should have taken care of 3 elementary schools that were all
Yeah.
125 years old.
Yeah.
You know, a horrible place to send your kids to school, and a middle school that was not in good shape as well. So they get it. You know,
So they basically covered 4 schools?
4
3
schools,
elementary and a
3
middle, if I'm
elementary
understanding right?
and a middle school, all in one.
Impressive.
We did the
Yeah,
high school
well, I
about
mean-
5 years ago too, so
So-
this will take care of the entire district. Is relatively new.
Yeah, so if you
Yeah.
look at it like that, 25%, what'd you say, 25-29%, you divide it by 4, right? You're
Yeah,
like,
you get down to.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that seems, okay. I should say I have family that lived there and fully supported that project and
Oh,
are
thank
excited
you.
about it, so, yeah.
It passed a year ago last May.
Yeah, I
And,
feel it
and
was-
like I said, we're going out to bid. We just had a meeting last night there to talk about the ad alternates for which priority to put them in.
It's going design bid build?
Design bid build,
Yeah,
yes.
great.
I did hear about the Colliers 360. I think that's great. Who would have access to that? The building committee, certain team members? How does that work?
So you get to choose, you know, we can give you a couple of different access points or more, you know, so yourself, if you're going to be the building committee chair would likely get access to it. Yourself, if you're going to be involved with the project, we would likely get access to it. We could probably get a couple of others. We don't make it open to everybody, but we definitely can get you know, a few people that are going to be the key point people for the projects to have the access to it. This way, then you can share it with others, take a screenshot of it if you need to. But yeah, it's 2 or 3 usually get access to it.
Any question?
I was just wondering if you could talk a little bit more about the experience of the Living Building Challenge. I think that's something that, you know, we have strong community support for sustainability. There's been a lot of talk about net zero energy, but I think that there's an opportunity to bring in other aspects of sustainability and the benefits around health. And so I'm curious, the Living Building Challenge, I think, could be a good opportunity for that.
Yeah, I mean, I believe only 10 buildings have achieved it
Yeah,
in the
it's
nation.
a challenge.
It's a very high bar.
They say that the reason they call it a challenge is because they
It
don't
is.
expect people to actually achieve it. It's to strive for it.
Yeah, when, you know, when you have to take the water from your own, you know, piece of property that's utilized for what you're using on that property, and you have to have enough renewable energy on your property to pay for your operations for the year there or close to it, that's all a challenge. And I'm just touching on it myself. I'm more into lead and chips. So I'm just getting involved in it myself. Our commissioning group is involved in these other schools that I mentioned earlier with monitoring the equipment that was going in, monitoring, make sure it's installed correctly and functioning correctly at the end. But we are doing the OPM on the Wellesley School with the Global Floral, which is, I has submitted to Living Building Challenge, but I think they're backing away from it a little bit because they don't think they're going to achieve it. So it's that high a bar. You know, I'd love to be involved in one more. I want to see one through all the way, but it's just at a certain point in time, some of the people just say, well, are we working too hard to get this? I think you need to work that hard. You need to achieve it. So it's
It takes a level of discipline.
It does.
For these high, you know, LEED Platinum, net zero, I mean, they all sound great. And you know, Tim was talking about the estimating and the value engineering, value management. It takes a fair amount of discipline to sit there and say, okay, we need to cut $1 million. You look at a geothermal system, that's $1.2 million. That's an easy one, right? It doesn't affect the program, doesn't affect the space, doesn't affect lots of things. But it takes a discipline to say, no, that's sacred.
Or let's take the PVs off the roof.
We've got to find it somewhere else. And having those conversations and understanding early on, what are we holding sacred and what can we live without?
So staying true to it from start to finish and keep pressing forward. The lead process, you know, you cook the books. And that's what's happened is everybody's learned how to manipulate the system to get the plaque on the wall. But that doesn't achieve much. I mean, it's just the plaque on the wall.
Well, I will, just to add on to that, we do a lot of schools where you're trying to get LEED silver or certain, but we will do a lot of things that it's not really going to get us that much more. But if we're doing a whole building pressure test that we did in Templeton, it's going to identify, it's not going to get us any extra points. It's not really going to get us a different plaque on the wall. But we've done it anyway because it's the right thing to do. We're trying to incorporate that into our budget up front because it's not an expensive test and it's time consuming and you need to build it into your schedule. But We do that because it is going to save you in the life cycle of the building, less leakage of energy, of cooled or heated air. So there's meeting the standards, and then there's also doing what needs to be done or what is the right thing to do for sustainability. There's all these different measurements out there, but really the strategies you take. And Alan's right, lead, you can do a lot of that right up front in the design, and during construction, you don't have to do as much to achieve that. But we've worked with communities who are looking to do more, and if we can plan for that up front, we're able to have that discipline to keep it in our budget and keep it focused, and we've been able to do that.
I think our hope as a client would be that you can help us offset some of the considerations. So maybe you have the designer look at triple glazing to be able to reduce the mechanical system, or look at other strategies that you've seen success with to be able to help implement in a way that allows us to offset some of the cost or to balance it so that our building can be more efficient and maybe not more expensive.
So one of the options.
More of the passive things that are natural things to do that they need to think outside the box to achieve.
Right.
And the analysis will also provide is the operational impact, right? So if you're gonna spend $1 million on a geothermal, but you're gonna save on operational costs, the payback might be in 10 years.
Mm-hmm.
So you'll still be paying the bond for this, but you're no longer paying for the geothermal or whatever the sustainable measure is, because you're not paying the utility costs.
Mm-hmm.
And those are analysis that our engineering team provides to most of our clients.
Great. So how do you see the role that the OPM plays in connecting with my office and the building committee, and how do you figure that part out? What's it looked like in the past? And I say that knowing I live in Northborough and hear nothing but positives of your work in town, so I know you figured it out. I'm just curious how you get to that.
You work with John. You work with John there.
And you know how easy it is to work with, right?
I don't per se, I know he's very effective.
No, it was great. We had a lot of success.
I think there are certain key stakeholders, yourself being one, the building committee chair, or a smaller group that will tend to guide the larger groups. Granted, there's a building committee, there's a full committee, but we'll try and funnel our communication and our information through a smaller group to distribute to the larger group. It's tough because you want to make sure that everybody hears all the information.
Right.
But we also can't have 10 different people passing on something and them leaving off somebody too. So if we have a kind of not a rigid, but a protocol that we follow, that's been most effective on our previous projects.
Mm-hmm.
Because obviously the school department and the educational vision and the program and if during construction it's on an occupied site or just how things have to work, it needs to work for you and we need to make it work for the school committee and the building committee and
citizens.
Yeah, for the town.
At the end, the citizens.
Right. And since the big part of this is the actual construction process, with me being out in the field, I'm in touch with everybody.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody, I'm not shy about, excuse me, I'm not shy about contacting people. I speak to the building committee chairman every once in a while. I'm meeting with principals, superintendent, I'm popping into their offices, getting paperwork, can I get a signature? I'm just doing all these different things that have to be done. And my favorite story is on one project I did the night before school opened up, the principal and I were setting up cafeteria tables. Do whatever I have to do to get it done, to keep things rolling. And so.
Great, thank you.
Phil Palumbo, who's unfortunately, he's project manager but couldn't be here today. He was on the Northborough project we did, and we have pictures of him where the principals and asked him to please be part of his reading group to the kindergartners.
Awesome.
So you see him sitting there, reading books.
They named their mascot Phil.
That's great.
It's a little mascot they named Phil.
That's great.
I was bummed you didn't bring him. I worked with him years ago.
Oh, okay.
At Design Partnership.
He's one of our top people.
Yeah,
It
he's
was
a good
just
guy.
unfortunate he couldn't be here. So
Yeah, tell him I said hi.
definitely will.
Anything else?
We're hoping you can tell us.
I saw his photo first and I was like, oh my gosh, I know him. So.
Do you have any questions of us while you're here?
Do you expect a quick decision?
We're going to decide this afternoon to make a recommendation for the building committee that meets tomorrow morning. So yes, yes we do.
Sorry, the building committee. That's not usual.
Yeah, it's been awesome. I was pleasantly surprised.
AM or PM?
No, we as a group decided 7:30 a.m., which was a gift to those of us who spend a lot of nights here already, but we really settled into early morning, so it's been great, yeah.
Refreshing.
I said one last thing, just in the packet, the certificate of authority wasn't signed, which is not disqualifying. Was there a reason or just maybe missed?
Yeah, I can.
Yeah, it was just left blank. So
I'll give him a pen.
Yeah, no, I don't know, that
Okay.
might have just been oversight blank for, but I'll find out. Was maybe out of one was signed and that was the certificate of?
Authority. It's the very last page.
Yeah.
Hopefully just got missed.
It got missed.
Yeah, I just think it got missed.
Yeah, I think it was just,
Yeah.
apologize for that.
Great, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
I really appreciate it.
I'm
Yeah,
gonna
you
leave
too.
behind copies of our presentation. If there's anything else.
Oh, great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There was one, but we didn't pick it.
Oh.
Nice meeting you.
Thanks so much.
Nice meeting you.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming out.
Nice meeting you.
Yeah. I'm sorry, Marty. How you doing? Jared Stanton. Nice to meet you. Come on in. Sorry for the wait.
No worries, we just.
Oh, nice to meet you, Red. Hey, you Jared Stanton. Nice to meet you. Hey, you Jared Stanton.
Hi, Jared.
Nice to meet you.
Must be plugging in.
I don't know if you guys sit right
Come
here.
around
If
in.
you have a presentation or something,
Yes.
check it.
I'm having that.
Wonderful.
And I think I want to open it for you.
Oh, right. And you have a really nice little one for you. No.
Oh, that
There
is
it is.
second,
Right
right
there.
there. Oh, I feel it.
And you wanted the PDF version?
Yeah, if you could open the PDF, that would be great. I'm gonna give everybody one of these.
Great, thank you.
This is what we're gonna be showing on the screen, but sometimes it's hard to read on the screen.
Thank you.
So, there
You're all around us.
you go.
Thank you.
There we go. Is that it? That's it? I think
so.
Okay. Jared, I'm gonna leave you some extra copies. Okay?
Wonderful. Great, thank you.
Great. Okay.
So welcome. So thanks for coming. So right now what we're going to do is 30-ish minute presentation, and then we'll leave the last 15 to 20 minutes for Q&A. And we'll start by introducing ourselves. I'm Jared Stanton, the Director of Finance and Operations for the schools.
Dawn Borriello, co-chair of the school building committee.
Frank Cannon, building committee.
Lori Hunter, Superintendent of Schools.
Kate Hanley, Director of Sustainability for the town.
Very good. Well, thank you for having us. We are Answer Advisory. We were, for the past 20 years, we've been a painting company. We've done a number of our work in a painting company. About a year ago, we joined a national firm called Answer Advisory, and there are 9 satellite offices across the United States and 288 people. The depth of knowledge we've gained from joining this group has been phenomenal, because they have a lot of expertise that we didn't have in this area. So it's been an active transition. My name is Tom O'Neill. I'm the Managing Director of the painting company.
I am Margaret Wood. I am a project director at the painting company, and I'll be the lead on the project.
I'm Larry Berger. I'm the project manager and will be the day-to-day contact for the project.
I'm John Abham with Sunwealth, and I'm a renewable energy consultant on the team.
Great, welcome. Is it working?
It's tricky.
It seems funky today. It's actually, the USB plugs in behind the computer monitor, so you
Unless
gotta
it doesn't
angle
work
it.
on the PDF.
Oh, it's not gonna work on the
Yeah, oh,
PDF.
yeah, because it's going down.
Oh, you know what? The heck with it. It's actually easier to see on the And then I won't be forgetting to click it, so thank goodness we have hard copies. Okay. So, we want to quickly go through your 11 points that were in the RFP. And then we want to spend some time at the end talking about the larger issues of the project. So we're going to try and be quick about answering your 11 questions. We're going to try to answer them succinctly. So past performance. This recaps what was in the proposal, which is to say we have done lots of district projects, many charter school projects, and some independent school projects that we think directly relate to what you're doing. And we think that's a real advantage here. And actually, I should say, all three of us, so myself, Tom, and Larry, have all worked in all three areas. And since you are foregoing with the MSBA's assistance, where they forewent us, one or the other.
Decision made for us.
We think that opens up some really interesting opportunities.
Sure,
You know, Larry worked on this great project for Shady Hill, the STEAM project, which we mentioned in the proposal, which is not even in the MSBA template, doesn't even have a notion of a STEM or STEAM project. So, we have kinds of expertise that you just don't see in the typical MSBA project, as well as a really good understanding of the value of the template. We've done lots of middle school projects, and we can talk about those as well after the fact. We didn't put it in the RFP, but with our partners, we also have K-12 experience outside of Massachusetts, and we think that has some real potential value here, because we can talk about how other states and districts are doing it. So, as an example, Sunil Malaya, who is in the Santa Ana office, worked for LA Uni, the Los Angeles Unified School District, for 5 years. That's 100% net zero district. So there are some lessons learned that I think we can bring to the conversation. Knowledge of Massachusetts codes. So really proud, we have a very broad level of experience in our office that spans from pre-construction and design all the way through construction. And I gave this example here because there are lots of good examples, but I love this one because it's on both sides about, the particular issue of building a ramp. So you have to design the ramp, you have to build the ramp. It has to meet handicap code. If you design a ramp in a condition which is too constrained, you cannot adjust for field conditions. And if you don't have someone on the site who is overseeing that work, then you can end up with the concrete subcontractor not getting it and not building it to code, and then you're tearing it out. So, that's an example, but as Tom said this morning.
Knowledge of codes and is as much about getting the ability to build a project. So it will also be a lot of the rules that are installed by not just the codes, but also, for instance, Conservation Commission or something like that is going to put together their list of rules and making sure that the design and the construction methods incorporate those things are very, very important.
Yeah. This is really about permitting as well as what it means to construct.
A very active set of committees here in town.
Yes,
So
you're very organized.
Yes.
Yes. Knowledge of mass procurement laws, Tom?
Sure. We noticed that you've mentioned the Chapter 149A, which is we think is a tremendous asset to a project like this. We think being able to pre-qualify the folks involved and getting a contractor on early is essential to a well-run project. We have a very robust background pre-qualifying subcontractors for this. I think it gives you a better product. And I think it also helps with, just the overall quality and schedule on the project. And then putting the right construction manager involved, getting them looking at their pre-construction services is essential. All folks do it differently. We got a good idea how most of the major players do their pre-construction, and it can really align this project with the right team. It's a very good process.
And it can help you get it done faster because unlike the regular 149 process, it does allow you to do early packages, which depending how the rest of the process goes can be really valuable. And we've done early packages on
Almost all of our projects.
almost all of our
Or get the site
projects,
work
so
going.
kind of get through the construction process quicker.
And, one of the specific values of pre-construction is to put into the specifications exactly what you need to have in the specifications. As we've said 100 times, that if you don't buy it, you won't get it. And if you put in what's called the front end of the specifications of the Division 0, you put all the rules that all the people are going to have to abide by, what you need them to do specifically to your project, then that will be purchased with the project, and you'll avoid change orders and delays later on.
And part of the management of the project, we assembled a team that provides experience, strong leadership, and continuity. The individuals in front of you today have all worked, as said earlier, on MSBA projects, but also charter schools and independent schools. And that experience will be brought to the pre-construction process. In addition, Pete Timothy, who is the premier independent estimator with A.M. Fogarty, is part of the team, and he will be providing estimating services to ensure that budget targets are being met. And anytime we find that we're going off the rails budget-wise, his counsel will help pull things back. In addition to the CM that would assist with verifying the numbers.
And we use Pete for our projects because all he does is public construction. It's 100% of his work, and that means that he really has his finger on the pulse of what those costs are on literally a day-to-day basis, because he's watching all the bids as they come in. And we found that really valuable in the past. He's been our partner on all of our public school projects.
The other part of our management component is just information management. And the communication between the different stakeholders in the process, keeping transparency on all levels, so that everybody is informed and everybody is knowing the same pieces of information. And it's important because everyone needs to be focused on the same goal, and the way we would inform everybody would be to set in process different platforms where people can look in and see what is happening on the various levels. Then the last issue, or a component to the management approach, is problem solving, and timely problem solving, because time equals money. It always has, and will continue to. And the same is true for at the front end of the project. The longer the early phases take, the longer it will push out to the actual bidding and construction. So the ability to react to issues and provide timely decisions is going to be critical.
I'm going to pick up here just to say, in terms of problem-solving approach, we really prioritize what we look at first, where it relates to managing cost in particular. So, and this is going to come up a couple times in this conversation, but the fundamental driver for project cost is how many square feet you build, right? But there are other issues that come close behind. How long you're taking to do the project, because that is a function of the cost that you're incurring to not have the project, as well as the cost of the contractor on the site. The location, if it has constraints that you have to work around, can increase cost. One big one here is your site. So you haven't done, as I understand it, any underground exploration. So that's a really important first task, which we'll talk about later. Complexity, subcontractor market. So Larry's working on a project in Rowley right now where we really struggle to get subcontractor bids. And what does that market look like? When are you bidding? You want to optimize for that because so that you have people who are really interested and are bidding competitively. And then the things that Tom talked about how you're delivering it, whether you're doing early packages. Those are like the big ticket items here. And those are what we're focused on when we're looking at cost control. Key personnel. So as I mentioned earlier, we've got this office that really has kind of soup to nuts experience from design and construction. And those processes look really different. Maybe not quite as different as this, but the design process has lots of stakeholders. You have to get everybody on the same page. You have to convince the voters to support the project. As many voices as there are voters in the town. But once you're in construction, you really want to have a sort of command and control flying information program. And we're really bringing with this team both sets of skills. So on the next page, we just reiterated the org chart that was in the proposal. So this is the same information. But I want to emphasize again that we're going to be bringing continuity here. So people aren't jumping in and out of the project. Larry is, as soon as he wraps up getting everybody into Pine Grove Elementary, he's going to be here and is fully committed in terms of time as you need him to be. Capacity and skills. This is just an overview of our larger organization. What I think it's useful for is to explain that we do have all sorts of other kinds of skill sets, including engineering staff, that are available in our other offices. So for design review, for best practices in other communities, for that kind of experience and commentary, they're backing us up here. Workload. Again, the economy is booming. You will have folks here today who are going to tell you they're available, and they might be a little less available. We are available. I have been working on a big project in Holyoke, which is now going through the community discussion and getting ready for a vote in November, and I have 90% available today. Larry is going to be, pretty much fully available once the Pine Grove School votes get settled within the next few weeks. And I think that's really important because in order to launch this project, you really are going to want to hit the ground running. You've done this incredible study phase. I think you have come to an excellent conclusion. And now I think you're really ready to launch into designer selection, which is a particular expertise of mine. I've led all the designer selection processes in our office on the school projects. Workload, this is just to give you a visual. I'm always frustrated by the format, the state's format that says how much people are available, because it's not constant depending on the role. So this is an effort to kind of give you a flavor of who the main players are on our team, excepting Jonathan, who we're going to who's going to talk in just a moment, who's really available on an as-needed basis. But these are the key roles. Myself, Larry, Tom, who will be more involved in construction than at the beginning. We'll probably, I'm sure we'll have an assistant project manager who will be doing administrative tasks to support Larry, and then we'll have a full-time clerk on the project once we're in construction. Experience with zero net energy buildings. So I'm going to transfer over to Jonathan, but I do want to say that our Holyoke project is zero net energy. There's kind of two reasons for that. One is there's a gas moratorium in Holyoke, so there is no gas, which has sort of pushed the project in that direction. But the other issue is really that Holyoke, because of its hydro and solar power, can actually get there much easier than most communities. So as we said on the proposal, there's the technical piece of how you design the building to be very energy efficient, which we've done that and a number of times. But there's also this piece of where you're going to get your renewables from. So I want John is going to take a few minutes and talk about his expertise on that.
Well, thank you. So I'm with SunWealth, and we basically develop, build, own, and operate solar projects, mostly for not-for-profits and communities, mostly in Massachusetts, but we have over 100 projects in 8 states. And by way of background, I've spent the last 20 years basically doing energy efficiency implementation and renewable energy implementation, mostly here in Massachusetts, and for dozens of schools way before the concept of zero net energy was even around, and more recently for several building owners that are focused on LEED and on zero net energy as well. And what that does, that experience enables us to provide basically real-time advisory to building owners on new projects in terms of how to best consider the design, procurement, and and financing of these projects. So a couple examples would be, as you consider this project, we would wonder, how do you want to do the design? We typically say the best recommendation we have is design the building to be solar ready. And we have a bunch of principles we can help put around that to optimize it. And then the next question is like, well, how do we procure and evaluate renewables? And we say, well, we recommend that the procurement doesn't necessarily occur with the upfront construction bid, and that it happens more towards when the solar ready buildings ready to accept the solar installation. And what we do on the side is we help with all the life cycle cost analysis of the various options. And so here you're presented with a particular challenge in that there's this brand new solar incentive program in the state called SMART. But here in the municipal light departments, you don't qualify for that. But
you're right, that's
no
one of our
fear.
challenges.
No fear, because empirically it should still work.
Yeah.
And I know this from a couple other projects we're working on. I'm a resident of Belmont. I volunteer on the zero net energy for the high school there. And there's special magic in long-term, low-interest debt. And there's a great opportunity for the town or for the light department to actually own the project and for it to be potentially cash flow positive from day one. And so that's just an example of the thought process and the value we would bring to looking at it and the can-do attitude we have given the lack of a smart incentive. But you still get RECs, you're still working with a great partner in the light department, and there's a couple new programs such as the peak load reduction incentive program that might help with the solar project and maybe solar plus storage as well.
Great, thank you. I'm watching the clock here, so we're going to try and keep plowing through. Knowledge of life cycle cost analysis. So I put this standard diagram in here, which I think is always a good reminder when you're just talking about the building, about how much of the cost of a project's life is the cost of operating it. It's all tied up with these other issues about sustainable building design and renewables. But I also just want to put a plug in here for the piece that people often don't talk about, which is the cost of financing. And in Holyoke, we've looked at a lot of different options for how to finance the project. And without going into too much detail here, there are choices, and they have real. If you stand back, it's kind of like your mortgage, right? 15-year mortgage or 30-year mortgage, paying more principal up front. I mean, those things make a big difference to the cost of the project, and I think that really needs to be included in the discussion of life cycle analysis, and I think we have the expertise to come and tell you what other communities are doing in that. Commissioning agents, very quickly, we were part of the team that was hired to create the MSBA's commissioning program, and because of that, I actually worked on that project. I worked with pretty much all the commissioning agents that serve the Massachusetts area. The MSBA's process, they decided that they did not want to spend a ton of time procuring, so they ended up developing a cost per square foot approach. And then they pretty much assign commissioning agents. That's a good process if you don't want to spend procurement time, and I think it worked for them, but I think what you really want here is a commissioning scope that is tuned to your project, and we have the ability to do that because of this previous expertise. And you want to do it early, it needs to be based on your scope, and it should be, the company should be hired with a view to an ongoing role in the district. So, Tom.
You asked about the financial stability of our company. I think we submitted our financials. I think we're a financially stable company. I think one of the reasons one of the lengthy discussions that were had when we joined the national group a year ago was our financial stability, and it's why they wanted to be in the Northeast with us. So I think that we've been in business for 20 years. We've 15 years, 16, 12 for me. So we're kind of established and kind of not going, how long have you now? 5? Wow, quite quick. So it's so I think
I would have said it was longer than that.
So I think we're a very financially stable company that will be around.
The Your Project page is really a recap of the additional information pages that we put in our proposal, and I'm not going to talk about them because what we really would like to talk about, how are we doing for time, Jared?
12:30 is our target for lunch, so you're
pretty good, I think. I never like talking to people just before lunch. Okay. We wanted to spend a little bit of time talking about the overall schedule, not because this is the schedule, but because I think it's an opportunity for us to illustrate how we think about schedules and how we're optimizing. So Larry's going to walk through this.
We're starting in quarter 3 of 19, and we're projecting that in quarter 2 of 2026, pupils in their seat. And along the way, we would start, right away in the fourth quarter with feasibility analysis, and the feasibility and the schematic design phase are really is one of the critical phases. It sets the table for the entire project on a variety of levels, and it's important to not short that process and to gather as much information as possible.
The cost that is developed there is the basis of the local vote. So.
And the other critical piece that we've identified would be the site investigation to assist in the estimate. And then in quarter 3 of 2020, it would be our recommendation to bring the construction manager on as part of the team.
That makes sure that they are invested in the final cost that is going to the voters. So they're often, in the MSBA system, it's not defined, but they frequently come on at the beginning of design development. But then you can end up with an issue where not everybody's not on the same page, and you're doing value engineering after the local vote. You don't want to do that. You want the scope to be clear at that point.
And the ongoing process of developing the design with the input of the whole team, including the construction manager, would lead to December 2021 for the warrant article to get the project financially backed by the community. The next phase of the project would begin in second quarter of 2022, and that would be the development of design development documents and the construction documents. It's projected for a 24-month period, and along the way, as the drawings were developed, they also would be estimated to make sure that the project costs are staying in track with the overall budget goals for the community. That tail end of first quarter in 2024, the project would go out to bid. And that would be the process of file sub-bids, followed closely behind with any early bid packages, and starting the negotiation with the non-file sub-bid portion. The next milestone would be the start of construction, which is shown here as second quarter 2024. And it's projected as a 24-month period with a financial burden or expenditure of roughly $3 million a month. Now, while 2026 might seem a long time, the schedule needs to be a balance between the development of documents that are clear, concise, and can be bid without confusion, and the duration allowed for the contractor to actually build what is in those documents. And that's the balance that through the process will be managed very, very closely.
Tell Andrew that.
I think we just want to say thank you for having us here. We're going to answer your questions. Why answer advisory? I think we have a knowledge and understanding of this process. We have a knowledge and understanding of what you're trying to achieve for a well-run, well-built middle school. We are focused on operating costs. We are focused on obviously the energy costs. We have a lot to add, I think, to this process.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Great, questions?
Thank you for your presentation. I appreciate how you touched on all of our topics. That was helpful. Just looking at your schedule, I think we as a town, foregoing the MSBA process, we're hopeful to be able to expedite some of the process and that you don't have to wait for board meetings and certain
design review.
Yeah, criteria of an MSBA project. I think we're hoping to gain some, savings in time. It looks like your feasibility, and I know you say don't feasibility SD, like don't skimp there, and I completely agree and support that because that is essentially where you're deciding how much to spend and bringing it forward to the vote. 24 months, in my experience, is a long time for that process, and I'm not saying you're wrong, I'm just saying from a savings of money, i.e. time equals money, right? That's one place we've done studies, we've done some visioning that we've already, in a lot of ways, expedited what we're hopeful to do. I'm not saying we already have figured out a solution, we haven't, we're going to explore, but I think that's one way that we can save time.
So can I comment on that? Because
Sure.
I think when we were looking together at the schedule, it seemed like your town meeting is typically in April. So the way the schedule was constructed was assuming an April town meeting.
Mm-hmm.
I agree with you that feasibility phase could be sooner, but what I didn't want to do was to make any assumptions about whether you were prepared to have an earlier town meeting.
Yeah, and I think we can face that decision as a committee, but I would say maybe we're open to a special town meeting, right? I don't know.
I think
don't think any of
to asking the select board.
Exactly.
That's where we're at. I say that properly.
There has
Right, I
been
mean-
special town meetings
Yes.
called in the fall in the past.
Right.
Yeah.
So that wouldn't be out of the realm of what we would consider, just so you know.
Yeah, okay.
Especially as it relates to saving money, right? I think everyone can appreciate that.
I think one of the things that, when the schedule gets developed, or at the beginning, is to look at those different elements and see where people would be willing to move things around from their their normal places on the calendar.
Okay, so that's good to know. So you based it on what
So-
you've seen historically and that we typically have a spring town meeting. and-
Correct.
Okay,
We
all right, that's good
probably
to
should
know.
have led with, we started the schedule without any input from.
Oh, and I totally appreciate that, and yeah,
And
I
it was
mean,
just,
it's-
it was kind of a collective effort on our part to just see where we were, and we were kind of hitting the vote in the spring was a key date for us, and then the completion in the summertime so you could move
Sure.
in at a school year. At some point in time, moving it back 6 months and trying to move in March is not.
This crazy place moved the high school over the April break in 2015.
Yeah.
Not what I'm looking to repeat, but
But if you have experience with it.
we have done it.
And I confess I'm a little biased because I'm coming off of a situation in Holyoke where we had proposed a spring vote, and in the end, the city council would not do it until November. So part of the good news is, part of the reason I am available to you is that project is sort of, got slowed down. So yeah, at the end of the day, some things are out of your control,
Right,
but I
absolutely.
totally agree with the comment.
Yeah, especially in politics, and they're a
Yeah.
city, right, so.
And looking at this, we're wasting a whole 5-6 months here on the end, because that's the worst time to take the building as complete. Because we can't move in, because we're gonna have 2 schools to move. So it really doesn't, if it was finished in 2025, in the 3rd quarter, we could move in that fall.
Yeah, well, and you might
so
be able
It doesn't
to,
work out as far as us getting the other buildings down and stuff.
you could very well shorten the overall construction period by what we talked about earlier with doing early packages. I mean, what we were looking at here is what's a good solid clip for being able to manage a construction of this size, and I mean, I think
Yeah.
$3 million, that's kind of a sweet spot. You could do 4. You need a bigger,
More areas to work. I mean, the $3 million a month equates to roughly $1.5 million in folks' salaries per month. So that just, you can do the math, figure out how many trades people are on the job. And it's a big number.
Well,
So,
we're opening a trade school this fall, and we took a year off of the construction period to get it open the year early, so we didn't have to finance the damn thing.
and that's perfect point of start of construction. The first job meeting, this can be, you can go through the schedule, and once you get buy into it, then you have your designers buy into it, then you have your CMs buy into it when you purchase them.
but you can also estimate from something like this what the difference in the cost is, which is the argument to the selectmen for the early meeting
Right.
as well. If we have an earlier meeting, we will save this much money in escalation alone.
Right.
Much less the operating piece, so.
Yeah, when you put a dollar figure on it,
Yeah.
it might make sense.
Yep.
Yeah.
Between financing and the cost of an extra year of inflation,
Right.
it's quite a big hunk.
Right, right. Related to that and CMs and early packages, are you opposed to design bid build? Do you have any DBB projects? Is that something that you ask your clients to consider? How do you seemed pro CM, which is fine. I'm just trying to understand your
I think there's
take on things.
There's a strong value with having the CM and at risk, at the table as early as possible. Design, bid, build. If you don't have documents locked tight, you're in daily battles.
Well, it's also my
it's-
understanding in Massachusetts that you actually need special legislation for public projects to utilize design bid build in the public arena. So for instance, when Brockton a number of years ago is one of the few communities that has used design bid build, built a courthouse, they had to have special legislation to do that.
I don't know, we have a handful that are going DBB right now, and I'll tell you why. There's a lot of benefits to having CM projects, and I have a few, and I see the pros and cons. You talk about early bid packages and shorter construction duration, but the data is, at least from the MSBA standpoint, one of their last board meetings, all the CM projects are like right on budget, and all the design bid build are coming in, and this is at bid date, not at the end of construction. I appreciate that there will be a lot of change orders. 7 million under, a range between 1 and 7.
Oh.
So it's interesting how the construction
hearing-
industry changes, and I don't know, I'm only asking to get, it seemed like you were sort of,
I'm hearing you say design build and you're saying design bid build.
bid build, DBB, yeah. No, traditional 149,
Okay.
yeah, versus 149A, so
we
not.
see the same data from the MSBA regarding the design bid build. We understand it, we look at the way we know John, we know the way he takes the data and grinds it. And it's, yes, there is an advantage to it. The documents have to be very complete. I mean, you know, with the CM, it's really their responsibility to fill in the blanks if there's a problem on plans or something missing on the plans. So, but, you know, we're not opposed to either one. We just find that getting a CM involved earlier in the process is very helpful, as opposed to, for instance, us dictating a schedule to the CM, have them buy into it before it actually goes out to the bid to the subcontractors. Because effectively, when we go to the subcontractors, we're design bid build with, you know, 2/3 of the job, or you know, half the job.
Yeah.
So
I just wanted to get your take on it, and I'm seeing both right now, so it's interesting.
Yeah.
And I don't know in a couple of years when this is ready to go out where things will be, but
a lot of it does depend upon the market. It absolutely does.
Well, the other thing I think a lot of people don't realize is when you go 149A, you can still get to the point that you're ready to bid it and bid it. You're only signing an agreement for pre-construction services.
Right.
And then you're amending it for construction. And you know, depending on what happens with the market, if the market like really tipped down, we would propose having a discussion about that.
Yeah, that's a
it
good
kind
point.
of goes back to the, you know, this note 8 is, it's this balance between having documents and construction time, and trying to find the sweet spot for your project, because it's different for every project. But we have absolutely worked on projects where there was a pre-construction company involved, and then the owner decided for good reasons that they were gonna bid it. And that is open to you. It doesn't, we still think, as Tom said, that there's a lot of value in having a CM in the room to get that cost right. Because at the end of the day, the people that build the building have a different set of insights than the designers or the estimators.
We also noticed that the pre-qualification of the subcontractors is a valuable tool. It's a valuable tool to make sure you're going to get a good product and really reduce potential for any litigation. Right? You pre-qualify them, you get to use a better crowd of folks.
Thank you. Anything?
Any other questions?
No.
I'd like to hear a little bit more about the Holyoke project, because as you've noted, it's similar to Concord, we have a municipal light plant. Last year in 2018, our electricity was 54% carbon-free, so when we are moving towards 100% carbon-free electricity. So we don't have a gas moratorium, but it's I think similar environment in terms of renewables. I'm just curious how well that project has gone. I know you mentioned the hold up with the city council, but any other insights into that project would be interesting.
Well, I mean, this John and I were discussing earlier. I mean, Holyoke's, what did you call it? What did you say about Holyoke? They're the...
It was born in it's got good genes in terms of the existing, the inherent energy supply there with hydro.
They have a lot of challenges. Holyoke has a lot of challenges in terms of poverty rate and the communities they're serving. But Holyoke Gas and Electric is basically, you know, they're the ones with the hydropower. You know, they're the utility. It's more or less wholly owned by the city. You know, it's kind of a magic place. And I think it's one of the reasons that Holyoke is really on the upswing now. They have a data center out there that is serving Harvard and Tufts and, you know, about seven big Boston area colleges came together and built a data center in Holyoke because of the electric rates. We recently talked to a company that is planning to build, they have a fair amount of marijuana farming already, but they're also starting to attract other companies that want to build vertical farms there. It's all about the electric rate. It's so much lower than anywhere else. You don't have that situation. So I wish I could say that building a dam would fix this, but the dam would take longer and probably not get you there, which is, why we have Jonathan on the team. I mean, the buildings are, very efficiently designed along the principles that are in this presentation. But I don't think there's a tremendous amount of lessons learned there because they have such a unique situation with their hydro and solar. I don't know if anybody saw the pictures of they had a coal plant there that they closed about 10, 15 years ago.
For a long time.
That is now a whole, well, you have some part of that, right? The solar?
We have a solar project there, and it's basically, you look at it, it's beautiful, it's surrounded by abandoned warehouses and the Connecticut River, but just the contrast is amazing. So they have started with a lot of hydro, they have very cheap land, they, very early in the SREC program, they invested in a ton of solar. And so they're probably the greenest municipal light department in the entire state. And have the lowest costs. So I don't know if they had to work as hard as Concord did over the last 20 years to get to where you are, because they had a lot of things going for them in the mix.
I think it's really starting to attract investment in Holyoke, but I think Jonathan outlined, the sort of key drivers, including the less expensive land. So.
Sure. We don't have that here for sure.
They just took down. I mean, does anybody else drive up and down 91 and you
I
know,
do.
the
I
stack?
grew up not that far from there. I know.
They
very well
knocked the
where you're
stack
talking
down
about.
last week.
Oh, they
you see
did?
that?
Oh.
Yeah, they imploded it. They just laid down flat. It was
Wow.
pretty cool to watch.
Great. Any other questions? Do you have any questions for us while you're here?
Yes, I have one question. I called Feingold and Alexander to ask if you had done any site exploration. And I wondered if you know anything about the underground conditions on the site.
I'm going to say no, not really. So that
Well,
has
we
to be
haven't done
a
any yet.
first order.
I think the site we're on, that we're gonna build it on, is pretty much, has never been used before. One edge, they might have pushed some fill over, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, so that will definitely be a
And that's
the task, yes.
It's part of the reason we advocated for the amount of money we did.
Yes.
For site exploration and understanding where we're building early, phase one.
But we should be building on a bank of gravel out there.
Yeah. So we don't know,
Yeah.
is the answer.
Well, and my other question
part of
is, how has the community support been? I mean, has there been any pushback about going forward without the MSBA subsidy?
I would say there were small pockets of some of that, but when the votes were counted, it was overwhelmingly positive. So we have work to do, both with those groups who were most concerned, but I think the community at large, especially as we go to a big dollar number. I think I was pleasantly surprised to hear the number of community members who don't have kids in the schools anymore. We had some vocal people at town meetings say those buildings should have been fixed, 30 years ago. So we had some more of that than I expected, frankly. But and then the ballot vote was also overwhelmingly positive. So we're not resting on those laurels because, 1.5 million versus the cost of a full school is a whole nother story. But I think, as having sat with the school committee from when we decided to go forward without MSBA, which was just last January, and to be sitting here now is pretty indicative of community readiness for the conversation. Without MSBA support, that was our biggest concern, and we frankly got worried it would get shot down just because of that, and that is completely not what happened.
That's great. Well, I don't live in Concord, obviously. I live in Boston, and actually, we're all public school parents here, so we really believe deeply in what the foundations of this project. I did talk to a friend of mine who's actually the connection, Jonathan and my connection, who lives in Concord and is an energy guy, and I was asking him about the gestalt of the community. He said, well, one thing about Concord is that relative to other communities I've worked in, there's a fair amount of trust in government which I thought was a remarkable statement.
That's a fantastic statement.
In this day and age. I'd be glad to hear that,
Get that person's name.
Yeah. And a value of education here that's fairly unparalleled, that this community does support us in a very strong way, so.
We
we're
have
grateful
a
for
great
that.
many old people that are kind of looking at this and the cost.
Yeah, of course.
But they've all put their kids through college, and their kids are all successful, so that helps us a little bit. So we got a big sales job to do.
Yeah, I said
Similar
that
situation where I voted, I'm a resident of Framingham, and I voted for the new middle school, which was, it was, the budget had been adjusted since what they had told the community initially.
I brought that up at town meeting, if anyone remembers.
They're actually building a lot of stuff,
Yes.
that is, a lot of elements of that are zero participation from the MSBA, and they still got good town support.
That's great.
Because the reimbursement won't be what the percentage looks like.
Right.
It'll be a number, but here's the number of the school, but it was still a 70, I think a 70% vote because of the value, and I voted for it simply because it's necessary, even though my kids are long.
Well, we were also got 2 middle schools and we're closing, we're only gonna have 1, so that cuts a big part of their
Yeah, we have
budget
operational.
out. The operations and maintenance
Yeah.
of 2 45-year-old schools.
That's a big part of the discussion in Holyoke. They'll be able to close 2 or 3 buildings. That's part of building reason one.
I think as a parent, there's a lot of parents that are supportive. Look at town meeting, everyone was freaking out that the time was gonna end and we all had sitters and we all wanted to be there to vote. Literally everyone's texting everyone saying, we better get to the vote. But as a parent, there's a lot of support.
Yeah.
I think to Frank's point, there are a lot of other citizens and community members who believe in it but need to trust the process and be brought along. I think the other aspect of it is other town facilities that may need upgrades and balancing how we're spending our money, not just on schools, meaning this would be the last of the school projects, and all of the other ones have served the town well and been successful. And I think understanding, and there's a study happening now in town, DPW, public safety, all of these other projects that are potential, overrides in town. It just needs to be balanced.
Yep, we are actively in that conversation.
Yes.
Do you have representation from the finance committee on your building committee? Because I think that's really important.
Right now we have the assistant finance director and the town manager, so.
Yeah. That conversation, the ability for those folks to really look at the big picture and speak on behalf of the project is really important.
Yeah, and that was something that came up at town meeting. They wanted us to divide how we did the feasibility in SD, and part of what I helped the school committee and the superintendent do was argue that that's not how traditional schools are funded, and it really is valuable to go all the way through SD to get to a budget to then go to a vote. So I think our finance committee has good intentions and they're fiscally responsible. I think they need to be kept in the communication and to be brought along. And I think it just happened so quickly and so close to town meeting that maybe if we had had more time and been in front of them, maybe it would have been a little bit different. But they're very active in town.
So we could keep this conversation going, but I know
Thank
your
you.
lunch is waiting, so we're gonna clear out.
Thank you so much. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
It was so nice to meet you. Thank you. Thank you.
Pulls up one side.
Thank you so much.
Goes to look at the field, and he has something to do with it.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah, that's all right.
I heard
Very nice to meet you.
Hey, how are you, Don?
Good, how are you?
I'm doing just fine. Thank you very much for that's one small little detail. Where are we meeting? It's a small detail, but it's pretty important.
I was at the library with my kids because my daughter had a doctor's appointment yesterday, and so they have a reading program that my kids get prizes for a certain amount of reading. So after the doctor's appointment, they were like, "Can we go to the library?" And I'm like, "How do I say no to that?" And so I saw your thing come in, but it was I was in the library.
They were doing an ice cream social, right?
I missed it by 10 minutes.
Yeah.
It was like, I got there at 10 after 4 and it
Yeah.
ended at 4.
I was over at the Fowler Library on Monday,
That's
and
where
I saw the
Fowler
sign, and I
was.
was like, I picked the wrong day for this meeting.
Yep.
I should have come the day of the ice cream.
It would have never occurred to me, but the sign was still out front, and I looked at my watch, it was 4:10. I was like, we just missed it, thank you. Yeah, so that was my afternoon yesterday. I walked out with a stack of books. Which isn't a bad thing,
The
right?
summer reading program is
It's great.
very popular.
And it was space this year, I assume because of the NASA anniversary, thank you.
Yeah.
And my son's like obsessed with all things space. So some of the activities were like, take out a book on space. And I'm like, okay, check, like that's easy. Yeah. So half the ones he got yesterday were space, planets. Yeah, it's pretty cool.
They do a good job.
They do, yeah. My daughter, they must have gone to her kindergarten class and like pitched it. And she came home with a bookmark and said, Mom, I want to do this for the summer. And of course, my little guy was like, wants to do everything she does. So I just kind of logged the time that we spend reading with them, which it adds up. Like they both had over 20 hours this summer of like just reading. Yeah, it's been good. And they get books for prizes, like a pencil with a new eraser and like, you know, stuff that kids like, right?
Yeah. It doesn't take much.
Yeah.
So we're just waiting for our superintendent. She should be here in about a minute.
No worries.
Great.
Fine.
Great.
So are you doing all 5 today?
Yeah.
Yes.
You're the last.
You're the last.
You're it.
Marathon.
Yeah.
90% done. We were just joking.
90% done.
We said here
I
about an
hope to
hour.
keep you awake.
We did just
Been
have
the
lunch,
best
so.
Yeah, let's listen to Freebird, it's the last song coming into the car. I was like, this is gonna get me pumped up. Oh, that's a long day.
Bring some energy boost next time. Hand them out always.
Well, we had some lunch. If anyone's hungry, then feel free to have a dessert or something.
See us drooling. Time did go a little bit fast this morning. And lunch was one of the things that would get sacrificed, but we are not going to eat your food.
Sorry, I'm sorry, it was.
There's nothing I can do.
Oh, you have to be
Sorry.
We waited for you.
Yeah. So I bet you were popular at the superintendent's.
I was indeed popular. It was funny, I was calling him, I'm like, I am being literally tracked down here.
Hunted down.
Yep. Yeah.
So thanks for coming. So as we were telling you, you are our last ones. But yeah, it's good. So we're sort of the process is 30, 40 minutes in presentation, and then the last 15 minutes or so Q&A. And I'll start by introducing myself as well. I'm Jared Stanton, the Director of Finance and Operations for the schools.
And Don Guariello, a co-chair of the school building committee.
Frank Gannon, and I'm on the building committee.
Lori Hunter, Superintendent.
Kate Hanley, Sustainability Director for the town.
And we'll jump right into our introductions. We're each going to introduce ourselves, give a little bit of background. I'll start. My name's Trip Elmore. I would be the project director. I have worked on projects with Don just for...
Sure. Full disclosure, I already told them we've worked together
You've
before.
worked with probably everybody that's walked through here. So.
Not everybody, but a few.
Okay. So, but just full disclosure, fair side. And I'll give you a bit of my background. I started over 30 years ago. I'm not going to say how many years, over 30 years ago in the construction industry. I have built everything from semiconductor plants to in California to high rises in Providence to of late I've been involved in 6 school projects in Massachusetts. The first one was when I was working, I was with Turner for about 12 years, and I was put in charge of the Newton North project when my predecessor was tapped on the shoulder by MIT to go over and run their real estate division. And so I slid in and took over the OPM position in Newton. And since then, 2011, I left Turner after doing the Newton North project and started the Dore Whittier Management Partners business. Dore Whittier was an architect prior to that, actually. Dawn worked for Dore Whittier at one point in time in her career. And
The architecture side, not
just the architecture side, yes. And we were not there at the same time.
Right.
And so started the Dore Whittier Management Partners OPM business in 2011. Of no notoriety, but my wife's family is from Concord. Matter of fact, Alice Ingham, who was the Concord town clerk for many decades, actually signed my wife's birth certificate. And her uncle, John Minty, was the building inspector in Concord for several years. And so we have a little bit of a Concord tie of sorts. I would be the project director. I'd be the one attending the first meeting, and I would be the last one to go. So, and that's just the way we manage the business, and we set it up from day one that the partners are actually the ones that are day to day. And we have a support team around us because it takes more than one person. And with that, I'll turn it over to Christina.
Hi, I'm Christina Shefferman, project manager with Dore Whittier. Been with the company for now over 3 years, and my background has been in construction, design, and project management for the last 10 years. As I've worked with Dore Whittier, my focus has always been working on schools in the state of Massachusetts. Currently, I'm working on a school right next door in Lexington, which is their brand new elementary school. I don't know if you're familiar with the Murray Hastings School. So that's one of our projects that we're very happy and excited that we're a part of, and that we're down the street working with your community and the other communities around in the towns and areas. And I'm working on a couple other an elementary school and a high school right now. Our main focus, and as Tripp said, I'm going to be with you from the very beginning to the very end. And so I help basically manage the process. And that's something that as project managers and Dore Whittier as a firm that we pride ourselves in, that we're really good at the process. We're really good at working with you as a team, understanding who the team is, and making sure that we're there with you every step of the way. Then I'm going to turn it over to Rachel.
Hello, I'm Rachel Donner. I'm the assistant project manager. So I joined Dore Whittier this year, and before that I was actually working in the FF&E world. And then I just decided that I really wanted to learn more about projects as a whole, and it just seemed to be a great fit with Dore Whittier. And I am now involved with the Manchester Memorial Elementary School and the Lexington Hastings Elementary School with Christina. And my role is really just to help support on a day-to-day basis.
I'm Michael Cox. I'm going to be another project manager. My main goal and activities will be tracking financial budgets, which we'll get into later, and kind of how more we do that. My background, really, I came over from a smaller subcontractor. We worked in medical fields prior to this. I built in the GC world a little bit, and then the opportunity arose here to join Dore Whittier, which I jumped at because to build schools is something that I've kind of always wanted to do, give back, help out my school. I actually had 2 schools growing up while I was in them that were currently built, my high school and my elementary school. And the feeling, as a student going into a school like that, that's new, up and coming, was fantastic. So having the opportunity to do this has been great. So I'll be the financial manager. I'll be along with the process throughout the process anyways, but that's the main activity.
Great. So from a format standpoint, if you have questions or something that's applicable as we're going through stuff, please don't hesitate to interrupt us. We can put the accelerator down and go through things fast, and we can slow down and focus on details that might be of interest to you. So we just want to make it as interactive and as helpful to you, because it's all about you, what we can do for you. So don't hesitate to interrupt. A little bit of background, if, again, you don't have any other questions. As I mentioned in the introduction, in starting this business, it was really kind of an opportunity that I saw in 2007 as the MSBA was really in a fledgling place. Were there a lot of people that necessarily knew an awful lot about how to manage projects? And after going through a very challenging one in Newton, I realized there was an awful lot that we could bring to the table. And the idea was that you have components that are architects, you have components that are construction, and you have process. And we had to, out of necessity, really develop a lot of process type things in the Newton experience that we've been able to take on and perfect. And as Mike was saying, we have proprietary budget system. One of our key roles is in budgets, and we have something we can show you that we've developed that I think is unique in our industry. So we decided that we were going to focus fully on schoolwork. It's very rare that we find that we have another project that is outside the realm of schoolwork, but occasionally we do, but it's probably less than 5% of our volume. We don't do schoolwork for higher ed, we don't do hospitals, we don't do residential. We are focused on the process of delivering schools. And with the MSBA, as I know that you've gone through a couple of projects in Concord with the MSBA, or at least one of them, I know, Concord High School, you understand that they have a very disciplined process, and we very much understand that. We've contributed, I think, in many ways to how they've developed going forward. So that was the backbone of our business. Again, our backgrounds are both from construction, and we have the architect side in-house as well. You do hire an architect. They do have a contract that says they are supposed to do certain things. However, if there is opportunity to contribute, we have some resources that we are happy to try to bring to the table. I'll give you an example. So you're forming the team right now. Theoretically, in the next 2.5 weeks, you'll have an OPM on board, but then you're going to jump right into getting the architect on board. Well, the architect selection process is going to run you somewhere in the neighborhood of 1.5 to 2.5 months, depending on how you squeeze that in. What is the opportunity to take advantage of that time? Because time is money. What is the opportunity to help you get more prepared, or have the OPM get more prepared, so when the architect hits the ground, certain things have already been done. I did this in Mount Greylock. We already had the education plan already started, and we gave the owner 3 or 4 different versions of what examples might be. And the education plan, by the time the designer was on board, was there. And that's a huge help, because that's weeks of work and a lot of meetings. Another example is, we know that in the SOI you did an awful lot of or a lot of existing conditions examples, because that's the necessity of the SOI when you've done it a couple of times with the state. Well, there are also probably drawings that are available. There are probably other records, maybe the existing bills from how much it costs to run those facilities. I mean, we could start the platform, not saying that we're going to be the experts on energy, I'm not saying that, but we're the experts on gathering and packaging with the help of you that can contribute to accelerating things. So I think that there is actual real benefit. There's time savings is benefit. So that's part of our mission, if you will, is that we bring some different perspectives. Architects and builders think very differently. You bring them together and collaboratively try to maximize that value. So that was one of the core competencies that we were trying to or foster. And then finally, I would say, if you've ever been on a team where your team members are all coming from different directions, and they all have different responsibilities, which is very much a construction project, but they're all firing on the same cylinders, or they're all pulling the oars in the right direction, and you build a team collaborative environment where people don't want to let their co-worker down or their team member down, you create a very highly effective and efficient team. One of the best things that people say on a great construction project is, it wasn't one of us, it was all of us. And if you create that environment and you can create that spirit, you get more out of everybody than everybody just sitting in their silo saying, I'm doing my job and that's it. I don't care about the rest of the world. So really being a good team leader is, I think, one of the things that probably we found to be one of the more complimented things that we've gotten in the town of Andover. Buzz Straczynski, who was the longtime town manager at the end of the Bancroft Elementary School, said one of the things that he had to know was that this team worked the best together, and it was one of the best projects that Andover ever had. And he said a large part of it came from the influence of the tone that the OPM set. You're not a taskmaster, you're a team builder. And so I think that that's worth noting as part of our philosophy as a business. So we thought about just covering our, as Jared had said, please sort of cover what we put into our proposal and maybe expand upon it. So we took it upon ourselves to say, okay, well, we'll just sort of follow through the process And along the way, I think we'll cover many of the topics that you're interested in. Again, please interrupt us if there's something. This is an interview to share, and not necessarily speak just at you. So, as you're building the team, I just gave you some, things that we can do prior to the architect getting on board. One of the things that's going to be really important, and you may have already worked it out, and Jared, I don't know whether you've looked at the contracts yet, or whether the contracts have been evaluated, but you're going to want to change, if you're going to follow the MSBA form of contract, you're going to want to modify that contract and make sure it's modified to go along with the RFP for the architect. So first meeting, and Christina will talk about some of the things we'll do in the first meeting, but one of the first meetings will be to either draft an RFP and draft a contract, and I'm pretty good at drafting contracts, and provide it to you so that you then can provide it to council, because I'm sure that that's how it's most likely to be processed. But that would be a first starting mark, because getting the team assembled is going to be really important. So contract and RFP go hand in hand, and you want to put those two things together. Aside from that, we'll have a process of getting ready, as I've already explained, and that will lead us, once we get the team on board, into feasibility. One of the things that I think is really important is setting the tone for the project from day one. And as I mentioned, the educational program is going to be very important. Identifying the spaces that the education and the town, the educational group and the town wants, because you may have spaces that don't necessarily typically go with the middle school. You may have special needs or SPED requirements that are going to be different than you currently have in the two schools. You may have a need for, say, an auditorium or an increased gym size because the community uses the gym a lot. We don't know any of this, so I don't know where to expand upon it, but it's one of those things that we want to understand from the very early phases, because square footage drives cost. And one of the things that's really going to be important, as it always is to every community, is are we getting the right building for the right amount of money? And what are the limits, that we can actually go? And, green initiatives being, I know, a very important one in this town. We'll continue to, as I said, try to find the existing documents, and then the ultimate thing is to develop a number of alternatives to say, when it comes time for the vote, did we look at everything, and did we really explore the options and prove the options as either the not good or good options? And if we've been very transparent and really thorough in that evaluation, it'll show, and it'll show at voters' time to step up to the plate. Getting started, I'm going to turn it over to Christina, because she'll talk a little bit about what is the important stuff in our first meeting.
So once you hire an OPM, it's very overwhelming, the process, and trying to understand what that process means and making sure that you're doing everything that you possibly can do along that way. So for the project as hiring the OPM, we want to make sure that we understand who you are as a group, as a community, as a team, and we want to ensure that we're helping you with the process of hiring the right project team, so the right designer, the right construction manager, general contractor, all the different entities that are involved as far as like subcontractors, any of the designers, they're like consultants, thank you. Any of their consultants that are going to be part of that project. We're here to ensure that you're getting the right project, the right team, and that we're all going to work together and make sure that everything goes seamlessly. So that is part of that is identifying your goals. So when we first meet with you, we're going to try and understand who the committee is, who the community is, and understand what your goal is for this school. So we want to make sure that that goal is set at the very beginning and that we follow that goal throughout the entire process. And that's really important so that you don't lose, sidetrack or get off the track as far as what it is that the goal of the project and for the school is. And so once we identify those goals with you, we're going to make sure that we're transparent and that we commit to that with you and the process and the team moving forward. So that way everyone's all on the same page, that we're all identifying who it is as far as the project, the team, and what it is that we need to move forward with. And that includes communication. So from the very beginning, we're gonna make sure that we identify all the groups and everyone that we're gonna be communicating with on a regular basis. So there's a committee, but there are also all these other community groups, sustainability, anything having to do with initiatives, bike and path or whatever type of groups around town. We're gonna make sure that we're communicating with whoever we need to from the very beginning and ensuring that everyone is heard so we understand what their involvement is in the project and as far as if any of those pieces need to be involved within the process as well. And that's making sure that we have a collaboration with the community, and that's from the very beginning, having community meetings. So that might be from the very beginning, talking with the community and saying, look, this is what we understand the project might look like or that we understand it's going to be, but we want to hear your feedback as far as location or neighborhood or any type of collaboration with the town or other pieces and parts of the city or whatever needs to be involved within that process. And so we're going to make sure that we talk with the community and that we involve everyone from the beginning so we understand that they're part of that process and that they're involved from the very beginning, which is really important because on other projects I've worked on, when we've involved them from the beginning, they felt like they were part of that process, that their voices were heard, that they felt like they were along with us in every step, that they saw it from the very beginning, from the design concept to the actual construction to the finish and completion. And that made them feel like they were part of a process in their community, and they were really excited about it. And it ultimately really helped us with getting like a vote. So there wasn't any, we went all that way and then they rejected like the vote to move forward with the project. It was because we involved them from the very beginning that they felt like this is definitely what we need for our neighborhood, this is what we need for our town. This is all part of like the community process and making sure that we involve everyone from the beginning. And so part of that is when we meet with your SBC, we're gonna set the goals like I said, and that's everything from cost, sustainability, making sure that the educational program, like Tripp was saying from the beginning, we're gonna make sure that before the designer comes on, if there's any part of that process that we can help you with from the beginning so that once the designer does come on, that it's not additional time and it's something that we can help speed up that process for you, as well as establishing working groups. I don't know if you have any working groups currently established.
And I'm impressed at how close they are to what you've got there, so yeah.
So that was one of the innovations we sort of started with because in the first job in 2011 that we got in Andover, realized that there was a huge need for other sort of discussions, not decisions, because decisions always come to the SBC.
Right.
So it's not necessarily quorum based, but it is, the IG says you have to, make it a public meeting, so you have to post it 48 hours. But you can get people that are focused, and it helps momentum and efficiency of the SBC meetings. And we have a few more that we typically do.
Sure.
We also have a format that explains what each working group might be, that we hand out. Again, this is first meeting.
Yep.
As Christina was just talking about goals, we hand out examples of goals. And we hand out a worksheet to, were you 13, 14 members in your SBC? 17, that's, excuse me. And so all 17 people would get a worksheet and everybody gets to fill it out. It takes about 4 meetings to boil those down to about 3 or 4 or 5 paragraphs. Because you do want to boil them down. What's really interesting is we go back and check on projects that we've done, almost every time we are almost right on, and Mount Greylock is one. We're almost right on the goals, and that says that rudder was a pretty good rudder.
With such a large group of 17 members for an SBC, I'm currently working, actually Rachel and I are both working on an SBC group that's 18 members.
Yeah.
So we're familiar with that, and we understand that a lot of members of the SBC are industry professionals, so they might be mechanical engineers or architects themselves or worked in the construction business, and so they all have like a piece that they can add to that project. And that's why it's really important that we have the working groups, because not only does that particular working group interest them, but it makes them feel like out of a large group that they're providing a recommendation then to the SBC as far as their expertise or involvement that they can contribute towards the project. And it's really helpful because of such a large group like that. It helps then make sure that you're getting the process done.
Yeah.
And so you're coming back to the SBC and you're providing them with a recommendation. Look, we looked into all these different types of life cycle cost analyses, and based off of X, Y, and Z, we're recommending this to you. And instead of an hour and a half long meeting to go over it yourself, they're providing that recommendation to you so you can take a look at it. And you're like, you know what? I believe them, and they looked at all the data and they looked at all the information, and we're gonna move forward with that recommendation. So it's really helpful to help make sure that you stay on your, like, the process and make sure that you're being as efficient as possible also.
So, I'm gonna move along a little bit, because I know that we've just been about a half an hour mark, so if that's okay. Again, don't hesitate to raise any questions. So, one thing I did want to bring up, in the 8 years since we've started the business, and we've done about 11 projects, we've done a good cross-section of new buildings. In the case of Andover Elementary School, Bancroft Elementary School, we've done full renovations in the case of, in Wellesley, Fisk and Schofield. So this was a summer slammer and night work and weekend type thing. Very difficult, and very difficult on the people that use the building, and the administration, the staff, and the children and the parents. It is, the renovation's a real rough course of action. And then we've done a few ad renos, which can be very cost effective, but there is also quite a toll that is placed on the teachers and school staff and students. You are mixing construction with education, and that doesn't mix well. You can do the best you can to separate it, but you can't separate noise and dust and all this other stuff. So in the process you are likely to follow, and I don't want to be presumptuous, but you probably have to prove out the best option, and these three may have a place in evaluation. Maybe not. Maybe it's already been decided that the new.
We're pretty far down the road of new construction.
So new construction, which is, but I wanted to just say we have the.
For all those reasons you mentioned.
Yeah, you picked the right direction.
And the technical side of where this.
If we had to study and we had to put examples together for you, we are capable of doing that. So with that, we looked at it from a new building standpoint. We can flip to the next slide. Obviously, there's a site that, on the one school that lends itself most to a building project. Whether or not that's the only site in town, whether that's already been decided as the right place to go.
It's assumed at the moment, but without any site work being done yet, so.
Yeah, so we may have to prove it up, and once the architect gets on board, that would be probably one of the first things, and borings and all sorts of other site investigation would take place. And I think that the high point I would point at this is, and it falls right into our skill set, as we've done 2 projects, and go to the next slide, please. We built two school buildings right next to the existing school buildings. And the key here is the ability to separate so that you have education and all of the things that go with education there, which is including drop off and pick up and other things that, you know, the school playground and elements that are critical to that education continuing as best it can without interruption. Mitigate the things that would be interruption, mitigate the dust, mitigate the noise, mitigate, welding, for example, in close proximity, kids looking out the window at a welder is not acceptable. It's just not acceptable. So you have all these things that you would typically not necessarily worry about that you have to worry about.
Yep.
So the 2 examples we bring up here is the Andover Bancroft School and then the Lexington Maria Hastings School. And the Maria Hastings School, which is the one to the right, that is being built 15 feet off the face of the
Say my last district is 8 feet.
Okay, so it's a little tricky.
It's tricky. 15's really tight.
Yeah, it's a little tight, and when you're going deep with foundations and things like that.
We have a little more room than that if it goes the way we think.
Yeah, and so which all wants to be explored. What was kind of interesting with the Maria Hastings School, do you mind if I use the pointer, Christina? So, and I'll do this one. No.
No.
Okay,
You're
I'm
using
doing it wrong.
You're using the arrows.
Okay.
So if you do this button.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
So
I don't think it actually works on the projector.
Oh, it doesn't.
The drive is actually behind the computer screen, because that's where the
Yeah,
USB
well, so
port is.
I'll do the manual. So this entrance comes out of that. So this school's 4 miles exactly from where we sit right now. This, and then you have 128 right here.
Oh.
And so
You
right
can see
here
it right from the
is-
highway, the 30B exit, if you look to your left, like right where the overpass is, it's massive. You can't miss it.
I watch it every weekend when I go to
Yeah.
my Vegas, I drive right by it. So sheathing's on.
It's a 3-story academic wing, so you can't miss
You can't miss it.
Yeah.
It is on the inside of 128.
Yeah,
So
so
on
if
the
you're going
south side of
South
128,
side.
the
Correct.
So I
inside.
drive by it every
Yeah,
day.
opposite side, yeah.
You're gonna now notice it now every time you go
Yeah.
down 128, and you're
Right.
like, oh my gosh.
It's like
So-
perched up.
The only point I'm making is that in exploring what are our options, what's it called, what are the possibilities? So you've got your buildings, what are the possibilities? What can we do? And brainstorm, and all of these ideas will come up. Well, some of them will work, some of them won't work. In this case, a new driveway was put in, and we just had to fill, I don't know, whatever, 100 yards or whatever the.
It was an access road for construction vehicles,
Yeah, and
particularly
so
because
all-
we didn't want it to disrupt any of the activities for school.
Sure.
So we didn't want to limit that the driveway that's alongside the school wasn't utilized for anything but just for regular school traffic. And so that was really vital to making sure that we had a separate, new construction site versus an existing school that was currently still running,
So we had terrific separation, is the bottom line.
And
And that
also-
was sort of creatively come up with. And I think to some degree that again, you create the team aspect.
Right.
It-
It's all about the
idea, I don't know where it
construction team that
came
you
from, but it
hire.
all came out of us.
Yeah.
And that's what's important.
Right.
Going on through, so that's basically, the stuff that we're gonna be all looking at in the feasibility section. We'll then be looking more in the schematic design portion of this, of what is the building? Because we will boil down to, yes, it is going to be some version of, let's just say it's a new building on this site, and this is roughly what it's gonna look like. Now, the important thing is what is it gonna have in it? Going back to the square footage question. What are all the spaces going to be? What are the requirements of Concord? Have we really vetted all of those and put those in package? Now we've got to figure out how does it sort of all come together and work? That's one exercise. The other exercise is probably one of the most important things, and in the MSBA process, they put it more in detailed design. In the way we like to set things up as a process, you have to get into the MEP systems and set your goals and your desires at the schematic design, because that's about 40% of your budget. And if you're going to get local vote after schematic design, you have to bake that into the cake. And it's really critical that that is really understood. So there's going to be, sort of a two-pronged approach during schematic design. A, to get the designer to get as much detail so that we can get the right number, but we also need to get their engineers for the MEP systems really up to speed with what does what does Concord want in the building? And that's going to drive about 40% of the cost. And so your working groups, how this thing is all coming together, it's going to be about 3 months. So stuff is going to be going pretty quickly if you want to stay on that track. I assume, time is money, that you want to take advantage of it. We can I'm not ramming anything down anybody's throat. You want to take it longer, you are the client, you are the boss. So if you want to make it shorter, we can show you the way. And so we're very flexible. Again, the process, we'll just have to manage the process. When we get into the MEP systems, I think we'll touch a little bit on Maria Hastings right now. You want to talk a little bit about some of the systems that are out there?
Yeah, so we're really excited that how Concord is a sustainable community. And that's because we're working on a project right now, like I said, in Lexington, that also is going toward net zero. So we're familiar with the process. We're familiar with how that community operates as far as also being green initiative and very sustainable with the same kind of goals as Concord has. Moving forward with your future plans for making sure emissions and everything are lowered, and being conscious of what you're going to move forward with as far as sustainability. And for this school in Lexington, it's also an all-electric building. They have geothermal well system. And they're going towards net zero with eventually putting the photovoltaic systems on their roof and also in the Canopy's parking lot. So we're familiar with that process. We understand what that means for you. We understand how that is a very important decision moving forward with the new school. And we're happy that you're part of that process and that we're going to be able to help you with that for the new school and the new project.
What we learned in Lexington is there really are specific engineers that just focus on this. And it is kind of a little niche area. And again, before the Lexington job, I knew about MLK and Cambridge and trying to get to net zero with it. They had to buy credits in order to necessarily get there. There's got to be a way to do it without buying credits. I think Lexington, once everything is up, was forecasted to be a couple of hundred kilowatt.
200,000.
Okay, 200,000 kilowatt net positive.
Right.
So it's estimated. It's a wait and see.
The great thing about that
Getting
project too is that our designer, they use the Green Engineer, which also is a company here in Concord, and they really helped them along the way, making sure that they checked all the boxes for the LEED version 4, and that they kind of set up the project to ensure if they didn't put those photovoltaic systems on initially, that they could then add them on so that they could then go towards that net zero. And so they were conscious of the sustainability efforts and the initiatives within town, and they ensured that that process was followed to make sure that that school ultimately can get that goal. So that was really important from them as far as like the consultant standpoint.
Getting sort of to the place of vote, you can't do it without having a really good coordinated communications program. And Rachel is the one that is going to be the hub of our communication, scheduling meetings, making sure that everybody that needs to be included. I'm stealing Rachel's show. Sorry.
That's okay. So we understand that there are a lot of meetings that go along with every stage of the project, and there's a lot of preparation that goes into these meetings because we always want to be 2 steps ahead. And our job is to make sure that everybody is organized, and then we want to listen, and then we want to document everything. So we have a formal reporting criteria that we use for all of our meetings and all of our conference calls, and this way it's just more of a uniform way for everybody to understand where we are at all points during the project. And it really, really helps to make it easier for everyone. And so meeting minutes are a very critical and important piece of the communication process that we use. So I'll be doing those, and they do become your formal documents after they're approved, so they're very, very important. And like Tripp said, I'll be the person that will be coordinating with the designers, the construction team, the working groups, and anyone that we need to coordinate with to make sure that everyone's on the same page.
So when we're doing community outreach or something like that, so we have somebody that is sort of geared up and in that position to be of assistance. And
We're your hub.
Yeah.
We're the hub for everything.
so as we move, hopefully past a positive vote, and one thing that I will say, and I think you're familiar with some of this, because you put some of these things together. What we found when we were doing Air Shirley, which was now 5 years ago, is that we found that we really needed to start with the working group day one and start to build, this is a 25-page document of why did we do what we were doing and document things. So in the table of contents, is there a need for the project? Is this the right project? Is this the right price? Is this the right time? Is there a better alternative? What is the voting process? And then a summary. So this becomes a sort of living document as we go through the process that at the end of schematic design would be something we would make available. The design team has a huge amount of input. The community working group has a huge amount of input. And this really just becomes, you know, that blueprint of why did we decide what we were going to do. And we did the same thing for Mount Greylock. And again, I think you had something to do with that. We also had a one-page flyer that was handed out at various community events. These kinds of things are a wonderful way to keep the community informed as we're going forward, and really does contribute greatly to the vote.
Do you have a specific project website yet?
Yes, we have a draft. It's not live yet.
Okay.
but
So that's
we've been
something that we can
building.
obviously help with as
Yeah.
far as arming you with factual information that you
Great.
can upload to that website, so that way that the community is constantly informed as far as facts
Yep.
about the school and about the building and what's happening in the process. So it's a great way just to, if anyone does contact you, hey, why don't you check out our website? We have some great new renderings up there. That way you can be part of the process and understand it. Our next community meeting is X. Come on down, be involved. Let's hear what you have to say. So that's really important to kind of have that as well.
Once we get into the designers doing construction documents, and I know I'm running out of time. We do have quite a bit of involvement. One of the things that I think is helpful in the MSBA process is just that we do have a documented review process, is try to evaluate the drawings as best we can for things that should be in there at a given state or time. The other component is try to evaluate, are we putting the right things in the building to be fiscally responsible? Because at this point, schematic design has said what the budget is, and once you have the budget, can you put, elaborate stone in your front lobby? And sometimes you can afford it, sometimes you can't afford it. And so there's this, we don't want the designer designing something that maybe they can't afford or should be in the building and something else needs to be. So there's a collaborative process that I think goes on a little bit in the construction documents. And the other thing that's really important early on, and going back to schematic design, if you want to go CM at risk, schematic design is the time to get the CM on board. And that takes about 2.5 months to do. Because what you would like to have them do is contributing to the design process as best we can. Again, you're creating a team. If the team's functioning well, it's good for the architect, it's good for the builder, it's good for the town, and it's good for the OPM. As we get into construction, obviously there's the requisite on-site meetings and the on-site recording of everything that's going on. As the RFIs, as the submittals are returned and answered, they have to be reviewed, and another set of eyes is always helpful. And sometimes the designer comes up with one idea that maybe wants to be tweaked. I probably talk to Jason 3 times a week, and we're on the tail end of a job. And we're always trying to be, again, collaborative and trying to find the right solution. So we're part of that. We're part of the on-site daily oversight. Our clerk is on the job site. I'm usually on the job site a couple of days a week, and my team is going to be involved on a regular basis. We take a very proactive approach as best we can, and the only other piece that's really worth noting is that our job is really financial oversight. We maintain the budget, and we have to control the cost of the job and make sure that we're not overshooting what our budget is. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mike, because Mike can walk you through some of the innovative things that our proprietary system enables us to see.
So, as you guys can see on your slides, that's what we've been referencing as dashboard. We've brought it up numerous times because we do believe it is actually very helpful. What I've done here is I've just created a little video that I just want to show you, just to kind of help explain how it works. Because this is, kind of the overall document that you guys are going to be viewing. You have access, this is something you have access, you have access to Wi-Fi, you have access to this. 24/7, it's live, updated after every meeting. It usually takes 1-2 days to get all the invoices up. But it's a live document, all the time. As you start here, and I actually marked in red on your documents, we have all of our budget categories, starting with, the budget name, which are broken down into different groups and subgroups underneath. The original budget, any transfer that's ever been done is documented. What the updated budget is, what we've contractually obligated within those lines. Then our committed value there, expended overall from the budget. So those can be 2 different numbers. You can have a contract and budget, contract remaining budget balance. So it goes through everything in detail. But then what really is great about it is, obviously you can see we have everything broken down: feasibility agreement, administration, which is all the OPM costs. As we continue, we have the architects and engineering section, same thing broken down. It goes all the way through, I apologize. It goes all the way through the the divisions, so what I really wanted to show you, and I was taking a little while, is you can click on a specific division. So you get down there.
So this is a line item, so you saw all the line items.
Yeah.
When you click on the line item.
Yep, so specifically what I showed you is I clicked on Division 9. So in the video, I get to this point, I click on Division 9.
So Division 9, and now you see the breakdown of that line item. And so it's very much an accounting system. We found in Andover's that Andover was keeping their budget, we kept our budget. We put them together at the end, and we were within dollars. And that said, they were doing a great job, and that we were accounting for what was going on. So this is transparent. This is something that, as you work through it, we give you access to it, and you could see the budget at any point in time. In this case, as Mike's pointing out, these are requisitions, and I'll let you keep going, but.
Yeah, so this, as you can see, we have every requisition that's been approved to date, the value of them, when it was approved, and then in the attachment section, we actually physically attached that requisition. So if there was ever a question that came back, we can go right in here and see what was, what was it that day, who signed it, because it's always a signed copy, so we'll have the architect's signature, the CM, our signature, everyone. And it's all tracked right here, and as you can see in the final video, I just I show you briefly kind of what the attachment looks like. So this is one of the requisitions. And as you go through, all the backup documentation's within it. So it's really great because it's a database for you guys. If ever a financial question, you guys are gonna have your own database, I'm sure. We have ours on our file, and then this is the overriding that shows everybody where we're at. So that's the dashboard, just to kind of understand it, because it is essentially error-proof. That's why we created it. Spreadsheets can, you can incorrectly put in a formula, delete a formula by accident. This, you can't do that. Everything's hard entered. And then, secondly, and possibly even more important, is the change management process. Throughout the project, as we all know, changes happen. We'd love for no change to ever happen. That'd be a perfect project, not gonna happen. So, we have this system which ties back to the dashboard that tracks all changes, potential, forecasted, approved. We update this from day one. We were talking about something in a meeting that might come up. We throw an estimated value to it, and we're tracking it from day one, and it may not occur until the 9th month. But we try to track it from the beginning, so we track our exposure and understand where you guys are in the project to make sure we never get over budget.
I think what it really shows is that we have an innovative system that no one else is using to track the budget, which is our main goal, and obviously it's our job to track your budget for the entire project. And the purpose of it is so that it's so transparent that anyone can take a look at it that's working with the team, or director of finance, whoever it may be that wants to take a look at it, understand where we are, and know that it's a system that no one else is using, and that we're trying to be as transparent as we can with you through that process.
Can I say, so how much different is it from the MSBA modular that's on there?
It's exact.
Yeah.
It's mirrored.
So it mirrors propane.
Yep.
And that's the other thing. What we've been asked actually by the MSBA, actually by clients, the MSBA won't let us do it, is this, as we enter the invoices, we break it out by month.
Mm-hmm.
So our monthly report is just downloaded to a financial monthly report, which helps us with the monthly report that goes to the MSBA. It's theoretical that you could just dump that monthly report into the ProPay system, and then it would spit back the signature pages and you'd sign those.
Yeah.
We can't do that, but what it does do is it makes it very effortless, and especially for the client, because we produce this once a month, and you're not MSBA, but
right.
what you'll find is that it's very familiar to you.
So the signature pages we can just click on, print them out, or
Yeah.
Yeah, if we were doing MSBA, we'd do something like that.
Well, I mean, if you were to click on one of those invoices,
Yeah.
yes, you would be able to print one if you'd like to.
Yes. Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Directly from the
So
dashboard
it's a great
system.
database. This started with a spreadsheet that I concocted over a weekend. It took me about 3 days, and it had 80 tabs. And I found that when I was moving a mouse, I was moving formulas from one cell to the next, and it got corrupted very quickly, and that was a real bummer. So.
I'm glad I don't use a spreadsheet anymore.
But it had to start, the architecture was in a spreadsheet. We're running out of time.
Just because you guys aren't MSBA, that follows MSBA, but we can change the categories however we want, add different line items. So it's not a cut and paste that it has to be this way. It is a little manipulative, we just follow MSBA.
I mean, the codes, they make sense.
They're typical.
Exactly.
It's typical construction divisions and everything else, so.
Just on those invoices, don't staple them, because we usually make copies, and that's the worst thing, is trying to get the staple out. Oh,
It's pretty easy. One day you'll get away from paper. One day. And sustainability may make you do that. So, just to finish up, building turnover, we'd obviously be following the very standard. Building turnover takes time. The lead submission takes time. The training takes time. You need to make sure you have the right person to get trained. You need it videotaped. The architect obviously goes through all the submittals. There's a heavy load on the architect to approve everything at the end. And then it's the final track, the tracking of the final payments. That's essentially our presentation and just walking through the process. I'm sure it's very similar to what you had heard before. I want to reemphasize that we are specialized solely in really K through 12 schools in Massachusetts. And I think our process is an evolving one that we keep trying to improve upon. And we understand the need for community involvement and to get their support and how critical it is to the project as a whole. We don't have all the answers. We're a team builder. We're a contributor, and we try to keep keep the team relationship positive. And it's not always possible, but it really is a good goal because everybody working together is much better than the individuals working by themselves. We do have a good understanding of what the options are for a net zero building and how we can try to be a part of the team to identify what all the factors are. And I think with Lexington we've got a great jump and a good source. And I think this is a great team. So with that, I'll turn it over to your question.
Just one thing I wanted to add real quick is that we're not one of those companies that just goes out and goes after every interview. We have certain projects that we go after because we care about those certain projects. And right now, we're geared up to fit you right into our schedule, and because we're looking for a new project. We have the time, we have the availability, we're here to work with you, and we're not gonna just give you our C team. We're gonna be there with you, and it's not just like a 20-hour or 20% percentage per week kind of thing. We are dedicated to work with you, and that we have the time for your project.
And I guess I'd say we've worked in communities that are similar to Concord, Andover, Manchester, Lexington, Wellesley, and just to name a few. And I think that we've done a good fit in those circumstances. Now it's time.
Questions?
Yeah. I have a question. So, Dore Whittier is also an architect firm. So, if you're representing us as the OPM, and you also got the design, the architect, you couldn't, so you can't.
Can't, correct.
Didn't know that. That answers my question.
It's a conflict of interest.
Sure. Thought it would be. That would be my.
Just making sure.
All right. Good. Okay.
And I believe it was in the construction, I don't know whether it was Construction Reform Act of 2004, but I believe the state prohibits you from hiring both. I believe. I could easily talk to Debbie Anderson, and I are on first name basis at the AG's office.
She's awesome. She gets back to
Or
everyone.
Mary Colson at the IG's office. She's terrific. So we can research any of that. Easy.
Questions?
I just had one more thing. Just the time commitment. I know that you did mention that in there, and you just said that again. It's on the original page 13.
Yeah. Oh, so one of the things, if you have the books.
It does say the percentage. Just how much of the guarantee is that? Obviously.
Yeah, you know what, it's one of those things where we're gonna do everything.
Oh, in our original proposal.
Yeah, anything that is required, we're gonna get done. In the initial, if we were so fortunate to be selected, one of the things that we would do is we'd put a time commitment, just to put, cost of fees. And then the bottom line is that it tends to go, along, we know what the typical is, and we can also match it up against what typical is within the MSBA, that helps quite a bit. But you have peaks and valleys. Some weeks it's all of a sudden you have a crisis. I'll tell you, in Andover, we had a crisis where I had to spend in the entire month of June before the school was going to open, and this was bizarre. So the building's gone in May, and it's a 3-story building. And all of a sudden, everything was working just fine. The toilets were flushing, everything was good. We had pressure. All of a sudden, the water pressure in May just dropped like a stone. It went from 57 pounds to 33 pounds. Now, what that means in water, I'm not quite exactly sure, but I know that it's not good. And so all of a sudden, I got a call from Buzz, who was the town manager at the time. He said, "Tripp, the bathrooms won't flush on the 3rd floor." Oh my God, that means the sprinkler system's not working on the 3rd floor. Oh my God. Well, we didn't have any booster pumps for the domestic water, and we didn't have a fire water pump. And what we found out is that in Andover, when the lawn sprinklers go on, that their reservoir drops about 6 feet every May. And without that guarantee, we couldn't tear the existing building down, because without the guarantee, the new building was going to function perfectly. You couldn't take the old building down, which was slated to come down that summer. So it was like, okay, all hands on deck. So immediately we got a booster pump company down there. We tried to figure out in the water room where we could fit it. They needed a 10-week lead time. We got it in 6 weeks. The fire pump was told it was a 14-week lead time. 1st of June, we're not going to make with certainty the 1st of September school opening. We ended up doing everything we could, and we ended up finding a pump that we could borrow, and we did that temporarily. We did get the permanent pump in about the 2nd week in August, so we were able to take the building down. That's an example where I took the entire month and dedicated it to basically that project, and it worked out that I was able to do it. One of the only other things that I'd point out is that there's a picture in our book, and this is me standing in front of 300 elementary school kids. You want to talk about an intimidating day? Okay? I would go in on a regular basis and address the school kids, and they would all sit there, and they're all on the floor in the gym, and I'm standing there, and I'm very much bigger than they are, and they're all looking at me intently, and it was amazing how smart they were. And anyhow, it really was kind of cool.
I think at the beginning of any project, it takes a lot of time to get it started. And there's a lot of meetings and there's a lot of processes and everything that we have to, make sure that we're following. So, I mean, as far as what's committed to us in that book, it's just a percentage that we kind of have to, throw a dart at. And so obviously we're going to spend as much time as we need to with you and go above and beyond, just at any part of the process that we need to.
Great.
I'm wondering, I've heard a lot about the Lexington project because there's a bit of friendly competition between Concord and Lexington, as you might imagine. And so I'm curious if there are lessons learned. It seems like that's being one of your first net zero schools. Are there lessons learned from that project that you think you could bring to making our project go more smoothly? Especially being the first, it would be the first net zero school for us.
There's definitely a ton of knowledge. So I started the Lexington project, and I started on day one. And that process of going net zero basically came in towards the tail end of feasibility. So it wasn't necessarily initially, but then there was this wave in Lexington to actually really promote it. And I think that the early phases of it were challenging because the project didn't prove itself out as being financially feasible initially. Now, I'll give you an example. The wells, I'm going to use rough numbers, so don't quote me on the interview TV or whatever, but the wells were roughly about $2.5 million. And the initial evaluation at current carbon-based fuels was that the payback period was north of 50 years. And so that basically means that there's no really net payback because you're building a 50-year building theoretically. And we hope for longer. But it was interesting, and the commitment in Lexington was there to do it. And I think that the evaluation proved itself out down the road as being a little different, because I think they started really looking at the cost of the carbon-based fuels and the likelihood of it increasing, and what was the overall benefit, just ethically, to the environment and to the trend that was going. And they supported that $2.5 million. And that combined with the PV, because that's giving you 55-degree water, summer and, for the most part, summer and winter. You have to run the system constantly, so that's an example. There are lessons learned. You have to chill the, or you have to warm the ground back up after the winter cycle. So you have to run AC in the building in order to change the temperature. Because if you just run the thermal one season consistently, you will change the temperature of the ground 500 feet down. And you want to do a closed loop system. And so there are, I can just see from your face, there are a lot of things we can talk about and a lot of things that we can
I think if from
share.
the beginning they knew that that's exactly what they wanted to do, it would have helped the process a lot easier for them. And ultimately, I think because they were a little late in that process starting, they are not putting PV systems on the roof or the parking lot until after the project is actually complete. So they're not even sure if they're gonna hit net zero until they actually do follow through with those types of systems. And another thing that I learned during the process is that when you have a really good construction team, it's all about the subcontractors, and the drilling company that we use for the geothermal wells, we're not the best subcontractor that we used in Lexington, and we had a lot of issues with that particular company, just getting them done. So that helped, that kind of pushed our schedule in different ways too, which ultimately you don't ever want to get off schedule when you're in construction. So it kind of trickled down into almost a cost factor because of how far behind they were with those systems. And you know, from the beginning, I think that if we evaluated the contractor better and understood their understanding of geothermal wells and drilling for them, would have helped that process. So that's definitely something that I learned from the construction aspect.
That's great.
Yeah.
We overstay our welcome in.
No. Any questions you want to ask us before you go? We're moving pretty quick. You're our last one. We're going to deliberate and make a recommendation tomorrow morning at 7:30 to the building committee.
That's the question though, yeah.
You won't be in limbo for long.
Well, we figured as much.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Good,
Good to know.
Good luck. And,
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your time. We really appreciate it.
We're-
Since you're not done, we'll scurry.
Nice to meet you. Thanks for coming.
Stand up.
Thank you so much. Remembering everything. I just got lunches here. I'll work on that. Lunch is here.
No judgment.
Yeah.
Okay.
Are we ready? Ready?
Sure.
Yeah. All right. So how would you like to do this?
I have an idea,
Let's hear it.
What's
Share
your
it.
idea?
just an idea. We can rank maybe individually, and if there are ones that are not a 1, then they're out.
So what's your ranking system?
It's ranking 1 to 5. We can do, we can give the totals to you, and you can come out and we can share those, or not, and then you'd say, okay, if we all happen to have the same number 1, then we might be done. And if we have 3 number 1s, then the 2 that didn't get a number 1
Are the backup.
are the backups, and we would discuss the 3. But that's my one idea.
I just need to refresh my memory on a couple things.
I guess I've never done this, so this is new for me as well.
Yeah, well,
So
we're
I'm-
equating it to other systems and processes on when we make other decisions, I think. I think first we have to say we have an amazing set of choices here.
Yeah.
So let's just acknowledge what a strong
Yeah.
pool.
Does
of
anyone feel strongly that
people
someone
that we are.
or a particular firm did not meet the standards of the other ones? Let's start there. Is there anyone not worth, and maybe why? I don't know. It's just a yes or no. I'm not asking for who.
Right.
I do, but.
I do too. I want to be respectful of how we talk, we are in
Right.
public, which
Yeah,
is
no,
more-
I
a
understand.
bigger challenge.
Yeah, so I guess what's the right way to convey?
That's why I wanted to do the,
Yeah, yeah.
the people, the 2 or 3 that might not make that list, why talk about it?
Should we talk about our favorites then, instead? Is that a better approach?
Talk on the strong.
The ones that we liked?
Sure. We do it that way.
Yeah, why don't we do
As opposed
that?
to ranking? Absolutely,
Sure.
to be totally transparent about
Sure.
why they're.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
We'll talk
Who
positive.
wants to start? And are we using names or are we using, how are we doing this?
We might as well
Use
use,
names.
today we're using names.
Today we're using names, excellent. Makes it a little bit easier.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so let's make this a strengths-based decision.
Great.
In my other academic worlds, that's how we talk about it. So we'll talk on strengths of different firms.
Okay.
Okay?
Who wants to start?
I'll start.
Okay.
I'll start with, I'm gonna start with Hill. I thought their presentation, and I'm trying to find my notes, my apologies, was extremely thorough. They answered everything, but I also think they went beyond. But I also have firsthand experience with Vin Miller, Andy Vo, and I've gotten to know Mike a little bit. And I can say that 2 experiences with them, and it was a great experience. The one thing, I don't know, Laurie, if you remember it, but I think the field representative, the one that's going to be there every day, is very, very important, especially to my position.
Yep.
And when I referred to Mr. Miller, I called him a bull, because he is, and a good thing, and that's how he sort of described himself. He gets things done, and he'll hold our hands through it. And I had some other notes. I just don't know which one I put it in. But so I'll start it with Hill.
Okay.
That's how I feel.
Do we all want to go around about Hill? I have my
Yeah, why don't we
notes
stay on
that.
Hill and
Yeah.
go through
Just for reference, as you pointed out, and I said to him as he was leaving, Vinny, I think was his name, I said, you know, you're, for a field representative, and I've met many in my career, I said, you're very well spoken and mild mannered, and I appreciated that. And he said, well, I'm more than just a site rep. Like, I see things from the other side as well. So his perspective on things was, in my professional experience, was, it was a breath of fresh air, meaning like sometimes those guys are rough and tough and not it's so much well-spoken and or like mild-mannered, and he I didn't write about any really other field reps, but I wrote, I like Vinny, he's mild-mannered, and like that's, you know, for me to write a note about that like is commendable. I also wrote that I liked Joe, I think he was a principal in charge, I liked his energy, he was very energetic. I said they clearly did their homework, that they referred to themselves as an extension of our team, of Concord's team, which I can appreciate, and it came up in one of the other interviews as well. I wrote, quite competent, well-spoken director. He also struck me as someone that had a lot of experience. Was that Mike? Without looking at that.
Mike, yeah.
Yeah, that he clearly has been around a lot of school projects and knows the role of the OPM. And that I wrote identify risks, like clearly they focused on that and identifying where the risks for our project would be. So those were my notes on them. If I was forced to rank, like when they were interviewing, I was like, they might be my number 1 because they were that good. The ones that followed were also, I felt good. Yeah, so when you said rank 1 to 5, I'm like, oh, I might have a harder time, and I'm looking at it as a, you know, clearly I'm a professional, so I look at OPMs through a different lens than the superintendent does or a director of finance. So we have a lot of good candidates, but when they were interviewing, I remember thinking they might be my number 1 because their interview was that good.
Well, I wrote good when they were all through, so that's the only one I wrote good on.
That's the only one you wrote good on?
Yeah.
Interesting, okay, all right.
I think for me, they set the bar for me too.
Yes.
That I didn't know where the bar was until I heard their presentation, because they were just checking boxes off and in a depth and detailed way that made me really comfortable. Whether it was sustainability and the amount of information they gave us there, and the professionals at the table that we knew would be supportive. One of my biggest listening points all through the day was community relationship, and they all mentioned it, but Hill, I felt like they're gonna take it and run, and I'm gonna be a partner in that, and maybe out in front of it, but I'm not gonna be doing, how do we do this, what are we gonna do, where, all of those, they have a plan. The energy was, I felt, among the best of
That's
the groups.
exactly what I wrote.
They're excited to come here
Yeah.
and see what they can do with us. They know this community can give them an opportunity to think outside of the box and try some things. They might not get opportunities other way. They just had a really great energy to them that
I agree.
everyone wants to be here, and we're grateful for that. I just felt like they really wanted it, and
They did.
I thought that energy was really, really great.
Yeah, they're engaging. As through their presentation, I'm still a little on the fence about their sustainability. I don't know if Dawn, if you had any thoughts. Like their lead presentation was, I thought, like solid, but they showed a scorecard from the outdated version of lead. So I don't know if that was just an old slide or an indication that they're maybe not as up to speed as we would like to see. I think their UMass project is really cool. They did definitely know some more of the details of their net zero projects. I think the Watertown experience will be pretty relevant to us. But when they did get into some of the specifics about EUI, I wasn't particularly impressed. Their EUI figures they were giving were just kind of, I feel like it wasn't a huge stretch, and I think.
Right, I mentioned that.
Yeah.
That they said Watertown was trying to hit 35, and I was saying a good project of ours, anything under 30 is great. We've hit 27. I think an awesome goal would be 25 or below, right? So when they said 35, I was kind of like, ho hum,
So
like,
I feel like
they
they really understood that this was important to us. But I was just kind of torn because I wasn't really, when they got into the specifics, I wasn't particularly blown away. But I think they would do a solid job. I think their energy was great. I could see them leading a lot of good community meetings and charrettes, and all of that is super important. So, I think they could.
Again, through my lens as a designer, I see the sustainability lead coming out of the consultant that the designer hires.
Yeah.
I typically don't look to the OPM to lead that effort, but just be supportive of it and share experiences and other projects and relevant. So just as perspective, so I picked up on some of what you're talking about, and were they the strongest from a sustainability standpoint? I don't think so, but it's also not their lead to take. They're just part of the team. So that's, again, because I look at it through a different lens, like I know that that's how the project typically works. Like they who mentioned, I think the last firm mentioned the green engineer, that's Chris Schaffner. He's actually out of Acton, not Concord, I could be wrong. But they are a consultant to the design team, and they are the one, like these guys didn't even come with a sustainability person, right? So I would lean on the consultant and look closely in our RFP at the consultants that are being used from the designer standpoint.
Yeah,
so
and totally understand. I think, for some of the firms, like bringing a sustainability person, that doesn't sway me one way or the other, because like you said, they're not the one doing the design, but I was just listening for whether they had kind of an understanding of what are the current trends that we're seeing, and
spoke the language,
in a really like up-to-date sort of way, and some of them definitely were better than others. I think these guys were solid, probably like middle of the pack as far as that's concerned.
I felt like, so I don't even remember the first firm. Hill brought their own, Colliers brought their own, no?
They would just
and
seem
then
like their team.
Their team. It was the third.
Involved.
It was Answer.
They
brought a
Jonathan.
consultant.
Yeah.
Right. So
they did.
Yeah. So I felt like the two that brought their own, and they were both women. This is one of them, Susanna, and the other firm that they were both new to the company, and so it was hard to get a gauge on really their experience from a school standpoint, their experience with the particular firm, just because they're both fairly new to the firm. So.
Yeah,
So-
I was more impressed with Colliers. It felt like their project managers had been really involved in the sustainability aspects of projects, which I think could be more valuable than just having a consultant or someone, you know, that the OPM is bringing in, because really, like you said, the OPM needs to make sure that they're hiring the right designers and contractors and subcontractors and all that stuff. So making sure that the OPM has that knowledge of like how to know when they found a good one, right? And I thought like the last firm here, their experience with Lexington, you know, picking a geothermal installer that they weren't really happy with, and now knowing what should they be looking for, I think that's really valuable. Not so much that they need to like have an expert on their team, but just that they've had some experience with it.
Yeah.
I thought the other thing too, I mean, all of the firms, their teams had worked together before, but I thought that, you know, some of them have worked together 20 years, you know, 10 years. And they put the project, the people that are in this project were ones that I had worked with prior, and that team was still together. So I know that these teams have worked together before.
I noted that too, it's gotta tell you something if they've been working together for 20 years.
There's something to be said
work well
for that,
together,
because when you work, and I've worked with the guys I work with for 15 years, and we all know each other's strengths and weaknesses. We all know when to pick up when the other person, like, I'm really busy right now, I'm not at work right now, we have a meeting tonight. Like, my coworkers are carrying my weight today for that reason, and there's something to be said for those relationships when you work with other people for that long. So I can appreciate the value in that.
So it sounds like they're one of our
In the running here.
one of our favorites.
Okay.
Yeah.
I would agree.
Another one you want to talk strengths about?
Well, let's stick with Colliers in there, because
Sure.
I thought they were pretty good too, even though they didn't sign the thing.
Oh, yeah.
But seeing they're gonna sign it, they're gonna carry it against it. I thought they put out a pretty good description, because they did a pretty good presentation, I thought.
Yep.
Not as good as these.
Yeah. If you want my notes, I agree. And after, when I said I thought these guys were my number one, then Colliers came and I was like, wow, they're really solid too. Okay, like, but the energy was lower for sure. Like, and maybe it's just, again, to Lori's point, Hill set the bar, and then Colliers was, you know, just a little more toned down and kind of logistics, which is fine. Like, an owner's project manager doesn't have to be like the most energetic in the room. But I felt like they, what did I say? I said they have a clear community communication, and they kept focusing on it, which I feel is very important to our town. They, again, like Hill had obviously done their homework on us and our project. Again, these guys had mentioned the extension of Concord staff, and as a client, I think that's really important. We want them to know that they are, you know, our eyes and ears. They're our voice in this process. So anytime that was addressed, I wrote it down. I liked that they were in tune enough to coordinate with the school calendar. That's important on K-12 projects. That's critical. I wrote that one of their guiding principles was to help the project save money wherever they can, which again, I think is important to the town of Concord. I wrote that their document portal and dashboard, their Colliers 360 PM platform was great. I think that's a nice asset to have. I hadn't seen that. It's not, you know, it sounds like this last firm, Dore Whittier's got something similar, maybe not as up to, you know, modern, like app ready, but same idea. So those were my notes on them. They were less diverse, I would say, as a downside, but I think that they have solid K-12 experience and would definitely do a great job. So
They promised a lot of support when they were talking.
I can actually say, in one of my references from someone I really respect in the field, had Collier was one of their references, they're OPMs in one of their projects, and they gave a great reference for them in how they really helped this person out who is like me, fairly new to a beginning of a project, walk them through it. Impromptu meetings in his office whenever he called, always there for them. And it was this particular team that was on that project. I also, they were the first ones to introduce to me that the online app and the website, and I was really impressed by it. But then when Dore Whittier came and they basically had the same thing, it's sort of what MSBA has online, but I do like that everything is there real time, right in front of you. I mean, that's excellent.
I haven't ever seen that in the field, but I haven't done work with Colliers, so that was great to see.
We could use a lot of their stuff.
Oh, yeah.
For the public and get some votes.
Yeah.
I heard strengths, and I know we kept looping our way back to East Hampton because we're impressed with those tax increases that they managed to get through. But I mean, I didn't necessarily feel I knew exactly what they did to get there, but to me that was a sign of they had to have community outreach and really take the time to do that well, or those projects wouldn't have succeeded. I heard all the parts that I was listening for. Again, I'm just listening for the details, and I feel like I know the details more, not because of what they said, but because of our reference checks when I voiced my home community's experience with them, which I know the principal of the school they renovated, and she couldn't say anything but positives, and that's the school where Phil is being, the mascot up in front of everybody, and I think, there's definitely a connection that got made there, and she said she was, and that was a renovation, so they were living in the school during construction, so that's a whole nother ballgame, and she felt really tightly supported and responded to, so that was filling in gaps for me that I don't think they voiced necessarily, so they're definitely a really solid firm and evidence of success in many, many places.
Yeah, I liked them. I think, similar to all of our observations, they weren't as energetic or diverse as some of the other teams, but their experience is really solid. I felt like they had a really good understanding of our sustainability objectives and came at it from a really positive approach of like, this is feasible, we can do it. We just have to bring community along for the ride and go through life cycle costs and, considerations, and it's a balance, right? And I felt like they brought a good perspective to that. And I was also a little curious, like, what did you do in East Hampton? That sounds extreme. So I thought, I thought they were really solid. I think same thing. I was like, oh, Hill's really great. Howard, and then they came in, and I was like, okay, it's gonna be hard to decide.
That was how my
I think the one thing I want to be sure we're keeping in mind, and I think I expected we'd have such a strong pool. Fit has got to be a huge piece of this discussion, aside from what was in the RFP. We have the gift of a strong enough pool to be able to really vet for that, because we know this community has to have someone they can relate to, someone they're going to respect, someone they're going to respond to. You have to have a way of presenting yourself here that's going to portray confidence and competence. And I just want to be sure we're keeping those pieces in mind, because that's going to make or break this project in many ways besides the technical skills. So.
Yeah, and I felt like I could see their team, talking to our community and having that kind of confidence and coming prepared, right? Having done your homework is really important.
Yes. I think I wrote on both of those that they did their homework, which is important for me and the town. So, for me to feel confident that they can sit.
I was down on them because they didn't sign a thing. They did change my mind.
Yeah, oh, well, that's good. I guess that's.
And they did promise to do a lot for us. Now, some of these didn't promise to do much outside of review the paperwork.
That's a good point.
So,
just one quick anecdote. I'm just looking back when you said your reference checks. I was like, oh yeah, what did mine say? Because there's a lot of names now that I have faces to them. For Hill, the reference check I got was that the on-site rep was mild-mannered and effective. Isn't that
Oh, wow.
exactly what I
That's what you
wrote?
just said.
That's crazy, right? I was like, I can't not share that.
Yeah.
And that is like, I didn't
Yeah.
even know who he was
Right.
before today. And that's
Yeah.
exactly what I wrote. And that's exactly what the reference said. So that's
Yeah.
crazy. Yeah.
Yeah,
Thought I'd share.
yeah.
You don't need a screamer out there. You need somebody that can make them do it.
Yeah.
All right, was there a third we wanted to talk on?
I thought Dore Whittier
Yeah.
had a very good presentation. I also, their reference checks were excellent, especially Christina. And I'm not going to pretend that I know a lot about sustainability and net zero, but their work with Lexington that you can obviously speak more to. And the community of Lexington is very similar to ours, and the experiences are probably going to be very similar. And I think that is a good quality that they have and a good.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I've heard a lot about the Lexington project, more from the
Maybe.
perspective of some of those residents who came in later in the
From our-
process
yeah.
and said,
Yeah.
you know, we want this to be net zero, and I know it's been a struggle because that wasn't something that they said at the very beginning. It wasn't part of the
Right.
beginning. I don't think that was, don't think there's any way there, you know, I think that was the committee, right? Not getting that input from the beginning and setting those goals. So I thought it was really interesting to hear their take on lessons learned. It's
Yes.
a very, very similar
Yes.
community, and very similar, it looks like a similar size to the Lexington school.
I don't know
I don't
that
know.
much about it.
Yeah, those are,
Seven
they're
hundred-
elementaries.
Like
Yeah.
700
Yeah.
students.
I mean, they're about twice our, not quite twice, they're about 5,500
It's,
kids, something like that.
$62 million, 700 students.
Okay.
Um,
Elementary does have different pieces to it, but
mhm.
yeah.
110,000 square feet, so a little
Yeah.
small. Yeah, I mean, I know that experience will definitely be useful for us. I thought they presented well. Okay.
I just want to share on the reference check that I did, they said that Christina at Hastings was an assistant PM, not a PM, just food for thought. And that she's not as knowledgeable in the construction side of things, but that her administrative skills were okay. Just so you know, they have a different, I guess, Mike Burton, he's not even on this, but he is the project manager out there, and they said fabulous things about him, but he's not proposed here, so just food for thought. She works under him as an assistant, at least in the reference check that I did. So,
And
including
that could
she's
be just
working
how
on it.
they're dividing.
Yeah, well,
labor up.
and just again, from my perspective, and I've worked with Tripp, and Mike was on our project for a little bit as well. Tripp has, obviously, with, 37 years of experience, right? And most of it in the construction field, all of it in the construction field, translated into the OPM field. Super highly knowledgeable and can definitely lead it. I do worry a little bit that between Christina, Mike, and Rachel, that their experience level is much less. So it's almost like this, where, you know what I mean? Just as a professional, and I completely respect them, and I don't, I know Tripp and I know Mike but he's only been with the firm, it says a year, 3 years with other firms, so only
Right.
4 years experience.
Yeah.
Rachel is 1 year, less than 1 year with the firm. She said she joined this spring or something. 4.5 years with another company, and then Christina's been with them 3. So just from a experience
very
level,
good.
I'm just
Yeah.
sharing a concern. I certainly think they did a great job today, and I liked how they went through the construction process, because that's kind of shows that's how, that's what drives every project, and how they spoke to at each phase what's important was, I thought, great, and they did a great job. It's just,
They're super solid.
yeah,
Yeah.
so, just sharing my perspective.
Right.
Yeah, especially going last. The bar's already been set.
Yeah,
so-
I know where you are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay, they were good.
But they were ahead of a lot of the things that we have either been talking about
They
or
were.
planning on, which is
Yeah.
great. So
They
again,
were.
like, kind of to the point of staying ahead of things and not being
Right.
surprised, I think that told a lot, that they're already thinking the same things we are, so
Yeah.
that's positive.
All right. Any other comments, thoughts?
Well, this DW, this was the last one, right?
Yeah, that's
Yes.
who we were just talking
I
about.
think if the young lady that sat over there had been the leader, they'd have been better off. How's that?
Oh.
Because she was the one that came forward with all the information, while the rest of them stood
Christina?
there. Yeah.
Oh,
You mean on Hastings?
Or leading the presentation?
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
but that's okay.
Well, I was just gonna say, as far as Hastings is concerned, I think Tripp was involved early on, but not
right.
as of late, and she's
That may
currently,
be
so
right
that's
for
why I
that
asked.
particular
Yeah.
part.
Yeah.
Are we close to a recommendation?
I feel like we have
Well, I
three
think you got three, but
really
that's my
solid.
personal.
I agree. I think we have 3 really solid that rose in a pool of 5 really solid. So I mean, it's a good place to be.
Yeah.
These are the hard choices you want to have where you're down in the, like I said, fit being a big piece, but also you
Yeah.
now weighing smaller aspects because the big pieces are there.
So of those 3, does anyone feel strongly, to your point about fit, feel stronger for some than others? And if so, do you want to share the strengths of that?
Don't look at me.
No? Okay, I won't.
Well, I put good on that one, but
Oh, yeah, so, okay.
I think they all did a fine job. I think we'd be happy
did.
with any of them.
I
That's
agree
the
with you,
problem.
Frank. Yeah, I agree
Yeah.
with you.
No, totally agree.
You flip a coin and probably get the right one, but we don't do that.
Right.
No, and it's,
You know, just knowing how closely I was coming in with a little more intimate lens probably, because I know what this relationship's
You're
gonna
gonna,
have to be, and
regularly.
having lived it when it works and when it doesn't. I was really drawn to Hill, and I think I'm looping back to where I started, like, they just sent a message of, they all said the same thing, it was really the intangibles and how they presented themselves in some ways that made me feel like, wow, they wanna be, they wanna work with us, and they wanna work here, and they wanna take this on to a, maybe sustainability would be something we have to keep talking about, but like, I felt like they thought this was something new and exciting for them, and the others definitely presented some of that, but the energy made me feel really more connected more quickly. I'm sure it would come with the others. I think that's what I would call it at this point. A connection happened during the interview.
Yeah.
And
was it someone in particular?
No, I wouldn't say it was.
Okay.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it was.
Just again, as I was reminding myself of my references, someone said in their reference check that I did, said Joe, who I think is the principal in charge, they said he's great, but they're like, you're only gonna talk to him if there's a problem. And he kind of said that.
He did say that.
Yeah. So to his credit, he
totally
knows
said
that.
that.
Like that's his role, right?
Yeah,
He's
he did say
overseeing
that.
probably
Right.
a dozen projects or, whatever, 8. And he's kind of the guy that's checking in, making sure things are smooth and hearing when they are and when they aren't, probably.
Yeah, I
more
felt
when
the
they're not.
invitation if they're not okay though.
Yes. Yeah.
Go ahead and call.
So that's in line with the reference check that I got. So I wanted to make sure it wasn't just him, because
No, it wasn't just him.
Okay.
No.
I mean, I feel like, and I think I said it in my notes, that Mike was easy to communicate with back and forth. Sounded like he would be more the client side, and was it Andy? No.
Andy Bell.
Andy would be more the designer, consultant, then I think that's from a professional standpoint, that's great. Like they're obviously communicating all the time, but then there's that one, that the designer knows who they're reaching out to and the client knows who they're reaching out to, and they're clearly an interwoven team. So,
and I feel like I've worked with Andy in a different role as well. And I forgot the title, but more of like Michael Cox from Dore. Sort of he had that role, really not much on site, but behind the scenes and on the phone. And again, I just thought that their energy was contagious, but I thought of all of the groups today, they showed, I thought that they're more of a team. Not that the other team, that they weren't, but it was contagious. You could see it. You could see how comfortable they were in a way.
I liked a lot of their focus on the community engagement. I think was the strongest, or came through the strongest today. Facilitating community meetings. I think that's going to be really important. And I felt comfortable with.
Yeah, the woman who spoke about that seemed like she could get up in a community and be effective, right? Like I felt like, okay, the people, I'm still new to Concord, but the people I know in Concord, could they, feel like they could talk to her or raise issues with her or, have a dialogue and it seemed based on, meeting her and hearing her speak that I could imagine that.
Yeah, and I could see her holding her own if things started to get heated, right?
Right.
Which they might,
Right.
I feel like she's got a lot of experience in facilitating that discussion. And I liked how they talked about, I think it was them, talked about the wish list and the need list.
Yep.
And I liked that approach. Like our wish list could be huge, but like actually making people think about what do you really need?
Right.
What are the things that you can't do without, I think is.
We call those sacred cows
Yeah.
in my projects. Yeah,
Yeah.
like things that, and everyone in the room, the OPM, the client, the design, everyone needs to know what those are. So when it comes to BE or, aligning the budgets and the cost estimates and understanding what needs to get cut and what.
Because nothing portrays a legacy of a building than the value of engineering, because you walk the building for years and people go, why didn't that happen? And then the answer is, well, it got value and engineered out. So that has a legacy of its own that has to be really carefully thought.
Yeah.
And I've been in buildings where it got value engineered out and then the next, 2 months later when we open, we're putting it back in because it was a big mistake, so.
Right.
I'll play a little devil's advocate. They have a lot of projects going on. Do we have any concerns about capacity?
I brought that up, I think.
You did.
Yeah.
Can you remind us
And
of?
whatever they said made me feel better about it, because I had the same concern. Where's their proposal? Because I feel like I thought the same thing, because they said 50%, and I was kind of like, how can you make that happen? And then, available 50%. So Mike said he's got one in construction, one in schematic, and one in D, and the Watertown schools are in DD. So that's, again, as a professional, we always like to have a cycle of projects, and you like to have one being like planned and SD, early in SD, one like through DD, and then one in construction, because the one in construction is gonna fall off unless it's like a crazy long construction. In the course of 2 years, it's gonna fall off, right? And then you always try to have it staggered in a way that one falls off and you pick up another one. So the one, the construction one will in theory fall off. And so the other day, I think I said 33 was about what I imagined someone might, because they're typically gonna have 3 projects, right? So one's gonna be early on being planned, one's gonna be in DDs or CDs, and one in construction. So that was Mike's answer there. Andy Vo said that a couple
Andy's
of them.
looking for work though.
Yeah.
I think that was what made us feel better.
Right, right, and the Swampscott project that they picked up, no one was on the same team, because when I was looking for references, my coworker who's on the SBC there, he couldn't speak to any of them, because he's like, they were ultimately got the job, but it was a completely different team.
So they're deep enough.
So, just so you know. So, because that was some of my concern coming in too. I'm like, well, I knew that they had just got Watertown, and I knew that they picked up Swampscott, so I was kind of like, are they gonna have enough capacity? But sounds like they do.
Okay. Do we have any other concerns?
Here's my other one. Their team was notably bigger than the others. Do we have any, is that a negative in any way?
I actually looked at it as a positive.
Yeah.
That they wanted us to see 6 people.
Yeah, I mean, to have your field rep here.
Yeah.
Demonstrated something.
Way down, not even what we're.
No, not even what we're talking about. Yeah. Okay.
A year down.
I think from where I sit, they were all here for a reason.
Yeah.
Like they weren't just to show capacity.
Right.
Yeah.
Like you had the principal in charge who was like, these guys are my team, right? Like I'm here.
I'm here today and gone.
Yeah, but there's always that person on a team. Like I have people like that in my office that, they're really the leader and they are the answer when you have a question, but they're, he ran the show and had authority and energy. The director and the project manager are like your day-to-day, right? Like you want to, and the fact, we didn't even speak to a couple of the others, but they didn't bring their day-to-day person, which, I mean, I understand that there are conflicts and things, but like they didn't bring either of them.
Right.
Which I was like, I want to know that I can trust that person, right? Like I want to meet that person face to face before I hire them. So those 2 are like the key people. And then Julie was brought in as the communication and outreach. I wrote it down because I'm like, what are all these people doing, right? Communication and outreach, which it shows that they're taking it seriously and that they understand that Concord will be,
Yeah, that'll be a priority here,
yeah,
for sure.
it's,
We'll have
that,
to-
And they-
it's not like one
she-
meeting, it's gonna be a lot of meetings, it's gonna be a lot of
And
management,
they gave
right?
her a significant
Well,
amount
Julie
of
went
time
back
for
They
to
the
did.
assistant
presentation.
project manager.
Yeah.
It wasn't just like, oh, and we also do communication.
Right.
Yeah, so to designate someone as that point
Yeah.
person is helpful because then we in our PR group and our SBC
Yeah.
that know who to reach out to when we have to set up the series of meetings.
That's right.
Keep things transparent, have whatever, the website, have facts on it. In my mind, that's that person, right?
Yeah.
Like they're sifting through everything else and
Yeah.
really focusing on the outreach. And then sustainability obviously is its own, Susanna was brought on for that. And then the field rep, I mean, I think it's good to meet that person
Right.
and he was well-spoken.
Yeah, that person's critical a year
Yeah,
from, and
yeah.
whenever we get to construction, having.
Exactly. So I think their
Experience
project team was the biggest, but I can respect that they each have their roles and they were
Yeah.
here to show
Okay.
why they were critical to the team.
Okay.
So,
Can I ask you though, you would know the answer to this, so he's a year away, how do we know we're gonna get him?
yeah, I mean, he could retire.
Oh, yeah. He could retire, but I
Well-
mean, could they fill him
I
up?
could break his neck.
No, I think
I mean, you can't look
to,
at that.
to the credit of their principal in charge,
You could write it in.
he told us,
Yeah.
right,
Oh, yeah, he did. I
that
wrote
was,
that
that was
down.
the best answer, we wrote, write it in and hold us
Call
financially
Lexington, get a hold of their
responsible.
contract for,
Yeah.
was it Diamond and Fisk or
Yeah.
what, the two middle schools there?
Which
Yeah.
one was that?
So you
I
write
like
it
that.
in
I did write
and
that
hold them
down.
accountable
Right.
for it,
Yeah.
which,
I mean, I think
it was a very,
that's-
want to, yeah, very,
I'll sign a contract.
yeah,
What-
it was a forward answer
He said
for
in
sure.
district right now, he's doing that.
Lexington.
Lexington.
Oh.
And it's the non-MSK, so it's, I think it's
Yeah.
Diamond and Fisk, it's the two
Yeah.
projects they had, the middle
Yeah.
schools. And those are the references, when I said that they said the field rep was effective, mild mannered, that was the
Lexington.
reference.
Yeah.
So, and they said, Andy, who you said you saw him in a different role, more financial, that's exactly what the reference said. Andy Vo, great on-site rep, meaning like like PCOs, CCDs, like those are all part of the construction, and that he did the financials on that project. So, they spoke to him in that capacity. So, he's clearly got the construction knowledge and the on-site knowledge.
And Vin was also a project manager, so he has multiple,
Yeah.
he's done multiple things.
I mean, they were qualified. I mean, everybody's been in here today, and one wasn't, but one person, but the rest of them that were here knew what they were doing. you
Yeah.
know. I mean, and I had to laugh at the girls, the two girls were here, because they hadn't been in construction very long, but seemed to be well versed with what they were going to do on this project.
Mhm.
And that means something, because you can have a guy sitting there that hasn't got a clue,
Mm.
so,
So, do we have a recommendation?
yeah.
Sounds like it.
Sounds like it.
So we should vote that,
Okay.
and then talk about tomorrow morning and who's gonna say what.
Okay, would anyone like to make a motion to
I make a
recommend?
motion to accept Hill as
Hill.
number one.
Okay,
We are gonna have the motion should be that we're inviting them into
Invite them.
negotiations for a contract with
You're
the
right.
town manager.
okay,
I didn't hire it.
okay.
You know what,
I
I take
take
that
that
back, we're gonna recommend that we're gonna make them our finals recommendation to the school building committee. That's it,
Tomorrow,
the vote
yes.
tomorrow's to
That's
go
what
to
I
the
thought it was, to
contract.
recommend to
Yeah,
the,
sorry.
okay, so a
Step ahead of
recommendation to
myself.
the school building committee for the Concord Middle School tomorrow morning for the number one, owner's project management firm would
Yes.
be Hill?
Hill.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second?
Okay, we have a motion on the floor and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Do we have
You know.
communication, just a quick question, clarification?
Sure.
Do we though rank them now? Because if
We
if
should,
the
if
town manager
negotiations
does not
fall through.
Yeah.
reach
I
a
ass-
contract.
Yeah.
I assumed we would vote on a second and a third, but
Oh,
maybe,
okay, I'm
do you
sorry.
wanna wrap it all into one and do three, or do you wanna just, I don't know.
Well, we gotta.
Let's do one at a time since
Yes,
we're
please.
that far down the
Okay,
path.
so the motion's been made and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? No, great. Do we want to make a motion for the number two ranked firm?
I'll make a
Second ranked.
recommendation. I would recommend Collier as the number two.
Second ranked in the event that the first,
Yeah.
okay, do I have a second?
Second.
Second.
Motion made and seconded, any discussion? Okay, seeing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No? All right, unanimous. And then let's vote on a third, just in case.
I got one more left.
One more. Okay, so can I have a motion to have the third ranked OPM firm that we recommend to the Concord Middle School School Building Committee? What would you like to, who would you like to recommend, or make a motion to recommend?
Dore and Whittier,
Dore and Whittier, okay.
they're the three we picked.
All right, can I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All right, we have a motion to rank Dore and Whittier third in our OPM recommendations to the SBC tomorrow. Motion is been made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? None. So it seems that we have Hill as the number one ranking to recommend to the school building committee, followed by Colliers International, and then Dore and Whittier as number 3. Great. Very good. Thanks, guys. Well done today.
Congratulations.
Motion to adjourn?
Second? Can I get a second?
We need to talk
Second.
about what we're gonna do tomorrow.
Oh, yes, just briefly anyway.
Lori,
No,
you
do it.
actually, you weren't here. I was saying I might need to not go. I felt like
Okay.
today was
Yeah,
of
it's
the
a
two,
lot.
between 2 days last week and 2 days today, this week.
Yeah.
Do you think I'm necessary? I was
I
gonna
think
send you
we
an
need
email
to
last night.
appreciate how much time you've already given.
Yeah.
And if you're comfortable with us speaking for you,
Totally
it's
comfortable,
fine.
and I feel like we're all on the same page as
Yeah.
far as the
We can't
rankings
get
of the
in too
firm.
much trouble.
Yeah.
I think then we're just gonna recap the discussion we
happened.
just had.
Yeah.
I don't know that it takes a lot more to thought than
Yeah, I
that.
mean,
Yeah.
I don't think we need to give, people can watch the recording
Right.
later if they want the
Right,
details.
and then we'll take questions from the committee.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll send Tim a note later, but it's just
Sure.
been a really long
Completely.
week of,
Makes sense. I'm
yeah.
very grateful that you found somehow to be here all day today. So.
Well, I figured today was really important
Yeah, it was.
and that tomorrow would be a bonus, and the way my schedule is working, I just got my, speaking of cost estimators,
Yeah.
I was gonna say, that's kind of a neutral thing. They all brought up that they use Peter Timothy or Peter Bradley. I use both. I'm getting estimates from both of them today, and we're having that reconciliation meeting that they're saying is all day on Monday. So we have to comb through them and go, so it's like a critical time because we're about to go into the end of SD, so on that project. So anyway, busy day tomorrow, but I think recapping, should we look to Jared with commentary from others as far as recapping what is, or would you like to do it, Lori? However you
I think
guys
it can be
decide.
shared. I think it's best that it
Awesome.
be shared.
Yeah.
So we'll talk on, each of us had our version of what we saw, and
Yeah.
we'll speak on your behalf. And
Yeah, I think
go
they
from
were,
there.
lots of qualified firms, and we were lucky to have them.
We really, what a great pool we had.
Yeah,
I mean,
absolutely.
all
Actually,
of
it
them.
came out very good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot better than I thought they would.
Great
Very
experience.
interesting.
Yeah.
I think really a good insight and preview into how it's gonna work
Yes.
Yep.
too.
Yeah.
Yes.
Wait till the designer ones. They're even more
Yeah.
interesting.
Yeah.
Because they come with ideas.
Yeah,
Yeah. So I mean, these guys they're more logistics, right? Where
Then
the
we bring
designers
our
get
own recorder so we can figure out what we did.
Yeah,
Great.
but yeah, this was great today. I've never been part of this experience on a project because I usually get brought in later, so it's been fun to participate. Yeah.
All right, great.
Okay,
Thank you all.
so-
Now motion to adjourn.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, motion's been made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Really good.